Hey everybody, Anime Night here. I'm joined by Sound Joker. Give me a moment.
Hello.
Post the thing below if anybody wants to join. If anybody wants to join in on this discussion, today it's something a little bit new. I've been tinkering with this idea for a while. Um, a lot of other channels doing this, but I figured we might do our own slowly and surely. We'll see how this goes, and if there's more interest, I will happily do more down the road. Today's anime discussion and review is the wonderful Princess Mononoke. Um,
Ooh,
I
classic.
first I first saw this anime back in, it was either '04 and or '03 when it was on Cartoon Network. It was part of it was in March. It was March of that year. It was on Toonami. They had the month of Miyazaki is when I was first introduced to this one. They had this one playing, and then the following week they had
It was
Spirited
either.
Away.
Yeah, that was one of
it,
them as
it,
well.
it was Spirited Away, and then they had Nausicaa Valley of the Wind. I remember that one airing as well, and then Howl's Moving Castle, Laputa Castle in the Sky. The four main, the big ones, including Princess
Like the big
Mononoke.
one. That's what I remember. I remember like I think it was a
Now
little
remember
later
this.
when.
Now remember, Ponyo didn't come until much later, like much later. This is like the ground essence of Studio Ghibli.
The ground. Oh, definitely when Ponyo didn't come later.
Also there was also the Cat Returns and Porco Rosso. Remember those
Oh,
airing as
oh
well.
yeah, those are the
Though
old ones. That was like before like my time a little bit. I remember seeing a little bit of Howl's Moving Castle, but like I don't know if it was the channel at the time or it was the TV, but like I remember not having audio. Like I went to like throughout all the houses on like for the TV. Like I had no audio. I'm like, oh my
oh
goodness. Like I had audio
no.
for. So that is the worst thing, especially when they're trying to show like the big one, like we said, like Howl's Moving Castle. Like, I had audio for a long time, but then like I switched the channel or something. Like I don't know what it was. All of a sudden, I go back to like kind of watch it again. I'm like, what happened to the audio?
Where's the
Like it was
audio?
good. It was good. Like Howl's Moving Castle was good, but that's another movie for another time. But for Princess Mononoke, I've heard about a lot of the Studio Ghibli library, especially nowadays when you keep hearing that Miyazaki's coming back, and you're like, oh wait, that's kind of cool. What if? Funny enough, The Boy and the Heron's coming next month, so why don't we talk about Princess Mononoke? For Mononoke, I've heard about it for a long time. I've heard it's one of the greats out there, even like for fellow any YouTuber Anime America. They were going through that big list of the best of Ghibli films from worst to best. Again, if you like the films, go right ahead. But it's like this was like number two, and number one was Spirit Away. So I'm like, and they were the big ones. So like, it's hard to debate which is the best. But recently, watched it last week just to prepare for this day, and I'm like, wow, what a fantastic film, standing the test of times since like 1997. Like age beautifully, beautiful animation. Like wow, this was an experience. Like if you have yet to see Princess Mononoke, you're doing yourself a disservice. You gotta at least watch one of them. I make it this one. Or my other one would be Spirited Away, or my personal favorite, Kiki's Delivery Service. Another timeless classic.
That's also another one that was shown. I know it was
I think
there.
Disney had that one for a while because that was under the Disney Pixar brand. So
The one anime they did not, the one time they actually did fuck with an anime.
there are two versions. There's the original dub that we used for Kiki's that they used to show on the
Because
flights.
I know Matthew Lawrence was Tombo in that one. I can't believe it was Matthew Lawrence at the time, and I'm like, That's impressive. And of course, he has a successful career. Um, just a lot of crazy, crazy stuff. But if you guys also, oh, I didn't know Billy Bob Thornton was in Princess Mononoke. That
Billy
is
Bob
actually
Thornton was in it.
that
Like, there's a lot of
that one caught me off guard because I was watching it again, and I'm like, not now that I'm older now, and I'm like, holy shit, that's Billy Bob Thornton. I recognize the voice. He has that
it's strange.
distinct. He has that distinct tone in his voice that's like, yep, that's exactly him.
It's strange because like, as we say, you go back to Princess Mononoke and you're looking at the cast and you're like, yeah, this is a pretty good cast. But then in the film, you hear John, of course, the big one, John Domingo. He was easy,
Oh,
very
he
much
was.
easy to spot out.
Yeah, John Domingo. Who that was a good guy.
Or
Uh,
Minnie Driver, who's our one of the air quotes villains of the film, and you're like, wait, that's Mindy Driver? Even in an interview, she stated that she took on the role because it would be a nice challenge. I'm like, she honestly should be doing more of these roles, honestly, because I like her in
I.
this.
This is what we need. I feel like this is what the that's a very solid viewpoint because I did see her interview about that. I thought that was an interesting viewpoint. And looking at it now, it's like, yeah, we need more people to challenge the role, like because it's such a big project and everything. Um, and I'm glad that she did. Uh, Also, the elephants in the room, but we're only going to touch on this a little bit. We all, of course, hindsight is 2020. Now that we know what an evil monster Jada Pickett Smith is, however, at the time, I say she did the character pretty well as the voice and everything. At
Oh
the
yeah,
time,
at the time it was pretty good. Like right now, don't like her right now, but she did a good job. In fact, the entire cast from your main leads to your supporting roles, they honestly did a fantastic job. I mean, like even the main lead actor, I'm like, he's convincing. He's very convincing in the film, honestly.
very. Hi, Eagle Rider.
It's a little messy in here. I've been really sick the last few days.
Oh, I hope you are feeling better. You look a bit better though, so I'm happy to see that you are well enough.
One urgent care and two emergency visits in one day.
Yikes.
And I'm not the kind to go to doctors very often unless I absolutely have to. So that should give you a clue.
All
But
right,
I'm doing better.
That's a
all
good thing.
right. We'll leave it. We'll leave it at that then on the medical part. Um, but glad to see that you are still with us. I'm happy to see you.
And I saw you once, so I had to come in.
So Silent Joker, go ahead with your viewpoint on this whole on this anime. Go ahead.
Uh, like my viewpoint of Mononoke, it's very good. It's very thought provoking. It's very much like the way how Miyazaki, like the way how he's able to go from using Japanese mythology and tying into his film about like how our viewpoints are to one another, how like the main villain, like even like the main villain, she's a villain, but not your stereotypical villain. You can see her viewpoint very well, but it's at a cost though. That's why like all the spirits are fighting back against it. Do they have to? No, but it's them protecting what their home. And when the main character like was like literally coming to the west, it's very different. Like the first attack that he does is out of self defense and like it's what he believes in. Yet the mark reacts to that. I felt like that was a very nice subtle touch on how Miyazaki played it. I'm like, that Mark is going to come back into this somehow, and how it's different, but it's a great difference. Like I really can't describe it very well. Like you have to watch it first, then understand the viewpoints.
Yeah, Miyazaki. I love his movies because they tell a really great story of like what is going on in the world, and then without going into too much, like it, he does some show and that he does more of a show and tell in some films, not all of them, but it's there. Because it's like, oh, wait a minute, who's that guy? Or like, oh, wait, who's that person? Um, I feel, and everybody does get a chance to like showcase their talents in the movies, and this one included, because I love how it's like gone from like a hidden village to the big forest to the Iron Town. I like the
Oh
scenery
yes,
changes. It's like it's subtle, but it's there. Like you don't see it going on. You're so focused on the character, you don't see the scene change until you go back for a second viewing, and then you see the change. Like it's like, oh wow, we're going from like basic village life up until the iron industrial part of
fortress.
that area.
Oh, that
And
area.
it shows like how, it shows how smart the humans are, and that the beasts are still there. Like the forest god is still there, and then I love the kadamas. Those were so they were so adorable. I thought that was a clever way of introducing that. I thought that was really clever how to
Oh,
introduce
very clever.
because
I think one of my favorite.
I would practically love to hang out with them if they ever existed. I would gladly have them like hang out in my backyard. I wouldn't give a damn. I'd be out there just watching with like the cup of tea and everything. But it's so telling how like how dominant the boar god is and everything. The first one went wild, and I thought that was like a nice change in the pace of the in the movie, because it's like what is driving that animal crazy.
It
And
sets
it's
the tone of the
amazing
film
it's
you're gonna
amazing
watch, and
how and they tell it from like the small iron ball and everything, and I'm like, at first glance it's like that's kind of from a logic standpoint, it's like that's kind of stupid. But in the sense though, I like how they make it look intimidating despite it looking like a small object, kind of like the eggs in Alien, kind of like the
oh
egg.
yes,
It's just an egg
yeah,
until
just an egg.
until it opens and you got the face hugger. It's kind of like that basically,
It's,
because we
it,
or because it's like we look at it as like an everyday item, but the danger it poses after that is was very telling. I like what it does to the what it does to the animals though, because it turns them into those ravenous demons. I thought that was a clever way of introducing that.
it's called payoff. We have the setup. What's the payoff later? Every little thing in your film is or story should be connected in some way. We have the nature versus man, which is of course obviously the iron people in
What's
the Iron
going
Fortress
which
versus
is
nature
so
itself. And
which
like
is
I said,
so
how
going, I was gonna
intimidating
say.
the slug is, especially how they're using their guns at the time. This is like very telling that they're not messing around, and how as you're building up suspense to the Iron Fortress, you see the second attack this time with the wolves, and it's like, now they're more faster, now they're more quicker, but it's building that tension up and rising. It's not without the cost to get these weapons though, but
I
it's
did
like
see
it's
a few
telling you how
complaint. I did see a few complaints about the wolves. Like there should have been like a wolf army, and I'm like, not necessarily. Yeah, there are packs, and I will agree there are wolves that do travel in packs here and there. But I thought just having like the three main ones, I thought that was more than enough to get the point across. Especially the big wolf. Oh my lord!
oh
I'm
my
like,
There's
goodness.
just
no.
there's just something about the way he writes his stories and his movies that the flow is different than anything else, and even other anime. It just has a unique flow to it, and the art style is always a bit unique. And it's one of those where I hate the fact that the studio that's producing him for the U.S. is run through Disney, because I love his films so much, and I don't want to give them business. But I mean, from Kiki to Mononoke to a bunch of the more obscure ones, I have like a collection of his.
I've always been told that he directs the movie without the screenplay first, which is risky. But for him, he's mastered his craft throughout the years. There's just something about like when you go from one beautiful scene that is both beautiful yet awe-inspiring to something that's more dramatic in the end. Like I think my favorite scene so far in that film on the first watch was when you finally see the first time when you see the Great Spirit, or like the elk one. I'm like, whoa, that was just, wait, where is it? Where is it? And how very silent it is. And then when you see it, you're like, whoa, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
It's the subtle drawing and everything of an introduction and how the characters are, because you see them in full view and everything the one time, because to us everyday folk, yeah, he's a deer and everything, but at night he turns into a giant, and it's like that
because the art style is extremely unique in that it's some of the most expressive and most detailed, and also some of the most simplistic at the same time. I've never seen anybody else who can quite create that style, where it really is very simple and yet expresses details and emotions so vividly. And it's a unique experience because of that.
And also, it's not insulting the intelligence of the viewer. It's not insulting it, because if you look at it, no matter how many times you feel it, it's still great, and it still holds up. Even though this was made a long time ago, it still holds up, and it's still told in a magnificent fashion, as you stated, Eagle Rider.
You could release this film today, and people could say,
And
did
still,
this come out
people would
today?
still enjoy it.
You'd
They
still
would
enjoy it.
still
Like
enjoy it.
one of the last few, probably the last company out there to do everything by cell shade, the hard way, hand drawn, and I appreciate every single shell that was animated here. I couldn't imagine just being an employee at this time thinking that, all right, Boss Man's making another movie, let's do this. And then somehow you create this magnificent movie. Like, bravo, if these wonderful, talented animators are still around. If not, thank you. This is beautiful. Like, whoo.
We also, and also I like the cause and effect of the movie as well. I thought that was another clever theme of introducing like causality and everything.
Duality
Because
and non-duality. That's like one of the big
thank you. And
discussions.
actually that's a better one.
It's like
That's
a
a better
big
one. Thank you.
discussion. Like, yeah, like again, the like Mindy Driver's character. I hate her, but I can also see her viewpoint strangely and where she's coming from. In a typical anime movie or show, she would have been killed off at the end, but not here. He's actually smart with it. Like it gives you that process to think about, like, like maybe there's a reason why she was spared, at the end, or like what she's gonna do next. In fact, that's like with all of your characters. You understand like the main hero's quest, but then he's accidentally caught in this conflict. And yes, he's a human, but he also sees, since he's again small village boy from nowhere, he understands the spirits, but he also understands the hardworking people at the Iron Fortress, since he saved a couple people's lives, and how they are very grateful for that.
It's the arc, because the story arcs don't just, it's not extremists on each side, villain and hero. In most of his stories, there's complexity in each character. There's plenty of movies I've seen of his where basically what would be considered the bad guy of the movie isn't. It's just somebody who doesn't understand the situation and thinks he's doing the right thing. And the reality and the humanity in a lot of the characters is part of why they're endearing and sometimes complicated to root for anybody in.
Like there's a great scene with the wolf mother and the hero That was like before, like I think it's the last 45 minutes of the film or close to that, where they have a great talk actually, and he says like, what are you gonna do about, her Mononoke? And I love her response saying, "How dare you?" Like, yes, because the wolf truly believes Mononoke is her child, regardless if she's a human. Like, she's gonna protect her regardless. And I felt like that is a great scene with how the mood is set at night, and you hear probably that first time when you hear the actual lyrics to the main theme. I felt like, bravo, that's an excellent scene right there. That gives you the arc of the character right then and there. That's what they truly believed in. It's perfect right there. Anybody can relate to that, really.
I do like
Especially,
the.
oh
Oh, go
God,
ahead.
are you sure? I was gonna
Yeah,
say
go ahead.
relating to that, especially it humanizes a very real struggle a lot of women have. So it actually does bring women into the audience of this because I know so many women who adore this movie because the whole situation of fertility and birth and adoption and trying to find a child and trying to be maternal and all that is a very real struggle that's very humanized, and to bring that into the light actually brings a lot of the female audience into it too because they can connect to that understanding. This is my kid no matter what. I don't give a shit.
Precisely. It tells it so effortlessly, like, and it's a great connection too, and that's why I wish more shows today would have that, because you could still do it and everything, but in a more positive light. You can have the negative still, but if it's told in a certain way where it's like, okay, I can relate to that and everything. But it was done beautifully. Also, I do like the fact we get to see like some of the samurai in action though, like the armor and everything. I thought that was wonderfully detailed. I do like where he just catches the arrow like without even looking, like he just catches it and then like fires it right back, and it takes the guy's head clean
Oh
off.
yeah,
I'm like, okay, we're starting to get into some OP territory shit. But joking aside, though, that just proves that he tried, and apparently the curse really affects him, and we see it like it's there because he's like, I don't want any trouble, I don't want any trouble as he's riding along, and they won't leave him alone. He's like, and he's forced to fight back.
I think.
Unfor-
mhm.
Hi,
Oh
geek.
yeah, that little
Unfortunately,
detail is so subtle. It's like if he, again, had he not shot the arrow, the arm would have been affected, but it would have affected him regardless. It's again, Miyazaki, he's not a full blown pacifist. Not a full blown pacifist. He does not like war, but he's not afraid to show the action or what people are doing. Like, was it look like even like one of his earlier films that he did that for one of the children had to knock out the villain of that film. Again, not a full class passive, but it does at least hint at that the guy was knocked out. So I felt like that's a great way to show it. And even here, it's on full display with all the action. Like, he's not afraid to show you an action, but he's also not afraid to show you an aftermath. Like when the pig army goes into battle, you see a little bit of it, and then he shows you the aftermath. But then he also tells you that, hey, this is what actually happened. Pretty brutal, honestly. Pretty brutal.
Mm-hmm.
and and also that whole battle, the tactics involved in everything, and also I gotta give credit to the humans for wearing wearing the boar skin and everything. I gotta give credit, and that's what, and I feel like they drive it home with like how, like I mentioned earlier, how smart the humans are. That's one of the strong points in like, hey, this is how dangerous these people are, if left unchecked, and they are very clever. And unfortunately, the boar god really, um he was blind and everything, but his pride was way too much, and unfortunately, he couldn't see right in front of him because of all the chaos going around him and everything. I thought that was the I thought the downfall was a bit clever though, how it brought him down because of everything going on, and San, who is human by nature, notices the deception and goes hell bent on trying to warn him. That
Which is a
shows like
little bit of a comment on humanity because it took the human side to realize the deception and the lies.
hmm
Like they know what they're doing is wrong. Like even during the escape with Mononoke, you can tell that no one really wants to hurt him, but they just want to get to Mononoke. However, when you get to the gate, they said, "Stop, please." They're trying to say, "We respect you for saving, two of our men." Now they're trying to return the favor. If you stop right now, they don't have to hurt you. But he keeps on going, and even before that, that too, how people treated him beforehand until people show up and say like, "Hey, he's okay." We respect him since it's a great way to show you like how he's treated first and how he's always going to be treated like that way. It's humanity has a very reaction. We are very reaction to our emotions, what we see before and what we don't witness beforehand. So that's how I view it, at least.
I like what happens when when the forest god does get decapitated. I like the subtle change in the scene of the
Oh,
forest,
the
like
colors, how the colors
every
change.
like how the colors dissipate and all the Kodama literally fall out of the tree. I thought that was really clever, and like in driving home that factor, like look what you did, and running away with that and everything, and how it's affecting all around. And it's not it's not what because you could look at it from a standpoint like, oh, this bean's made out of this stuff and everything. It may look harmless, like from like a curious standpoint, but when you see what it really does in that scene, it's like, okay, we need to get the hell out of here, or don't touch it, because it was literally melting off the skin and everything. I'm amazed those two even survived that.
Ooh, yeah, that was a tense one. I was like, oh boy, it's getting real now. And you can
And
also kind of view that like kind of like a little bit of nature trying to reclaim itself in the end. Like the further they get away, the more the destruction follows them. Like nature's wrath is unpredictable. So and yeah, and you kill the god essentially, and it wants its head back, but you're also leading the destruction with you. No matter where you go, the destruction will always follow you in the end.
that's true. It does. Um, I do like how each of the characters are introduced. So I love like how we're first introduced to Aishitaka, and then later on we get introduced to Son, who is Princess Mononoke, and then um,
And Monk was another great one.
Monk was pretty hilarious. I liked him, despite the fact that he was a bit of a jerk and like a bit of a backstabber here and there. He was pretty fun. He was pretty fun to watch. I also like how the side characters got more involved within the movie as well, because they're not just there. They're like they have like a reason that they're there, and I like the detail of that, because everybody knows that side characters, they look at them as like irrelevant, like, oh, you're just a side character, when in reality that's not the case with this movie, because they play just as important role as the main people do, because you see their struggle as well, like trying to hold back like everybody at the Iron Fortress and everything. And I thought that was really well done.
And you should, because side characters in reality are still a part of every experience, everything you do, everything you go through. Without the people around you, without the experiences around you, you don't have a life, you don't have a story. You just have you alone miserable. It's important to have understanding that just because you're focused in your world or this person's focused in their world doesn't mean the people around them aren't real, fleshed, and that's the problem a lot of movies have is they make secondaries and extras so flat, so dry they don't feel real, and that can take you out of the moments of the stories.
That's correct. Because they gave because if you look at the side characters like the ladies in the like the ladies at the Iron
They're
Fortress.
believable. They're believable.
They're,
Like
they're
they
very it's very believable, and that's why I feel is and I agree with your point, Eagle Rider, because if you when you look at it now, all the side characters we've been introduced, half of them fell flat, and it's like, how can I cheer for this
separate
character?
you from the other person.
How can I am I supposed to care about this character? Because you gotta feel like the connection with it and the pure enjoyment, like, oh, hey, it's such and such, yeah, he's in this, or oh, it's one of the princess's guards, yeah, she's in it, she's fighting for the princess.
And that also speaks to the voice actors, not just the storyboarder. Because if you have voice actors who don't put their all in it, it becomes, well, it's that voice actor again. I know this voice anywhere. It's them in every character. It's not a unique situation. Whereas a proper voice actor can make you feel the character even while recognizing them.
Definitely, definitely. There's a reason why I
And
love the
his
late.
movies have amazing casts when they do the U.S. versions.
Oh, like again, like Mononoke,
People
Mononoke. You know, Howl's
always
Moving
people
Castle
always
is a big
argue.
one.
Mm-hmm.
Big one. Kristen. When you see that name, you say, "Wait, Kristen Bale? Oh, he loves love."
Everything in his movies, when you get to the U.S. versions, everything from Hartman to freaking, I mean, it's insane.
Like even Liam Neeson has no reason to be in an anime yet he's in it. I'm
He's
like,
that
wow.
good. And Patrick Stewart, that really caught me off guard.
Oh yeah, not naughty. Was how do you say it? Nadia? How do you
No,
what's
Nausicaa Valley of the Wind.
yeah, that one. Like that had a big star cast, and you're like, they got Sir Patrick. Yep, they have him and a very young
Look,
Shia LaBeouf at the time.
look at all of his movies, all of them, even the obscure ones that
Oh,
are really weird and
congratulations,
rare
Timothy.
stories and
I'll have to
ones that
check it
most
out.
people don't know. You look at the cast and you'll see everything from like Cloris Leachman and Betty White as an old spinster couple in one movie too. I mean, it's like insane the cast that he gets when he goes to the US versions. And whereas a lot of anime, I feel like the dubbing over and all that loses a lot. With his, he really captures it because he really finds these huge names who can really personify the character.
Like even the recent one, like they got like all the big ones. You know, Christian Bale's back. You got Willem Dafoe, Robert Pattinson. You have oh my goodness, her name is escaping me all of a sudden, but the actress from Midsummer and a few others. I'm like, holy crap, you got everybody in here, and of course, you know, you got yourself. Oh my goodness,
You,
his name is escaping me.
I
That
was
just
gonna,
shows you how
I was
talented
gonna
they are.
say one of the voice actors in Mononoke I recognized because I didn't see it when it was first released. I saw it when in college, and so I heard one of the voice actors and I went, "Holy shit, that's Bender."
Yep, John Domingo.
that yeah,
We
that
were
one
talking
really.
about that a little bit. Early career, but John Domingo is
Mm-hmm.
interesting. And I think that's what someone said smart that when you look at actors' young career or where they were, it's very interesting to hear them. Like, and John Domingo, I'm like, yep, that's
Mm-hmm.
still John Domingo, but
It's very
before 10.
old and new. It's like certain voices you just they move you when you hear them. It's like Kiki made me bawl my eyes out because by the time they actually released the U.S. version was after Hartman had been murdered by his wife, and so listening to all of his work he put into that because it was right after he finished doing the voice acting and filming for
Oh yeah,
that
that's
he
right.
died,
He was the cat. Yeah,
and he was one of the main characters. And hearing him throughout that almost made me want to bawl because of what he went through and what happened to him. But the thing was also that he played the part so well. You could feel it, you could understand it, you could everything he was doing. He felt like he was that character, even though we know he was playing a cat. And he was exactly known for those kinds of characters, anyways. And it showed just the depth of the character.
Precisely, and that's why the Miyazaki films are so well regarded, and I feel like any up and coming artists, whether it be hands drawn or anything, I feel like that these movies need to be studied as well. If you're going into a field like that, it's important to take notes as well upon like learning the style, like how to bring the characters to life, how to make the side characters feel just as important and just as vibrant and not dull and forgetful. Because if your movie or show can't stand up on its own, then you did something somewhere. Then something went wrong
There's a
in the
reason why
production
I
line.
love Miyazaki. Part of that is how he inspires a lot of people, like from both Eastern and Western animation. But it's like everyone just keeps saying, there's something that it's he has a film for everyone, the young and the old, the smart, the innocent. Like there's a reason why I always loved Kiki to Leave the Service as a kid, and I never could understand why I liked it
You
until
say this,
recently.
and I'm literally trying to remember how many freaking movies I actually have that are his. Because holy crap,
He's done a lot.
I've
He's done a
I've got
lot.
a shelf I collected because for a while before they started moving away from selling a lot of physical media and a lot of the companies, they were like had an entire section in Best Buy that was just collector's editions of his movies over here. And so I like every time I had a few bucks and had a payday, I went in there and got one, you know?
By the way, this is the little booklet that comes with my copy.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember. I remember that. Yeah.
the
Yeah, I
the
still have mine a few cards
detail
downstairs right now.
the detail is just so amazing. I
Chef
just love
Kiss,
like the
Chef Kiss.
and also there's the Kodama, probably
Oh, the
one of my
Kadamas are
favorite little.
they are adorable. Honestly, they are just
I I
adorable.
I like I love them because I thought they were a clever way to introduce like our first introduction to like the I want to say I feel like they're
That
more.
specific area where you're supposed to be in the main part of the movie when you get to that 1/3 mark, where they say like if you go there, people don't come back. And again, it's that small little detail. You go from the city that he's in to let's get out of here. The monk talks about this place. It's a great setup for the monk to say, "See you later, kid," because he knows exactly where to go. He's just leading him in that direction. And again,
And
there's that battle. There's soldiers there. It's a clever way to build to say,
Well,
"Wow,
controller.
that's beautiful." You
oh,
say,
critic.
"Wow," or you say, "Wow, that's beautiful." You say, "That's absolutely beautiful."
Mm-hmm.
I also love the humor in the movie as well, and the humor and the comedy in it is really well is like done in
Hey, my
an
arm's healed.
absolute
Ow,
fashion
nope.
because
Again, those
it's
women, they
so.
made me laugh.
And also when he's like holding up that gold nugget, like, hey, does anybody know how where we can find the value of this? Probably 50 bags of rice, and everybody's like gasping as he goes higher and higher and higher. It's just so hilarious. And I'm like, congratulations, Big Mouth. You just painted a target on them. But that's why the humor is so great because it's not forced. It's not thrown away or anything. It's craftily done and still hilarious. No matter how many times you see it, it's just the delivery is good. It's on point, and it's humorous. And of course, all the ways as well, seeing Aishitaka and everything, and just the humor and all that is what you expect.
It is. I remember watching the first time. but I haven't watched it unfortunately in a while, so I'm kind of
That's
full of
fine.
memories here. But I remember when I watched it the first time, and I wasn't sure where I was going to think of it because when you get clips people send you, his movies don't work in clips because
Oh
they just come out
no.
weird and
No, they do not.
disturbing, and they don't make sense because people try to clip like this 15-second bit, and it's like illogical as hell in that context. And so I wasn't sure because trailers and clips were not good. But when you see the movie, it's so much better than everyone made it look by doing that.
That
And
was something on the Blu-ray special that they had as well. They showed you some of the promos. I'm like, it was like, what is this movie? But then you get to an actual trailer, you're like, now this is making sense. Or you watch the movie, like Eagle said,
Which is
now
why
this
I'd
is so
rather
much
it
better.
be. Which is why I'd rather it be. If somebody asks me about Princess Mononoke or any of the Miyazaki films, I just immediately send the trailer to them. Like I share the video of the trailer to them rather than just by clips because you can't condense it
yeah,
in that short amount of time. The trailer is there for a reason.
and the trailers are better than clips, but even those they don't do it justice. Not compared to the movies are because the scenes are so intricate in their ways, and there's so much kooky, crazy, and off the wall stuff thrown in through his movies that when you try to condense it, you lose so much of the feel of it, the flow of it. And it just, his stuff does not work to shorten. It's not meant as clips and trailers. It's meant as an experience that you stay in place, you interact with, you explore yourself through. It's meant to feel through your emotion, feel through your heart, and not through moments. And which is also why it's amazing it's still so beloved to so many as we get into this culture where everyone wants everything to easily be broken down into little clips and shorts and ticks and all that stuff, you know?
I agree, and because you can do so much with clips and everything, but with the trailer, it's so much better. Like you get a more logical understanding. It's like, okay, I actually like this. I
The
want
clips look
to see.
weird, the trailer is okay, and you get in the movie and it's epic.
Yep, and it's like, oh, this is way better because you don't want to scare the new viewer. You don't want to scare the new one. You want to introduce them to that world because I recommend this to any anime fan who's coming into the who just started their own journey in the fandom of anime. It's like give these ones a try when you get around to them. As far as movies is concerned, and it's just amazing how well it stands up even now. I mean, as Sound Joker said earlier, if this came out today, I'm pretty sure it would still have the same impact as it does now, all these years later.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
definitely. That's why we call them timeless classics for a reason. It
And it's
stood the
earned
test
that, and
of time.
it's
It's
earned
earned
that
it.
title.
It's earned it.
It earned it because it give it time and see if people remember it. And you can't. The word classic gets thrown around too much, and rightfully so. I mean, it does. However, I feel like give a movie 20 years and it's still a classic. Because if you go out to one of these newer movies, wait 5 years, like, oh, it's such a classic. It hasn't been out
No, it's
that
not.
long.
Or like how quickly you forget it. Actually,
Yeah, exactly. The reason why it's such a classic is because it's that well made and it's that good, and you
like,
remember the details when you talk about it.
I mean, like
Okay,
the
so
reason why.
let me ask either of you a question. Outside of anime, can you think of something that's come out in the last 10 years that you actually vividly remember now? And not because
Actually,
it sucked.
Oh no! Wait.
not because it sucked. There was
Yeah. I
actually
didn't
a
hear your
really good.
answer. That was the finishing my sentence I had to swallow.
That's okay. That's okay. Aside from the Dark Knight and Batman Begins, that's as far back
Were
as I
those
can
actually
remember.
within the last 10 years?
Yes, actually, The Dark Knight 2008. So Dark Knight
Yeah,
Rises.
2008 is actually 15 years ago.
15 years actually. I probably remember like the scene that I remember the most is from an action movie. It's gonna be love or hate 'em, Transformers 2, Dark of the Moon. It's the force fight sequence. That's the
Yeah.
sequence it sticks in your head. Like, sure, an actual sequence can happen anywhere, but a Transformers battle in the force, that's in your mind forever. Or like Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, the infamous Maelstrom fight that went on for so long. Like, it's a Maelstrom fight in a Pirates movie. That's
Because
epic.
I've tried to think about it, and I really can't think of much of anything that's within the last 10 years, not slightly before or stuff, that was something that had an appeal to me, and I remember it years later, except
Probably
for
have to say
going,
La La
oh, that was
Land,
overrated, you know?
but that's close enough.
And so outside of anime, I don't have much that I've connected to like that in the last few years. It's new. I mean, there's a few animes that are pretty recent that I'm actually kind of enjoying, but modern Western culture, no. I don't even hardly know if I would count any of the before Marvel tanked after that, because by the time it got past 10 years ago, they were already starting to get less entertaining. You know?
Less entertaining.
I
People, the studios want their big, massive blockbuster franchise that they can always keep going back to again and again and again. But we've seen how it has failed. The MCU after Phase 4, no one remembers Phase 4. Phase 5 is just whatever. There was another franchise that tried to start it with Warner Brothers. They tried to get their King Arthur series going, but it didn't do so well at the box office. The reviews were all over the place, and if you did like it,
Ah,
it's like sorry, but they spent too much money on movie number one and said it was supposed to be part of a 6 film series. All the sequels got canceled immediately.
I guess I could say the first couple of the Guardians of the Galaxy, because I thought they were better than the rest of Marvel, but then even that's not what it used to be anymore. But
Mm-hmm.
those ones I at least really enjoyed. But there isn't much that come out of any of the mainstream in a decade that has any appeal to me now. And that's actually really tragic, because there's so much being made. There should be something for everybody. And it's really telling
precisely.
how much they're rigging things to only certain people's appeal, or really just not putting the effort to make things epic anymore. That there's
Even
so
there's
little
a,
that
Exactly.
so many people can connect to now.
and that's why there's like almost like every once in a while you will get something that's like the big push. Again, I still like Spider Verse. I'm glad there's more push to say you should make animation different, have different styles, but don't make it too
I
crowded
could
where
say
every
that
film looks
the
the same now. I'm
I
glad
mean
Guillermo del Toro he got his animation film out for Pinocchio, and it's been championed. Animation is cinema. It is a medium. It is not a genre for kids. I'm like, bravo, but those are the rare ones. Those are the rare ones. Heck, even Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. It's not even a year. Well, it will be a year old. But holy crap, that film came out of nowhere for a lot of people, and it's like it's a Shrek movie about Puss in Boots,
See, I
and
don't
it
know if I can do
blew
it,
up.
because the ads for it made my eyes hurt, because they changed the animation style, and I can see the errors and flaws in the lighting more. And it literally, I was getting a headache trying to watch the ad.
And then you watch the film, they're like, now it makes more sense, but
No,
it can still
it's
be a
not. It's
headache.
not an issue of making sense. The effects, the way they drew it, is changed from the first Puss in Boots.
Oh,
The ad actually
drastically.
was hurting my eyes, because I could actually see the errors in the animation,
Oof.
because my
that
eyes are
is true.
extremely light sensitive. And so, as much as I love Puss in Boots stuff, and I actually do like the Shrek stuff, I have no interest in watching it because it was making my eyes hurt. And that's actually kind of sad too, because they had such an amazing quality in the first Puss in Boots, and they didn't have the quality in the animation in this new one. And a lot of people tuned out and didn't want to watch it because of that.
Exactly, and I mean I love the series and everything, but I did notice the errors in the animation as well. I'm like, that's not supposed to happen. where did that one come from?
And he just
But
doesn't look as sharp and as well designed.
Oh, we got more people.
Mhm.
See if they
hi,
join.
Hey,
Freaky.
Freaky.
Casey's here.
I
Bubba
can.
says
I mean, you can make the case. You can make the case with the Super Mario movie because that one really shattered expectations, and I legitimately enjoyed it because I went in with an open mind. I'm like, okay, I played the game and everything, and I had a lot of I had a lot of people ask me, "Hey, is this movie good?" When it came out, people were asking me, "Hey, is this movie good?" I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good. You don't have to play Mario. You don't have to play the games to know who Mario is. You could still go in and enjoy it for what it is. Just a cinematic animation style movie with a lot of action and humor in it. And it
Even despite it being elimination, which I still have some problems with, the fact that they even knocked it out of the park, I'm like, all right, I want to see what you do now. So you really impressed me. Like maybe Nintendo was looking at them saying, "Don't mess it up." But whatever the case is, I say good job to them. Hopefully the sequel comes out. And I've been saying this a lot. Like I honestly want to see one of my favorite studios from Japan, Kyoto Animation, do a Zelda series. Like that would be awesome. They would
I
be the
mean,
perfect fit
in
for
that
Zelda.
style, in that style and how it was done with the Super Mario, I feel like you could do it in style, and it would still capture the essence of of the Zelda series, like the games and everything. It's still there, and it was you could tell that a lot of love went into it and a lot of effort went into it. And I agree with Eagle Rider. There's a lack of effort in the movies
The
because
lack of
it's
effort
so.
in the animation style is really bothering me because when we were really getting into the computer animation and you had the era where they did Shrek and Ice Age and all that, they were really putting so much effort in to try to really make it look pretty, to make it pop to your eyes, to make
Like
it
even Kung Fu Panda, I love
special.
how Kung Fu Panda. That's what I remember.
Same
That
era,
was,
you know.
yep.
But you see the ones that they're making as sequels and prequels to those movies now, and you look at the animation quality, and it's not the same. And actually, about the only thing I've seen that actually had good animation quality in the last 10 years was the stupid movies they made for Angry Birds, which had no right being that funny or that well animated for that shit ass game.
I agree with you on that one.
Because the movies are actually funny as hell, and the games suck. It's like it's a stupid app game that sucks, and the movies are actually funny and endearing. It's like, how the hell did that happen?
I
The
agree.
second one is also freaky. You have to check it out. They're fucking. I don't know how they managed to make such good movies out of such a shit game.
I think we were talking about like the whole animation style and anything. I think the ones that really, and I mean really, made people say, "Huh? This was made by." I think people know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Arcane.
Mm-hmm.
You can talk about that style, whatever, but I'm like, how in the world did you go from making character trailers for League of Legends to them saying, "You want to do a full show?" And that's over the course of years and years of them practicing, learning, doing different animation techniques, perfecting their art style to make it pop for the big show that's on Netflix. And it's like, huh? It still blows my mind. Like, how in the world did you go from the Jinx character introduction trailer to now? It's fantastic. It's amazing.
And we should be improving. There's no reason with the technology we have now that things should be getting less quality.
And
And
that's exactly.
they are so much across the board. They're just cheapening the effects over and over. And there were magical effects. Look at freaking Lord of the Rings was gorgeous effects 20 plus years ago. And you got stuff today they're making that's supposed to be in the same style that the effects look
It's
like
like
shit compared to it.
I can watch. Here's the funny thing. I can watch. Believe it or not, I can watch the 2016 Warcraft movie and their orcs are far more believable than what you will see any other CGI creature releasing today. It's like you made that back in 2014, 15. Movie comes out in 2016. You made that.
Look at Hellboy. Look at Hellboy.
Oh yeah, Del Toro's Hellboy. Del Toro's. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That still holds up, and those
Holds
were
up.
amazing because the way the characters looked and how the creatures looked, and I legit I would be pissing my pants if I ran into one of the into Samael and all the other creatures in an alley. I'd be pissing my pants.
And yes, I
I'm
use
like,
Lord of the Rings a lot for references because I just still, for
oh no,
fantasy
that's
movies, I
completely
find it god
no, that's
tier.
completely
I
fine.
find it god tier in fantasy movies. Absolutely.
Oh wait, hold on. Some
Fucking
there's
amazing.
Freaky. How about
Hey,
Geeky?
Freaky.
You see one join?
He'll
So
be
first we
here
discussed the
soon.
movie, and now we're debating why it's better and worse than different things in the culture. So,
Cool.
but yes, it's like the culture has lost its way so much because even look at the Marvel stuff and look at the special effects in the early movies when more of us were into it before they started really putting all their propaganda in all of
Like
it.
they actually made
Oh, yeah.
the Iron Suit. Like
Before they went nutso and turned Thanos into some Greenpeace bitch who just wanted to prevent us from destroying the world shit and went stupid as fuck with everything. When they were building up to the stuff, the effects were beautiful. The movies were great. I even freaking liked Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. for the first few seasons. And then they just like
I even
suddenly
liked
started
Thor.
really hanking.
Like Kenneth Bragan's Thor. Sure, you can look at it now. It still holds up, honestly. Like it was actually a good movie. It was just wasn't quite accepted. But now you look at like yeah, it had still has its flaws. But I'm like, I take that Thor versus what Thor became nowadays. I'm like,
Yeah.
Hmm.
And the sad thing is, I think one of the things that to me bothers me is while it's not necessarily the most popular opinion, I absolutely fucking hate Ruffalo as Hulk. I can't stand him.
There's a connection. There's Bubba.
Sorry, Kiko. Hi.
I try to help when I'm here. You know me.
Hey, Bubba.
Howdy.
Hey, Bubba. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I'm sorry I ain't been around so much here lately. It's been busy as all hell.
I know. I don't get to talk too much anymore.
Mm.
Pout face, right? I just love when people start bitching at you and I start insulting what you said and they're all like confused because we're joking and taking shots at each other and laughing and then telling them to go fuck off at the same time. It's always fun when you can confuse your haters.
Oh,
I know I'm terrible.
I need this.
Being terrible is one of my best features.
But it's also
Gigi, have you seen Princess Mononoke? Give us your thoughts about that. Well, I'd love to hear your thoughts. So there.
geeky.
Okay, what are we talking about, Princess Mononoke?
So let's explain it, man.
Well, this was an idea that popped in my head. I'm like, I haven't done this in a while, so I'm like, you know what? Why don't I just do a group one? Like, we'll do. It's a random anime I picked out of like my collection, and everything, and I thought, hey, let's talk about this one. So basically, it's a review and a discussion, and we went over like why it still holds up, the symbolism behind it. When did we first
Oh,
see
absolutely.
it, and everything in between?
By the way, if you're going to do this again, give us notice so we can get a chance to rewatch the things first so we've watched them more recently.
Well,
Lazy bastard.
No,
Probably should find it.
this is an easy one. If you want,
well,
Let's find that.
if you're,
I don't. I don't recall things well because of my memory, so I need to
Oh, yeah, that's,
rewatch
oh,
it right
yeah,
before.
yeah, that's okay, okay.
Well,
So
the main
Okay. When you put it into that, when you put it like that, you go, okay, you get the pass on this one. You get the pass.
I
well
remember
the
things as you guys tell me and remind me. That's why I said next time, give us a little notice so I can rewatch so it's fresher in the brain. So I don't feel like I'm trying to
Okay.
stretch my old memories.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'll say this, like one of my aspects, because a lot of people look at that and they see, it's at the very basis, it's a story about corruption. You see the visible symbols of corruption, like when when the beast gods, give in to their hatred and anger and all that. That's one thing, but you also see that humanity is no different. And I do like, because people say, well, it's an anti in industry story. It really isn't. There, the people needed industry to survive. That's true enough. What the story is against was humanity taking too much, was becoming greedy and taking more than what they needed, and that therein lies the main conflict of the story. It is one of the best Hayao Miyazaki movies. Not that there's ever been a bad one, though. I will tell you, the one where the guy is the airplane engineer, that one, or architect or whatever, that one was really boring. Like um, but he was like a World War II airplane
The New
engineer or
Riders.
something. Like, yeah, that one. Holy crap, that one, I could not get through that one. And I'm also going to be honest with you. I will never, like, I saw it all the way through once. It was an excellent movie. It got its point across. I have absolutely no intention of ever watching Grave of the Fireflies ever again.
Oh, wow.
Me neither.
But beyond that, like I said, my sister, her favorite has always been Princess Mononoke. That was that. So she did, like, I had my usuals, like when we didn't have it, when there was nothing new out to rent at Blockbuster or whatever. I had my usuals. That one was hers, and so and it is one of those things, like, mom would not usually wouldn't let us rent movies we had seen before unless she had tried to buy them for us and couldn't find them anywhere. And that, back then, trying to buy anime in the late '90s, was kind of a pain. So yeah. Anyway, so we saw that a handful of times as kids. I do like how Cinemark does the Ghibli Fest, where in the fall, and you can see that they'll re-show a lot of those movies. And of course, my fiance and my sister have very similar tastes in movies. So if I don't feel like going and seeing The Cat Returns for the 5th time in the theater, I can just send my sister with her, and it works great. Um, but yeah, but don't get me wrong, I love The Cat Returns, and that it's a great film, but you one can see it too many times in a movie theater setting. So sometimes you just want to sit at home, which is very rare for me, because I usually like to be out and about and up in the middle of everything. But yeah, no,
I'm so shocked.
I know it's hard to believe, but
I know. I couldn't believe it at all. I so think of you as such a subtle, soft person. Does that sound believable?
Well, I have my moments. Anyway, but yeah, no, ain't either of us winning an Oscar award here. But anyway, the point is, yeah, I like to think of myself as an inspiration. But anyway,
well, it doesn't mean it's true. It just means you like to think of yourself that way.
You can say that. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I'll wait until you finish, Bubba. Carry on.
Oh, this was about to devolve into banter with Rosetta. So no, we're good. We're
No, we
good.
were already
Go,
devolved. We were turning it into absolute immaturity.
well, that's what I'm saying. It's best to stay on topic. So go ahead. If you got some on topic, I can
We can give you
I
shit
can
later
succeed the stage.
backstage.
I do.
Yeah.
Well, I have watched Princess Mononoke, and when it comes to what Bob has said about like, oh, it's about humanity like taking too much, but at the same, he's right, but at the same time, he's kind of wrong. No disrespect for anything, but the way I see it, but when it comes to like this movie, there's like loads of things. Excuse me. There's a lot of things going for it. When we first look at the movie, we think, oh, let me guess, it's humans taking too much. Oh, the humans are destroying the woods and they're killing the animals and all that stuff. But when you see it from the human's perspective, the people who's like working in this like this big massive what's it called? This big massive what's it called? This furnace thing with that woman and all that stuff. All they're trying to do is just trying to like live like take of what I wouldn't say like take of what how do I say this? It's more like they're just taking what they need to do in order to like survive, and that's what everybody wants. And listen, I'm not like trying to like justify what the humans are doing, but at the same time, this is what humans do all the time in order to survive. I mean, it's an ugly thing, and we all know it. But when you look at the people that's working in this big massive fortress thing, I mean, they're not like bad people at all. I mean, they're just there to like survive, and that's what I love about Princess Mononoke. Nobody is the bad guy. I mean, everybody just wants to survive. Everybody wants to be comfortable, and that's the beauty. That's the beauty of this movie. I mean, there's no bad guys. I mean, yeah, you don't get me wrong. I mean, there's going to be like people, no, animals who says we have to go to war with these humans. We have to go to war with these humans and kill them all so we can protect the forest. And there's humans who says, listen, we got to kill these animals because they're in the way. We want to make a home for ourselves. We want to do things for ourselves. We want to be able to like provide for ourselves and all that stuff. And then you've got like the third party, which is this guy who's trying to like take the head of the of this forest spirit, so he would get the immortality for it, an emperor or something like that. I mean, even to an extent, that guy's trying to like trying to what's it called? Trying to like have, be comfortable for himself. Like he wants to like have all that money that the emperor is trying to like all that money that the emperor is going to give to people if you can find a way for them to find immortality, right? And that's the beauty of what I love about this movie. I mean, everybody just wants to like live in peace. People want things to they, sorry, I'm still in a loss. I do apologize for that. What I'm trying to say is it's not like a black and white movie. It's a grey movie. I mean, you can disagree with the animals, you can disagree with the humans, you can disagree with like with all these different animals and people, but at the same time, you kind of understand what they're coming from. I mean, what's that character's name? The female lead character, not Princess Mononoke, but the one who's like working in this like big massive fortress thing. What's her name?
Oh God.
That was
Well, you know,
Asking me names.
It's been a long time
asking me
since I've
names,
seen it, but I
don't
see.
remember names.
But anyways, yes.
Yeah. Well, but that was the thing. That was the thing. You're right. You're right. But if I could just real fast, that's what I meant by it being a movie about corruption. Because, like you said, nobody's innocent. Nobody. The animal gods, the forest spirits, like all of them have their, they're all. You can call it a quest for survival, but where they all aired is it became a quest for power.
And where we've talked about in humanity, in our own history, even in the worst oppressions, even in the worst genocides or invaders, there's always bad guys on both sides. There's always people who are trying to erase the other people. Even with the issues we talked about with native stuff, there's always good and bad on both sides and mistakes on both sides. When we try to dehumanize everyone as good or evil, it doesn't work. And it doesn't work in movies either because it doesn't feel realistic or human.
But if you think about it, I mean, throughout human history, everyone always says, "Oh, we're the good guys. We're the good guys. We're always the good guys." I mean, these people who's trying to Earth, they're the bad people or animals in this movie, and that's what's so fascinating. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I love a good good versus evil movie like any other person, but at the same time, I mean, when you look at these people in this fortress thing, I mean, you can tell they're not bad people. They're just trying to survive, and it's the same with the animals. They just want to be left alone. They want their forest to be left alone, and it's for me, it's one of those complicated situations that that I really really love, because I mean when it comes to complicated situations, I mean it just brings out more interesting elements for the story. Like I said, I mean Princess Mononoke hates this woman that's in this fortress, and she hates the humans for what they're doing to the forest. But when it comes to this woman, I mean she's trying to help people. She brought women that was being prostituted in these brothels, and she's helping these people that suffer from this disease, what's it called, leprosy. She's helping these people who has leprosy, and I mean at first you think, oh, she must be a terrible woman or stuff, but when you see what she's trying to do and what she wants to do and all that stuff, I mean you kind of do sympathize with her, but at the same time you know she's like I said, it's one of those complicated situations. And don't get me wrong, I'm not siding with humans and the animals should just move aside. All I'm saying is, I mean when it comes to the animals, you want these animals to take back their land and all that stuff. But at the same time, you understand where the humans are coming from, especially from that human woman that's in this fortress. But when it comes to Princess Mononoke, she hates the humans. She sees them as these monsters that killed her mother, and that's what's so freaking great about this movie. It's complicated situations, and I freaking love that. And this is something that needs to happen in the movies these times.
Because we
I love
need
it.
depth and story. And look, there can be a clear, even in some of his movies, there can be ones that have clear good side, clear bad side. But even in those cases, there's still good and bad within each side. There's still complications, and nobody's just lockstep in everybody else's thought process. And that is one thing I have a problem with in a lot of these movies that are out in society beyond his stuff, is they create this monolithic view where everybody of this race or everybody of this culture or everybody of this group are all in step with doing this and that, and they're all behind it, and they're all either good or evil. And it's that's not reality. It never is. There's always complications. There's always depth. There's always more,
I agree.
And
it also shows that it's hard to tell a cohesive story with everything going on.
I was thinking there's another way to look at it here too. Also, think of it as you're talking about, you don't want to necessarily root for the humans or animals at times. It's the same way I feel with the whole situation with hunting and stuff. Is everyone knows I'm mountain girl. I grew up hunting and all that stuff. I'm also extremely outspoken against trophy hunters and poachers and stuff. And there are people in the hunter community who don't think there's anything wrong with trophy hunting. I have a problem with it because you're wasting your life. And so there's levels in everything where it depends on the person, it depends on the situation. And it's not a cut and dry, one is good, one is evil, everything. And I've seen plenty of people who will compare all hunters to poachers. That's the same thing. No, it's not what it is. And when you don't give the depth, you don't give the full story.
And it also, where that line gets gray is there are trophy hunters that do not waste the meat after they use it. Did they need to go and kill the animal to get that meat? No, but they are respectful enough to use the meat as it's intended. Yeah. So, I mean,
that's borderline if it's actual trophy hunting at that point. We may keep a trophy, but if you're using the meat, it's not by definition what they classify as trophy hunting. But that's a whole other discussion.
Yeah. Well, and you don't get a whole lot of meat out of the head.
I agree. I agree. I agree with Eagle. I mean, when it comes to like trophy hunting, I mean, if you're just killing animals just for the sake of just killing animals, so you can just put it in like in your house, saying that, oh, you see this bear? I took it down with my barons or something. Just to like to brag about stuff. But
Mhm.
people who actually like kills the animal just like for food and if that's what you're going for, then I say go for it. But if you're just killing animals just for the sake of killing them, I mean, those sort of people need to have that license taken away from them. You know.
I do
Well,
know
but
some.
there
I,
are,
one second, I'll actually say something that'll actually defend your point a little bit. I do know some who
yeah,
they do like the challenge, they do like the hunt, but they want to help people. So they specifically will hunt for those who are too disabled or stuff to do it and actually donate it to stuff. That's a completely separate thing.
Oh,
When
yeah,
people say trophy hunters, and this is where I think some hunters get caught up in it, is they try to lump everybody who keeps a trophy or everybody who likes the challenge into just trophy hunting. When people call it out, they're calling out the waste, the keeping this trophy and not taking care of things, or just doing it because you want to kill, and that side of it. And so that's where this dichotomy between the two sides comes in. Make sense?
oh, absolutely. I would like to bring up though population control hunting, that because that is a thing, and there are certain species that if they didn't kill them, they would overeat and destroy other species.
Yeah.
So
Conservation is a whole other discussion, and it definitely isn't
yeah,
trophy hunting, but not every
yeah,
species that you have to
but
do
they do hold
conservation kills
competitions.
on. Not every species you have to do conservation kills
I'm,
on can you actually use for meat. So there's issues with that, but try to find a way to use what you can of it. Try to use the fur
yeah,
if you can, something. Don't just waste it, you know?
I agree.
absolutely.
Actually,
Yeah,
actually,
absolutely.
speaking of which, years ago there was this there was this like series on like the History Channel or something. It was called Rat Bastards, and there would like, be these hunters where they would like kill these in safe. What's that word? Incisive in what's that? Yeah,
Invasive.
that's the word. That's the word. They would go to these like swamps to try and kill like these big giant rats because they're not supposed to like to be there, and they're like destroying like the swamp and all that stuff. And I mean something like that is okay because I mean these animals aren't supposed to be there because they like destroying the ecosystem. I mean that's another thing
That's
that I agree
completely
on.
different. I've done conservation hunts. I've done work with conservation groups and stuff. That's a completely different thing for sure. It's not wasteful. You're trying to prevent mass die outs and trying to prevent destruction of the land and other stuff. You're trying to help every species breed and survive as best they can, as much as they can. And that comes to
Hmm.
safety too, because you look at deer. If you don't have people hunting them and eating them, if they overpopulate and overbreed, they start eating everything, consuming everything, and then hundreds of species all start starving and dying out.
Hmm.
So yeah, do your part. Eat venison. I mean, because they overpopulate so much.
They're actually trying to like trying to bring back the wolf in the UK, and I'm like, what? Hold on, you're planning on bringing freaking wolves back into the country so they can eat these deer? I mean, this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to like bring back like extinct species back into the into the country. I mean, okay, not like bring them back from the dead, but I'm like getting like other animals that that's similar
I
to
mean,
the
I
animals
mean,
that used to live in the. I'm sorry,
there's
go on.
balances to that, because I will say there's a shameless amount in the UK, England area where the government had this insatiable desire to kill off anything that was ever a threat to any person, even though it was native there and belonged in the ecosystem.
Yeah.
And that's why it's such a pussified state now with what they have for animals. However, the ecosystem there has also adapted for hundreds of years since they started doing that. And
Ah.
just wildly dropping things in without paying attention to what's happening can also be a issue. So it needs to be done carefully and respectfully and safely. And that's something I highly doubt they're going to do.
Well, let's hope they don't bring back in wolf because I mean there'll be quite a few deaths on the wolf's part. I tell you that now.
And meanwhile, I go out and photograph wolves all the time.
I love wolves. They're beautiful animals.
Have you actually seen my photos?
No, I haven't.
Holy crap! I just realized you're not anywhere but in these streams, and we haven't actually had one doing photo stuff for a while. I'm gonna have to show you some. You're gonna have to hop over to one of my streams sometime.
Okay, no
I
problem.
did catch glimpses. I did catch glimpses here and there during my late night escapades.
And we got all over all kinds of topics, but that's okay. This is us. We never stay on topic that well. Believe me, if this stream wasn't trying to be semi-focused and at least keep the topics relevant to the things we experienced in this, I would be showing off so much, it's not even funny, my photos.
Well, but to be fair, this everything we've talked about, except for you and me arguing with each other, everything we've talked
It
about
is
has
relevant to the
been
topics in the movie that we
branched
would
off.
talk about.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're actually more on topic than we usually stay in this group.
Go us.
But there's a part of me that
I
likes
love these
showing off. I admit it fully.
I love these conversations.
It's just as soon as he said he likes wolves, I so want to show him a specific picture right now.
Go ahead.
1 second.
And it does relate to the topic. Don't worry. We're in the clear on this. It's okay.
All right, I'll be terrible for a second, brag a little bit.
When you're at your terriblest, you're at your best.
Oh, that's so cute. Look at the baby. Look at those ears.
That's not baby. Look at the stomach. That was a pregnant mama.
Oh, pregnant mama on the loose. Uh-oh.
My goodness.
My goodness.
Look at the face. That is resting bitch face personified. That is. I'm tired of carrying these babies around. Fuck you.
These brats are gonna come out. I want to birth already. When the brats coming?
What was that?
I was going to say. I mean, no disrespect to the wolf, but I don't know. I mean, she kind of looks like she has like the face of a fox.
Wild dogs have a very big tendency to intermingle, and most wild dogs are not fully one species or the other. And you will definitely see ones that are extremely mixed. If you can kind of tell how much time I spend around these wild dogs here from what I was showing you. Yeah, I don't have any files of photos, by the way. You said that, so I was going to see if I can find this one real quick, because it's no, wrong year. Okay. Back to this one. I swear, I don't spend that much time out taking pictures. And if you believe that, I got you some gorgeous property. This one, they actually caught and tested.
Oh,
Was part fox, part wolf, part coyote. This was when he was a
he's
puppy.
the freaking wheeze.
Oh.
He's a mongrel, and this was when he was a puppy. So yeah, the wild dogs will intermingle like hell. They just do.
It's hard to believe that a fox and a wolf would intermingle. I mean, look at the size of the freaking foxes.
Coyote. The big thing is usually okay. First of all, I have actually seen really small dogs breed with large dogs before in house dogs. But if you actually look at it, usually it's the fox mates with a small coyote, and then the coyote family mates with the wolf, and it mixes that way. I'm looking for a specific picture, but I've completely forgot which year it's in, and I'm getting totally sidetracked from my brain right now. Because I was trying to show you the other one, but fuck if I remember anything right in this moment. My brain is like completely fried. But yeah, this gives you kind of a clue what kind of shit I do, doesn't it?
And these are photos that you took?
All of it, yeah.
Wow.
That was a little blurry.
That's amazing.
This folder is completely unsearched and edited yet. This is stuff I have to go through and pick out the prints and stuff out of. But yeah, I take a lot of pictures.
These are really, really good photos.
As I said before, I am actually a photographer. I don't get a lot of chance to really brag it up too much. But
No, these are really, really good photos. I mean, fantastic job.
but before I close this out and go back to what we were saying, I have to show off one thing here.
Oh.
Who's a good bison?
Sorry,
Who's a
beg your pardon,
good
Bison.
fluffy cow that will kill people? Yes, you are. Good fluffy cow.
The amount of patience you have to get these photos, though, is impressive.
So I have some good shots, don't I? And that's one of my early folders.
Plus the I noticed the difference between like your old the old camera you had when we first met to the current one that you just recently got. I noticed
even versus the first camera. My first camera is actually in some ways closer to what I have now in detail, but it had almost no zoom. But it died pretty quickly and didn't become functional. Then I switched to the Canons, which were what I could afford and function with. And I get great shots with them, but the Nikon gets insane fucking shots.
because there's more detail to it. That's the difference.
Okay, since you mentioned that, now I have to show him what you're talking about. So give me one moment. I have to show him what we're talking about now. Why that we're saying that gets so much more detail. So I have to open up the perfect one to show you for that.
See, look at the beautiful detail and all that.
That one is from a few weeks ago in Zutah in North Utah. That's a coyote that they had.
Shy. Oh, but look
that
at
little face is so
though.
cute, isn't it?
How can you not say no to that? How can you not say no to that face? It wants a treat. It wants a treat. How can you say no?
But look at the detail here. If you zoom in at the fur here.
Yes, look at all of that.
My new camera is freaking badass.
It's crisp. It's so clear, and you can tell the color patches from the different ones, like which one stands out more.
I'm so looking forward to taking tons of photos with this new camera because it's just insane what it can do. It's just insane the detail it gets. Zoom in here and actually look at this and the detail around the eye. That's what he was talking about. My new camera's badass. So expect a lot of crazy pictures now that I have a camera that's that kind of detail and a long zoom. And we're starting eagle season. That, by the way, is why I use this name. Is a combination of the tribal spiritual side of me and the fact that I work as a nature photographer and my specialty is tracking and helping catalog care of and protect and photograph eagles.
Wonderful.
So yeah, that's why I have that name. And Anime's just sitting there going, I knew that. I love her stuff, right?
Well, this is for all the new people who don't know who we are. So
I love what I do.
Oh, that reminds me, Eagle. You know, the past couple of weeks. I mean, have you been okay? I mean, is everything all right with you?
I
mean, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want.
I kind of already did it all on stream and posted it. I had a very severe bug bite that got infected to the point I had to get medicine for it, and I apparently developed an allergy to the medicines. So I spent an urgent care visit and 2 emergency visits in 24-hour period to get them to stabilize me from the allergic reaction and get my heart not to spike. And that was a day and a half ago.
Oh.
So part of why I'm sitting here and I could easily join the stream is because I'm not allowed to be up and about doing stuff right now. You've only followed me over on Twitter for years, right? You've shared my photos before. You've never heard of me, right?
As long as you're all right, you know.
I'm doing better. It's stabilizing. It's just going to take a while to fully detox. So, yeah. That's where I'm at. Now, I have the perfect photo that I can show you that'll help us get back on track to the crazy Asians. Actually, one moment here. I just have to go to the stuff that I took over at Reptile Gardens. Do. Da 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 da. Dee 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 dee.
Oh, beautiful.
Komodo dragon.
Those things are monstrous.
It's like human.
Mhm.
I'm taking a nap. Well, okay, I'll pose for you, but I'm half awake right now. I'm half awake. Take my good side, please. This is my lazy good side.
You go to the sign that they have tell you what the animal is, and there are facts on the animal, and it talks about its diet, and it actually lists foolish tourists on it at the place. That's fucking great. I mean, I'm sorry. I know it's terrible, right?
They could also put fun fact: the Komodo dragon went toe to toe with James Bond and nearly won.
And Kookaburra! Kookaburra!
Oh, I'm gonna get like the bird.
Actually, speaking of which, you know these like these chocobo, what are they called? Cookable, what are they called again?
Kookaburra.
Kookaburras. I mean, I hear in Australia that's people like have these guys for pets, or they they're always near humans or something like that.
Yeah, they're one of my husband's favorite birds, so I take pictures of them anytime I can find a place that has them. Yeah,
birds they are.
They're interesting things. All right, now we got us back on track to some of the stuff from foreign places. So let's go back to the topic.
See, let's see. What else is there to talk about? Mononoke. Let's see here.
Okay. So I guess Freaky got introduced to what I do outside of the anime stuff, didn't he?
Super neat.
Yes. Which is not bad. Which is a good thing.
Like, don't want you to talk about the musical. What?
Crazy Nature Girl.
The music is very telling. It goes from quiet to soothing to like ultra and then quiet and down back again.
Look like how the music starts. You get this build up with that piano. Get that. Yep. That's the main melody, and then like every instrument after that gets their chance to play it. The strings, the brass, the percussion. Then they all come together to make this beautiful music. Like, it's not a Miyazaki movie without his favorite composer. It's very, very telling. Like, every scene either has a suspense of danger, like in the opening sequence, or something that's like mystic, awe, like you're playing a video game. Funny enough, he did do the Ni no Kuni games and the anime film, so that's very telling of him.
I need to get back into that series.
It's a good series from what I've been told, so.
It's a great series. So naturally, Level 5 Studios decided to cut ties with their American office, and they shut down the American branch, and now we don't know if we're ever going to get the next one.
Uh-oh.
Great.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring us down, but you know.
But you excel at it.
Well, I'm still upset because Level 5 Studios, their biggest, they had the Professor Layton stuff, but their biggest series was Yokai Watch. I have the third game. Like, I have all the games leading up to it on the 3DS, and then we were supposed to get the fourth one on the Switch, but because of poor marketing decisions in Japan, they didn't have the money to bring it over and localize it in the United States. And so now I'm paying for their stupid ass mistakes. But okay, because I don't get my game that I had been waiting for. But all right.
Where's Bubba's off switch?
No, let him rant.
I'm just giving him crap. He knows it, don't you?
Well, I'm going to say I will. I promise a rant later about this, but right now, the holidays are coming up. They're here. They're on us. They are upon us. And these Hayao Miyazaki films, ever since they cut ties with the big D, Disney, ever since they cut ties with them, not only have they been producing better physical media, but they have been producing more of it and at a better price. So right now, especially, is the time to go out and buy these for the Miyazaki fans or yourself in your life. If you are the only Miyazaki fan in your life, put them on your Christmas list, let your loved ones know, because we need to be buying physical media right now, because starting next year, both Best Buy and Walmart have decided that they are going to start phasing out physical media. And then once you are at the mercy of digital media, they will change things at the drop of a hat, and they will gaslight us as fans. I know I said I'd rant later, but this got me going. They will gaslight us as fans and try to make it seem as if things never changed, as if they've always been like that. So the best thing you can do right now is, whenever you got the money, don't overextend yourself financially, but when you've got the money, look online if you need to, go to the local stores, buy what you love, and make sure that you have the means to play it physically, because we don't know how much longer we are going to be able to just freely go to the store and buy these.
I agree.
I agree.
There is an alternative.
If you want to buy something that's a classic, or find something that's in the dollar bin that no one has ever heard about before, you might find it called classic down there.
Or
it's a good way to save some money too. But like Bubba said, buy the stuff you love at a reasonable price when you have the money. I don't want you to get in debt, but that's the whole war between physical and digital media. It's easy to get something on digital, but it's really not yours. It's really not yours unless you own a physical. You got the physical Princess Mononoke, you have it forever. Forever.
Well, it's also important. It's also important to remember that the amount of money that a artist, or any performer, anybody, that a studio, anyone producing this media, the amount of money they make off of a physical sale versus the amount off of a digital sale is a vast difference. The reason why these big companies are trying to shut down physical media is because they will be able to charge just as much, pay the talent even less, and of course, we won't, like you said, we won't own anything. That we can't just pop it into the DVD player. Hell, I know people who have VCRs. Okay, I have a VCR. Not the point. The point is that DVD players, Blu-ray players, VCRs, cassette players. I have one of those. My sister has a record player for vinyl. The point is that we have these physical copies, and yes, I have I've ripped my CDs and put them on put them onto my MP3 player and everything, or whatever, or I've committed them to blank discs and stuff for long car rides. I'll make a mix CD, because but that's the thing, they will take your ability to do all that. When cars are already, they just had to go through and I promise I'm not getting political, but they just had to do something like in Congress. They had to hire lobbyists on behalf of the consumer to convince the United States government that all cars have to at least have an AM and FM tuner. they were going to try to cut the cost, not cut costs to the consumers, but cut costs to the companies by leaving out the AM tuner. But there is too much, like if there's emergencies or whatever, like there are places that AM radio can reach that even the internet can't. And that's important to remember. And so, right now there is a vicious battle, physical versus digital media. And so many people on the East and West Coast believe, because they haven't had to buy any digital media in years, they believe in decades in some cases. I've talked to people online who have, when I told them I went to go buy the new Mario movie on DVD and Blu-ray, this guy got on there, and he's not normally hateful towards me, but he got on there. He goes, "Man, it sounds like you're still stuck in 2007." And I'm like, have you not bought? I mean, I don't think they understand, like, where I'm at, in the Great Plains here in Oklahoma, where I'm at, especially near the trees and everything, there's no amount of money you put into an internet connection will make your internet perfect. No amount of money up in the Black Hills, for instance, no amount of money will get you the perfect internet connection. There are going to be days you fight with your internet connection constantly. The only places that don't have, or that have the luxury of uninterrupted internet are people on, in huge metropolitan areas, the East or West Coast, or Chicago, or Dallas.
Dude, there's whole sections, not just in the Black Hills, all through Iowa here, even in Cali, visiting there. There's sections once you're outside the city that are completely dead because they're going through mountains or going through deserts and shit. You don't have access unless you're in the cities because of nature is a bitch.
Exactly. Well, and that's the thing. You can't blame nature. Nature's just doing what nature does. Humanity decided
degrading it. I'm saying it.
Oh, I didn't say you were blaming it. But that's the thing. Like, the conversation we're having right now is brought to us by modern technology. But there are times when I can't log on at all. Entire days where I can barely watch a YouTube video, much less join one. And people, like I said, in these major cities on the East and West Coast, they take for granted how easy it is. We're talking about people who've never even had to pay for internet because they've got so many businesses, fast food restaurants or internet cafes. I guess that's a thing too now. That they've got all these businesses around them where they constantly, if they've got if they've logged into it once, it'll just continue wherever they move around. It'll continue to stay hooked up, and it's but of course that's also not 100%. Even if you're
really unsafe.
It is highly unsafe. But again, the point remains that all the money in the world, it does not matter if you're a billionaire. It does not matter if you're, if you live in a penthouse, like if you own a stake in the internet service provider, there will be times, there will be places where your internet signal will not work. And it might be few and far between, but it does happen. So again, to finish off, my rant, buy the physical media of the things you love, because we don't know how much longer we're going to have that as an option.
True.
Wow, you actually have an off switch finally. I mean, no, I actually agree. I absolutely hate this digital stuff, but I still have to give you shit because you said, I'm not going to rant, and then what did you do?
And I acknowledge that.
I know, but I have to give you crap. I have to.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I do acknowledge also your right to give me crap.
You should, because I'm very good at it. I mean, Sorry.
It's to be honest, I mean, I absolutely 100% agree with Bobby here. But at the same time, when it comes to like digital media, okay, like TV shows that you don't see on like TV anymore, like from like years back. I mean, you don't see like any of those things on DVD. I mean, the only places that you'll be able to find them is like online somewhere, like YouTube or any like video platform or any place for that matter. But so I mean, there is some good to like digital media. I mean, there's just like one series that's like in the UK that used to like play like years ago. It was called like the 100 Greatest, and what it was about like these it was about these like people that was like talking about things like the 100 greatest scariest moments, the 100 greatest sad moments, the 100 greatest TV moments from hell. I absolutely. I mean, there was like loads of those things. I absolutely loved them. But the thing is, I mean, you won't be able to find those on DVD simply because there's like all the copywriting and using clips from like shows and movies and all that stuff. I mean, thankfully, I was able to find most of them like online. So I mean, it is like a double-edged sword when it comes to like digital media. But at the same time, I 100% agree with Bubba. We need to have physical media. I mean, you know.
Mhm. No, I mean, like I said, I actually am on that side. I don't like this moving away from physical media shit. However, it's Bubba. I have to give him shit. It's required. It's like air for me. If I don't give Bubba shit, I'll suffocate and I'll die.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, it's very easy to
Well, she's
go
got to do
somewhere.
something with it, or else that's what will suffocate her.
Again, it's very easy to go, let's
Hot
say,
much?
on like Amazon, Hulu, or like a few other places to look for something that's
I mean, maybe that's why you
quick
never
and
shut
easy.
up. Because you have to spew your shit all the time.
Something to look up, like something digital. Like, again, you can look up something that's very digital, it's quick and easy. It might be there, but it's not going to be there forever. The companies are always looking for like, pay us now in order to keep it on the site, but who knows like how long it's going to be on there. Again, anime and I we kind of discussed this a long time ago when Netflix redubbed the classic Saint Seiya series. I was happy. I was very going like, yes, we got Saint Seiya finally fully dubbed for the first time ever since we never got a completed dub. We had the Dick's dub and then another dub even before that. So, but we never have the fully complete original Saint Seiya dub. Then strangely, it's just pulled off the side one day. I'm like, what happened? And now it's on Crunchyroll. That's how like licensing all this stuff is. Like it goes from Netflix one year, off the next. We don't know where it is, and then it's like, oh, now Crunchyroll picked it up with the Netflix stuff. All right, at least it's somewhere, but it's still not going to beat having something that's physical. Like I would love to own the completed dub one day if they ever do it. Like please, I would love to have it.
Well, and there are very few things that I will sail the high seas for, but things that were never released physically, I have parted waters and went through hell to get my hands on a physical version. If I had to acquire them myself and commit them to disc myself, and the thing is that it is getting harder and harder to find. There are entire website domains that no longer exist that we used to be able to go watch stuff. Even pay sites, we used to be able to go watch stuff that we can't anymore. And so I'll tell you, there was this cartoon back when I was a kid. It came on right after the Mask and Ace Ventura animated series, and it was called Project Geeker or GKR. It was made by the creator of Earthworm Jim, Doug TenNapel, and to this day, it is stuck between copyright limbo between CBS and Viacom. The TenNapel himself and the arts or and the animation studio, and because it is buried so deep, it's so obscure, and nobody knows nobody knows it exists. It's going to stay that way. We will never see that brought to a physical copy. and I happen to own a copy that I bought from a shady guy at Comic-Con. So you have to you have to know when, when you have to take a chance on things that you absolutely, pieces of your childhood that you're not going to be able to find otherwise. That there are times when one has to make decisions.
Check private chat on that.
Speaking of which, I have this as well. This is the complete 3 episodes. There was only 3 episodes of this. This is the whole thing. This was very hard to find, and I happen to have the fortune of going to a thrift shop, and there's an anime section, a decently sized one, I might add. This was the first thing I seen, and I literally had to get it. Fought tooth and nail to get it too. It was not, and I'm not going to get into the price because let's just say it was worth it. And I'm going to leave it at that. And I didn't financially bankrupt myself because I also splurged a little bit on a few other ones. Nice. But Bubba is right. This one here. Good luck finding this in person because it's
You're never going to.
And if you did, it would cost a whole lot more than you spent on it.
Did I just get approval from both of you for what I put in private?
Yes.
You got to do what you got to do, and that's
In layman's terms, this was $60 in person.
But that's the thing. Like, there are games that were never, and Square Enix, if you ever get any wind of this, don't try to go woke. Sorry, I forgot. I ain't supposed to use that word. Anyway, not the point. The point is that if you just release, like if you just localize all of the games y'all never put in English, I promise you, the American dollar, you'll have more money than you know what to do with. There will be so many geeks that will just like knock your door down. Just go back in your back catalog. I need all the Dragon Quest Monsters games that y'all never put in English. Please and thank you. And also Dragon Quest X. Please, for the love of God, get Dragon Quest X offline in English. But
I'm sorry,
anyway.
wait, did this turn into you trying to shop?
Okay, anyway, the point is that, as I was talking about means of getting stuff, I have ROMs of fan translations that I've, or patches where, like my Retron 5, I've, where I've had to buy the Japanese version of the game and then load a translation patch through it because trying to find an American copy of Crusader of Senti on the Sega Genesis will run you $1,000. And hell, it's actually gone up to like 1,200 now, but it's not the point. The point is that there are things that, physical media means something, having it in your hand, nothing, the great Stan Lee himself, when they asked him if, and I verified this, he did say this, that, and it makes sense because he is the creator of Stripperella, but when they asked him if digital comics would ever replace physical comics, he told them, he said, comics are like boobs. They look good online, but I would still rather hold them in my hand. Excelsior.
That's a great one.
That's a great
I think my husband would agree.
That's the thing. That's the thing, as Bubba said.
He would agree.
That's the thing. That's the thing that Bubba brought up a good point. There's
the one time your husband's not here. The one time he's here every other time, but except tonight.
He's working. He had to miss a lot because of me being sick. But it's milkers. By the way, you guys are seeing them right now. Big fluffy things. They're soft in the hands, though. It's a whole different experience. Milkers, milk. Sorry, I'm a little punchy. Breathe, anime, breathe.
It's a good thing
That's the thing
we're
that Bubba's. I'm glad Bubba brought up Square Enix. It's not just there's entire backlog and categories from both Western and Eastern entertainment that a lot of people would love to see. Again, talking about that cult classic animation that Bubba was talking about, it's stuck in circulation. Think about the other shows or anime or films that you just cannot get because the licensing is everywhere. I remember Fatal was talking about this about a manga that he could not find because it's just trapped. It is trapped with licensing, and if you don't get them out for one reason or another, it's going to be lost forever. This is why I'm very mad at Atlas. I don't know who it is over there at Atlas Japan I have to talk to, but it's like Atlas Japan localize the older Shin Megami Tensei titles and digital Devil Saga. People want to play them. Look, Persona's one thing, but give me the other titles, please. I would love to play the original SMT one of these days that is not trapped on an outdated Apple device. That is the only way to get the original Shin Megami Tensei is on an outdated version of the app that no longer exists. If you update it, goodbye. And that's how it is. Digital is physical stuff. You want to physically play it.
I agree with you 100%. And where Atlas is concerned, so the Lucia series, or Espolis as it's known in Japan, the Lucia series is so the first game is technically so the first game came out at the beginning of the life cycle of the Super Nintendo. The second game, which is a prequel to the first game, came out at the end of the life cycle of the Super Nintendo. In between those came a game that takes place 20 years after the original game, but the storyline wise, or 25 years, but it came out on the Game Boy Color near the end of the life cycle of the Super Nintendo, at the beginning of the life cycle, the N64. And then finally on the Game Boy Advance, a game that takes place 20 years after the second one, but 80 years before the first game, came out on the Game Boy Advance. What I need Atlas to do, like right now, is digitally remaster all four of them, put them all on the Switch on a physical cartridge, and I will pay $60 for that. I will easily pay. There was also a remake of the. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying there was also a remake on the DS of the, but it's a hack and slash rather than a turn-based RPG. But the point is that and if they wanted to add that one on there too, it's a remake of the second game, which is technically the oldest story in the series, but or the timeline wise. But regardless, if they put in all 5 of those games on there, I'd pay $80 for it. But the point is that the other 4 would be easy to remaster. Just put them in, do what Square Enix did with the pixel remastered Final Fantasy, or the remakes or the remasters of Dragon Quest 1 through 3. Just stick them on, stick the 4 of them in order in a Switch cartridge. I'd pay a full price, $60 for that. Just get it to us, Atlas. That you're our only hope. No, anyway, because trying to find any of those 4 games in a physical copy, like trying to find those, physically, is ridiculous in price. I would need about $500, and that ain't even the average. But to get the Game Boy Color game physically runs you almost $200, and then the other 2 are like $120 and $70, and then so it's about $400, and then with tax and shipping, all together comes rounds up. I'm rounding up to about $500. But I don't have $500 just laying around, and if I spent that kind of money on them, I would rather frame them and stick them in a box than actually, in a glass case than actually try to play them. I mean, that's not true. I would eventually pull them out and play them, but that's not the point.
I want to know what
point-
you're pulling out.
A video game. I just said that. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Try to distract you from your tirade.
I've got a one-track mind, but I will concede that I've now went on my fourth rant in this single stream. So I'll let somebody else.
You're on a record today. Keep going.
This ain't nowhere near my record.
I know, but you're on par to it. You just gotta keep going this way for a while.
My record is 9 rants in a single hour. So no, I ain't even close.
I usually let Bubba rant because he is one of the he's one of the best ranters.
And so am I. And the problem is when we rant, we both rant over each other.
Especially when we're agreeing with each other but arguing anyway.
We're really good at that. Sorry.
I allow it because it's mildly entertaining and it's a lot of fun watching.
Realize he's saying I allow it because I find it entertaining to watch you guys argue.
whereas most other streams like this, where other hosts, they just abruptly kick people for having a difference of opinion.
That pisses me off. It's like that's like buddy bear shit.
I don't do that. I don't do that shit. I let people
do
go
that,
off.
And you might as well be sitting there going, if you ever disagree, it means that you're wrong. Like, for fuck's sakes, you're not having a real discussion if everybody has to agree.
Precisely.
Besides,
my dearly departed grandmother said it best. If two people agree absolutely on absolutely everything, one of those two people are unnecessary.
Well, actually, when it comes to like arguing with in the geek culture, I mean, when we're arguing, we're basically talking about like stupid shit. If you ask I'll say it again, we're basically talking about stupid shit, and that's basically it. But at the same time, that this stupid shit is like our stupid shit, because I mean it's like with Goku versus Superman, Kong versus Godzilla, or this series is better than this series, or that sort of stuff. I mean, when we're arguing like who would win or what's better or what series is best like that, I mean we're basically just like talking about it because we're passionate about it, and that's the way I like it. That's the way I like when it comes to like the geek culture, and it gets us talking. We get so heated in debates, and that is something that we love as a community. But when it comes to like people outside the community, like if you don't agree with me, then you're an idiot. I mean, yeah, sure. Don't get me wrong. There is those sort of people like in the geek community where we're just like arguing, saying, so can win this, and to a point they would actually hate like the opposition. But when it comes to like for example Goku versus Superman, I mean I don't hate Superman. I mean I love Goku, and I want Goku to win, but at the same time I know for a fact there are versions of Superman that will always beat Goku, and you know what, I'm okay with that. And you know what, I have like so much respect for like for my fellow geeks who like like something that I don't like, and that's all fine, and that's what we as a community love to do. I mean we're all geeks, like we're all outcasts, we're all people who just like love something, and we're getting together, and that's what I love about like this sort of community. But when it comes to the people who says, you're not allowed to have this, you're not allowed to have that, you're not allowed to show this, blah 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 blah, I mean those people aren't like passionate about something that we love. It's they just see something that they don't agree with, and they just want to like get rid of it, and now it's became like the geeks versus the Wokies.
Let me ask it this way.
Well,
here.
because a hand.
One second. Let me ask it this way a second here. Have you ever in your lifetime ever heard of a group of geeks that don't argue semantics about geekdom?
Sorry, say it again. I couldn't hear you.
Have you ever in your lifetime known a group of geeks who don't argue semantics about geekdom?
The answer is no. We always argue semantics.
Thank you.
But the point is though, is that in this last decade, because we're almost 10 years into this now. I realize it's been like 8.5 years. We're almost a decade into this, where if you argued semantics in the wrong way, you're a bigot of some kind. And
suck my ass. I mean,
well, yes, but the point I'm trying to make, and that is the point I'm trying to make. But but as eloquently as that was put, I'm going to elaborate a little bit. So there are a handful of various ages, some of them older, most of them younger, but there were a handful of real, actual geeks that believed that way. They were the minority fringe group of a minority fringe group. But then suddenly it became popular to be a geek, and everybody, and whether you blame the MCU, whether you blame the Big Bang Theory, whether you blame, it doesn't matter. Whether you blame Critical Role with, Dungeons and Dragons and all that, it does not matter how geekdom became mainstream. What matters is that it did, and suddenly everybody. Yes, there were many, kind of like Hydra, but the point remains is that no matter how you look at it, it equals the same thing. We outnumbered them in our own small pond. Then they brought in ringers, drive-by ringers, but ringers nonetheless. And when they outnumbered us for that split moment, the problem is, there are certain topics, and Anime Night will attest to this. There are certain topics in geekdom, whether it comes to let's just say art of a character who in real life is 40 years old, but they were 17 when they were drawn, 40 years ago. And now you've got aged up artwork of them looking cute, looking sexy, The problem is that their side, all they have to do is say, you're fapping to an underage girl, whereas our side has to add context and nuance. And the moment that happens, the drive-bys, the people that do not understand and do not want to understand the context or nuance, they immediately side with them. So we find ourselves being completely railroaded. It's like it's like when when the roommates when the one roommate it's 2-to-1, you got 3 roommates in a single house. Well, then the other one moves their significant other in, and then their significant other has a friend that stays over all the time. And then they got a friend that stays over all the time. And these people ain't necessarily paying rent there, but suddenly the group discussion goes into their favor. And that is what has happened in geek culture. And it was like I was explaining to my brother earlier, there are people that are mad after the fact, people that gave up years ago. But I was there. I had a pull box. I went to the comic shop every week to get, whatever the newest subscriptions were. I was there when one week everything was great, and the next week they decided to replace all of the top heroes with some sort of diversity hire, and the thing is, and if you had any kind of problem with it at all, you were, you were a bigot. And I remember feeling like I was alone, feeling like nobody gave a damn. Me and a couple 50-something-year-old guys were the only ones that gave a fuck. And that when it was all said and done, that this was just going to be the way of things. But then I got involved on stuff, Fandom Menace, Comicsgate, stuff like that online. And I saw that there are scores of people in the real fandom, and the majority of the real fandom feels the same way I do. Now, we might disagree over semantics, as Rosetta so eloquently put it, but we all agree in general that the current direction is forced. This isn't an organic change. This is an actual I mean, they are circumventing. They are invading. You were talking about invasive species earlier. They are invading us, and they've long invaded us. They're occupying us at this point. And the thing is that if we try to move on, try to, they call us bigots. If we try to stay and fight, they call us bigots. The only, if we just suddenly tried to agree with them, they would say we were mocking them, or that there's no way. Once they've labeled you a bigot, you're a bigot in their eyes, and it will always be that way. Now they might, they might use different terms than end in ist or phobe, but the point remains that, when it's all said and done, there was no reason to age up Superman's offspring and have him, in an underage sexual relationship with an eco-terrorist, while his father's off, instead of training him, his father's off gallivanting the stars, and he is wearing the biggest target on his chest in 9 known galaxies. Every issue he should look just like the beginning of Invincible, where Mark is getting the snot knocked out of him every time he freaking turns. That should be what John Kent looks like every freaking issue. It should be focused on him trying to fly in his father's footsteps, or what, airways, whatever, air trail. Everything should be, I don't care who he's sleeping with. My problem is that character does not deserve the title, and until which time he does, they're higher, they're putting in these replacement characters for 2 reasons. They're doing it. Everybody thinks it's to appeal to the wokies, but that's the minor reason. The major reason is to weasel the estates out of the creators of these billion-dollar characters. It's to weasel them out of their copyrights, out of any residuals that they should, that they would owe to them, in case these all of these pending court cases go south. But if nothing else, we can all rest assured that no matter how you feel about Superman versus Goku, that Super Saiyan 4 Goku or Ultra Instinct Goku against Super Twink would end like a 6-foot-tall high school football player ripping through a middle school science class.
Did he finally stop?
Yeah, I'm done.
Analogy right there.
Sorry, I'm like sitting here trying to follow everything you're saying, but I'm like half dead still, so it's easy just to follow as I can.
You've heard it enough before. I'm sure you've caught on to all of it at some point in time.
I caught on to all this stuff long before I ever met any of you guys, anyways.
But you know what? I think it's fantastic that that I was able to find people online that the thing is, I mean I was exactly like Bubba, because when I was like on like the internet, I mean obviously I was like sick and tired of all the like wonkies always like getting into our meetings and all stuff. And the thing is, I mean, even though I did find that there was like people out there that that agree, saying, listen, we don't want any of this like woke SJW stuff in our medias. The thing is, I did feel alone, because I mean, you just want to talk to somebody that you can vent your frustrations out. But and then I came across Mr. Anime, and I found you guys, and you know what? It's just like fan freaking tastic to to actually talk to my fellow geeks about this sort of thing. I mean it's
thing to say.
You guys in a way you guys sort of saved me, because I mean when I was like just like like on the internet, I thought to myself, you know what? I really wish I could talk to somebody. I wish I could like find someone just to like, vent out all my frustrations. I mean, like talk, have a like an inner circle saying that, okay, there's this and that. I'm sick and tired of that, blah blah blah. And you know what? I mean, I'm just really really happy that you guys and guys like you exist. I'm glad I'm glad there's people out there I can talk to about this sort of thing. I'm glad you guys exist.
Same way when I found all of this stuff. And the thing is that you're telling this big sweet where I'm so glad I found you guys' speech and all this. And I'm sorting photos and I sit here find out the name of a plant, and the first thing I thought is how easily we could use this as a joke in the community. Because I searched this plant and the name that popped up is white whorehound.
I'm familiar with those.
I love plant names, but most of them are so fucking inappropriate.
Oh, you mean the plant? Never mind.
You completely distracted me, and I missed half of your speech, Freaky, because I was trying not to laugh out loud.
I'm really, really glad you did not laugh out loud while I was on that rant, because I would have probably taken that personally. And then you would have said white whorehound, and I would have lost it. So,
I love, it's like I was having this conversation the other day, and I was trying so hard to get the guys away from the pervy chats and stuff. So I said, okay, well, let's look at some of the photos I took on the trip and stuff. And I started showing them this beautiful flower that has kind of a brainy look and stuff like this, and it's blooming, and this fur and feather look of to the petals, and it's gorgeous and stuff. And they're like, oh, that is so beautiful. Okay, we can tone down for now. So what's the name of that? I don't remember. Let's search it. Oh, it's crested coxcomb.
Yeah, not to be confused with its close cousin, the diverse whorehound.
And so as soon as I said, "Oh, the plant is a crested coxcomb," they all start laughing at once, going, "I thought you said you were going to make us behave better." It's like, fuck me.
Like I say, not all of them are crested anymore. Some of them got circumcised.
Take that crested coxcomb and stick it in that white whorehound. Sorry, that was bad. I'm sorry.
I'm undergoing some turbulence here. I would have made a pollination joke at this point.
But like, I just want to go through these because there's like, I have been compiling a list of the most inappropriate plant names from the stuff that I photographed. And oh my god, I want to take every single really inappropriate plant name of every plant I photographed and write a story using all of those in the most sexually explicit or insulting ways you can. Wouldn't that be fun?
Sorry, they were calling me on the radio at work. What? Could you repeat that?
I said I want to take all these inappropriate names of plants that either sound really insulting, really vulgar, or really sexual. Every plant that I photographed that has those, I just write this giant story.
Yes, and you could name the book Window.
Use them all in the most inappropriate form and just watch people lose their fucking minds.
Well, yes, but you could name the book Plant Window.
Okay. Message me that because I'll forget it.
Huh?
Message me your stupid title because I'll probably forget it within a few hours here.
Okay. Yeah, it's just innuendo, but plant at the beginning.
I know, but my brain's not very well remembering things recently. And it could be fun. If you pick a rock,
But I do agree with Geek and Chip and well, both geeks.
On that though, is it not is it not weird that because it was from Japan and because it was bright colored and that there was more, we can face it, there was more sexuality in it, and even a variety of sexualities. The In a way, the left infiltrated geek culture the hardest, coming from anime and manga. And is it not the weirdest thing that is the last? They use that to springboard in to invade us, and it's now the last holdout, the last thing standing in between them and completely running geek culture.
Mm.
It's there actually. I think
sorry,
that
Karen.
Japanese, including us anime fans, were fighting even harder. They already took the films and comic books and video games. It's like, nope, you're not taking this away from us. Even the creators in Japan, they're more fighting back, saying, you're not censoring this.
Yeah, look at all the art.
Message me, not sing in private chat. I won't have that when I leave here. Dorcas.
Okay, yeah, I'll send it to you later. I'm on my phone.
And that's the thing though, because we're fighting back, because if the anime fandom falls, where are we gonna go? Where do we go from here?
That's the thing. I mean,
we can't go to Star Wars. We can't go to. Look at it like this. We can't go back to Star Wars. We can't go back to comics.
I got no guys.
Oh, okay, Eagle. Thank you for coming on by. Oh, damn, I was gonna tell her what the next anime do. I'll message her later. Where was I? Oh yes. So back to what I was saying. Where do we go from here, fellas? This is the last holdout we have in the geek culture. We're fighting back and everything, and we're slowly gaining that ground back. We're gaining it back, bit by bit by bit. But if the inevitable were to happen, and the anime fandom does fall to these psychopaths, which they really, really are, don't let their name calling fool you. These people are very, very dangerous. And if we lose our anime fandom, where will we go?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the thing is,
That's what keeps me awake at night. Just the mere thought of like all those wackos. All those wackos that are so hell bent on destroying what we cherish, what we grew up with, what we got beaten up for, what we got slammed into lockers for, what we got name called for. We got the brunt of getting our asses kicked for what we like.
What we got.
Yeah.
And in my case, for instance, I was bigger than the bullies, but what one of them couldn't accomplish, 7 or 8 of them could. And the thing is, I had stuff stolen from me. I had stuff, I had them, destroy it and, and throw it all down the hall. Like, I would come back to my locker and find somebody had snuck in a pair of bolt cutters, opened up my locker, and like I had these. I was real proud of them too. I had these Godzilla pins that I had and they weren't very expensive. Like the paint had already started to rub off on them. Well, when the paint rubbed off on them, I decided to leave them in my locker because I wanted them at school. I liked showing them off, and some little peckerhead found found the security guard's bolt cutters, cut my freaking lock off of my locker, and snapped them both in half. And I don't even know who it was. I don't know what I did to this kid or whatever, if I did anything to him at all, but they knew that's what would hurt me. And that's just the way it is.
Actually, I had my one of my anime shirts at the time. I was on the brunt of the biggest ass kicking. it was 3 against 1, and I held my. And keep in mind, I held my own. But my anime shirt, it was a Full Metal Alchemist one back then, completely torn, like in half. And I came home bloodied that day, and oh my goodness. But I am proud of taking that ass kicking. Though I would gladly take one again, just keep coming back. Like, hi bitches, I'm back. And that's the thing. They hate that we keep coming back. They hate us because we're standing up for ourselves. Because
Exactly.
that's why they hate us so much. That's why they hate Bubba. That's why they hate Joker. That's why they hate me and Freaky too, and all of our prominent friends. They hate us because we're fighting back.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They know that they can kick our asses if enough of them pile up on us. But they now, 8.5 years into this crap, they're starting to realize that we're not gone. We're not stopping. And and every time we gain a little bit of ground back, and that's the thing. I am not okay with doxing people, or hurting their real life. That's not okay. But there are people who are, and the
Exactly.
the people on our side that feel that way. There are days it's getting harder and harder to disavow them, because we've been treated so terribly, and we've been, just because we don't believe that Mary Jane should be plain Jane in the new, Spider-Man game. Huh?
Too much a fatback.
Oh yeah, or when or the. I mean, why the hell does it matter to them? Take Gurren Lagann. Why the hell does it matter to them that the translation says that Yoko is 14 years old? Obviously, that's not a 14-year-old. But that's the way the translation is. It's easily overlooked. We have to easily overlook their stuff all the time. They're like, oh, they made this character a different, ethnic color. It's a small change. You can look, if you can't look past that. It's okay, fine. The fact that Kamina and Choco are supposed to be teenagers, overlook that shit. They're also freedom fighters in the middle of a damn desert on a post-apocalyptic Earth. And the more they, and it is, at first it was the little stuff, but now they want to shame us like little kids. They want to shame us for what we've always loved. They want to make us feel like we are wrong, and not just wrong. They want to make us feel like we're mentally deficient because we don't want characters that have always been a certain color to be changed. We don't want characters to be replaced by diverse, swaps, whether it be, whether it be ethnic, whether it be gender, whether it be, or outright sex swaps. I'll tell you, the Krypton series on Sci-Fi. I watched that. I got about halfway, or I guess 3/4 of the way through season 1, and I did, because I liked the actor. When they said that Zod, when they had a black actor playing Zod, I was like, I like the actor well enough. I can live with that. But this is set in the past. Zod and Adam Strange have went into the past on Krypton, and and Superman's grandfather is the main, is the main hero, and Adam Strange is trying his best to fix to fix the future, even though he wasn't supposed to have been the one to go to the past. And the thing is that the grandfather of Kal-El, is cast well. He looks like Superman's grandfather biologically, like the actor. They did well. The problem, and his grandfather and his father, like they did a really good job. And then of course the Zod family, they decided to make them racially diverse. Here's where things get weird though. They decided to mess with the lore. They decided to make Seg and Zod's mother get together, making General Zod Kal-El's half brother. Okay, that and I was like, okay, that's really stupid. And then they showed me Lobo, and I'm like, oh crap, Lobo's in this, so I can watch it another episode. And then they decided to show us that Jax another prominent Superman, Kryptonian villain, they made Jax a woman. And I'm like, I've dealt with Black Zod this entire time, and now Jax is a woman. And I'm like, if I say this out loud, which I am now, I mean, we're live on stream, and I'm telling you right now, I am not joking at all when I say Zod is white and Jax is a man, and any dumbass that thinks it's okay to swap these two characters for diversity is exactly that, a dumbass. And if I keep talking, I will say things that will get us booted off the air. So I'm going to take a rest for a couple minutes.
Fair play. And he's right. He is right, because we don't hate the characters. We're just tired of like all this forced diversity when it doesn't need to be the main focal point. I mean, I didn't complain about. Here's the thing. When Static Shock came out, I legitimately enjoyed it.
Me too.
I thought, great. I'm like,
Classic.
great. A new superhero, a brand new superhero. What I never heard of it. Looked it up. There were no comics about Static Shock. None. This was completely brand new. I'm like, okay, I can mess with this.
Well, that's the thing. That's because they were just simply called Static, and it was from Milestone Comics. That was Dwayne McDuffie's brand, which were published through DC Comics in the 90s. But the whole point is that entire line was, these were heroes just like our heroes, but they were black heroes. And nobody got mad that they were black heroes. Icon is literally, is an immortal, slave from, Africa. Like he got powers. He got an extremely long life, but they did it was called Worlds Collide. They did a crossover where Superman and Icon fight before they team up. And it's a good old-fashioned crossover. But the thing is that they start that fight believing each other are the enemy in the cause. And even as they start to understand that each other could not possibly be the cause of this problem, they're still fighting each other. And they are fighting each other. These are two men, two champions of their world that cannot let the other man win. They don't feel necessarily comfortable about what they might be condemning the other's world to, but they cannot back down. That for the sake of their own world, they have to keep fighting, and that is true heroism. That is what just because you're my opponent does not make you my enemy. And the thing is that got lost completely. Now, if you are an opponent to the left, you are their enemy. And there's, and that's the thing about Static Shock. So during that crossover, DC got the animation rights to Static, and they decided to make him, on par with Spider-Man. But they had a hero that marketed well, and then they put him in. They put him in the Bruce Timm, Paul Dini verse. He was in the same continuity with Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series, and the Justice League. He teamed up with all of them. We got to see him fight the Toyman, from Superman series, and
Batman Beyond.
yeah, and kids love that. Oh yeah, he showed up in Batman Beyond, and the best. But that was the thing, and of course, Phil Lamar is absolutely incredible. He was playing Static and Jon Stewart at the same time, like the Green Lantern at the same time, and playing an old Static, a young Static, and a Green Lantern at the same time. And that's really kick-ass. And making them all sound different enough that you don't necessarily, who's talking without looking at the screen. And, he is a voice acting legend. But the thing is that, you look at Static went on for several seasons, had a great run. People still love that show. People still go out of their way for that show, just like they do Superman and Batman and the Justice League. Have any of y'all ever heard of the Zeta Project?
I have, yeah.
Okay, so that cartoon also took place in that reality. And Zeta was such a lesser known comic, like to this day, people still are like, what? Huh? But he was a robot that could change his appearance to look like anyone, and he became sentient. He broke out of the project he was created in, showed up in the Bruce Timm Paul Dini verse. He showed up originally in an episode of Batman Beyond. He takes place, and it's really cool because later on they had Barry Guinness show up as Batman in an episode of the Zeta Project. And people, when they think of the Bruce Timm verse, they think of Batman, Superman, and the Justice League. They don't realize, then they start thinking, they're like, oh crap, Batman Beyond was in there. Oh crap, Static Shock was in there, and then of course the more you look at it, the more intricate it becomes. There are layers upon layers of story, and some of these are stories, including Static Shock, that you wouldn't necessarily give the comic book to a 7 through 12-year-old, but you could sit them down and they could watch that show on a Saturday morning, any of these shows on a Saturday morning, or on a weekday afternoon, back when we were young, and you would be comfortable letting your kids watch this. They're getting the same message that was in the comic, the same message, but it was being told both intelligently and, more innocently, so that, but that wasn't to say it was void of adult situations. There's this whole episode I remember watching as a kid where the Joker is blackmailing this guy, and that was basically my introduction to what blackmail meant, and that's one of my favorite Batman episodes. Whether you're watching, so the character Max is Zeus, or he thinks he's Zeus, the king of the gods. He's a rich man, and he can get whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants. That, all of Batman was great for mental health, like all of Batman the Animated Series. If you wanted to know, if you wanted to explain mental health issues to your child, they did a really good job, but that episode in particular, he thinks Batman is Hades. He thinks he is locked in an immortal battle, and trying to explain to a child a concept like that is impossible. But if they watch it and they see it in this cartoon, suddenly they understand. And they might not understand it all the first time they see it, but catch a rerun, and become a little older, hear other phrases and terms along this line, and inevitably, they'll understand. and that's something that that's something that current television has taken from us. That's the thing. There's this one episode of Static Shock where he teams up with Batman, and Batman, he asks him, and now bear in mind, by this time, this is Tim Drake. This is not Dick Grayson, and he asks Batman, well, where's Robin? He tells him he's with the Titans. He goes, who are they? Don't worry, you'll meet them. And it's great because the Teen Titans show had just come out, so everybody was all excited except for canonically speaking that Robin was Dick Grayson, and so we get that that's outside of the continuity. But at the time, that little mention of it, and it didn't have to go any further than that. That little mention of it made a kid the ages we were, when those shows were prominent on TV, that made us, like, oh crap, all of these heroes, all of these characters are connected, and they didn't have to do massive crossovers constantly. We could know that things took place in the same universe without seeing these characters on an ensemble cast every weekend, and comic books, television shows, the MCU movies definitely, but the DC movies, like everything. You talk about us not having anywhere else to go, they sometimes forget, and I love reminding them that just because they take away the woke aspect does not mean we're going to let them off the hook for poor storytelling practices in other regards. That there are still going to be those arguments of semantics. There are still going to be those arguments of well, they've permanently screwed up this character or screwed up that character, that this character would never do that, or that character, when you have, that there's one particular, Marvel creator who loves to run his mouth online. I'm blocked by him, but his name rhymes with Sandblot. Anyway, the point is that he will, he gets on there and says, well, it doesn't matter what they do to these characters because of the longevity of these characters. These characters have stood the test of time over and over again. That's bullshit. That is absolute bullshit. It does matter what happens to these characters. It matters how they present these characters. You can ruin characters. Aquaman was not a character that people laughed at until the Super Friends television show. And suddenly, he became a joke. It took them. They let him be a joke for 20 years, and then it took and it started, and I got to hand it to him, it started with the Justice League series. We see Arthur Curry hooked for a hand, grab for a kick, and then, of course, move from that. We see, we see the Batman Brave and the Bold, where he's kind of a parody of Errol Flynn, the old, Captain Blood, Robin Hood actor, but he was still, even though he was funny, he was still taken seriously. He was still someone who was going to kick butt. He was still someone who was, who was respected by Batman. And so then you move on to the New 52. 52 introduces a character. He's a lot more like a cross between the last two mentioned characters. He looks like Aquaman, but kind of got a pretty boy look to him. But you see the worry behind his eyes. You see, when he can hear people, when they ask him stupid questions about talking to fish, and and he tells them, "I don't talk to fish, I give them commands through a psychic link," and they're like, "Oh, okay," or when he hears these two cops that he just saved laughing, because they're like, "Well, we're never going to live this down. We just got saved by Aquaman," and you see the side And it is though, and it is though, because you see what he puts up with constantly. Okay, then Injustice: Gods Among Us came out, and suddenly Aquaman became a character that people wanted to play. People wanted to play as Aquaman,
How
and
you the Injustice first gave up Atlantic for the surface dweller, which we know Aquaman would never do, but in the Injustice verse, yes, he would. After what happened,
well, and that's the thing. Seeing the two Aquamen have a battle of politics is spectacular. And yeah, and that's the thing. You know, then of course we have the Jason Momoa movie come out and made $1 billion. And you know, does he look like Aquaman? No. Have I given him a pass for that? Not really. But he played the hero convincingly enough that I didn't hate it, and I still have I have a trident that I had made, or well, it was a gift, but this guy that I work for him at the Renaissance Fair, he you know, when it comes to town, he has he makes wooden weapons and swords and stuff, and I've showed him off before. He made a 6.5 foot tall trident. Like, this thing is taller than me. I'm 6'1". This thing is like 6'4". But you know, he made this trident out of wood. It's painted real nice and everything. I had it signed by Jason Momoa when he came to the Tulsa Comic Con.
oh wow!
So I do. I have a trident signed by Aquaman. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to hunt down the other actors that have played Aquaman over the years.
You should, like,
Yeah, Aquaman to sign it if possible. But anyway, regardless of that's a discussion for another time. The point is that, you know, that is proof. It took 13 years to bring Aquaman out of being a joke character, all because of the way the Super Friends on NBC portrayed him. They made him useless. They made him a mockery, and people have no idea, you know, what can happen and how fast it can happen. In 10 years from now, and I mean this, in 10 years from now, Spider-Man could be that mockery. Superman could be that joke. And
It's already happening.
it is starting to happen. Yeah, and yeah, well, and that's the thing, you know. There is not a single IP that is not that they can't ruin if they really.
It's already happened with Spider-Man, because you're removing the essence of the OG. I think people are misinterpreting what Stan Lee's trying to say about Spider-Man. Anybody can wear the cowl. Anybody can be Spider-Man, but there's only one true definitive Spider-Man, and that is Peter Parker Spider-Man. You know, we have Ben Reilly, who's, you know, Spider-Gwen. The reason why I keep saying Miles is still Miles, they should have left him in the Ultimate Timeline, where he had to get out of the shadows, face his own.
Half of that. They just brought the Ultimates back, and for that Ultimate Invasion this summer, and they ended it. They reopened the Ultimates timeline, put a different Peter Parker there, and we get stuck with Miles. They didn't even send him home.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
It's also a shame because and don't forget the Alex Ross Spidey as well. I mean, we can't forget the Alex Ross one, because that one's a good one too. But yes, you are correct. I feel like now Miles on his own, he would be he's a fine character on his own, and unfortunately, it's kind of hard to look at that because they shoehorned, like, oh, he is Spider-Man. Like, we're trying to present him as the Spider-Man. It doesn't work that way in any universe. As his own character, completely fine. If he's Spider-Man in his own universe, fine. I'll accept that. But this whole crusade of trying to like make it the definitive Spider-Man, it's not organic and it doesn't work because
they did the same thing with Bruce Wayne. I mean, they tried to like change him from a white guy to a black guy.
Well, and by using a character like Luke Fox to do it, Luke Fox was already Batwing, and so they were trying to do with him what they did to Captain America with Falcon, and that's ridiculous because Batwing stood well on his own as a character. Falcon stood well on his own as a character. Why in the hell could we not have Falcon run the event as Falcon? Yeah.
Why not? It'd be good for the
I mean,
oh, go ahead.
And
Bucky.
Winter Soldier, I mean,
God,
Winter Soldier stands up on his own. He doesn't need.
Wouldn't mind have Bucky having a shield.
Captain America. He could be his own. He could be his own person, and which is great because I liked the Winter Soldier. I thought it was a good character, and I'm like, okay, he could stand up on his own. And Falcon, also a great character. I love the concept. I love the character. But trying to make him like be like Captain America, that's asinine because it doesn't.
You can't.
It doesn't make
it's the
sense.
shadow of Steve. Steve stood for something. Like we saw this little, wannabe soldier become the true definitive American icon. That's what everybody, like every kid, inspires to be. Like we want to be Spider-Man, Captain America, Iron Man, because there was a story, a connection to them. Some people might have lost their parents, like Bruce Wayne, that decides to become a cop or join the army, like that. Or there's maybe we've been there before with like losing parents, like Spider-Man, and maybe we've had to live with other people, but we want to do something more than just that. Like that's the reason why these heroes stood the test of times, and the new ones they're just creating are just repeating the same stories again, or just have weaker arcs. Like there's a reason why I don't like Kamala Khan, and this is no offense for those who do like Kamala Khan. She's been rebooted so many different times. I'm like, pick a storyline for her and go and try to expand upon it. It says like here's a new issue #1.
They changed her powers. She's now like a knockoff Green Lantern instead of a knockoff Mr. Fantastic. Like they can't even make it complaints because of how poorly the character was made.
Freaky, what were you about to say? Go ahead.
I was gonna say. I mean, when it comes to what's his name? The new guy that's Captain America. What's his name again?
Captain Falcon.
No, yeah, Falcon. That's it, the Falcon. When it comes to like the Falcon, okay, I made a video about this, race swapping and race replacement, right? And basically, what I say in that video, what I'm going to say here, is that I actually don't mind if the Falcon does become Captain America. Okay, hear me out. Let's just say, for example, that okay, I mean, obviously we can't replace like our favorite heroes, right? But at the same time, I mean, what does Captain America represent? Captain America represents truth, justice, freedom, and the American way. That's what Captain America represents. Like he's a symbol. He's basically a symbol. And I mean, what's his name? Sorry about that. Captain America is that. He is a symbol, and a symbol should never ever die. And I actually don't mind the idea that the symbol of Captain America should be passed down to other people. I mean, yeah, obviously you can't replace like the character of Captain America, but at the same time, the legacy needs to be passed down, but it needs to be passed down to people who actually believes in American values, and that's what Captain America is all about. And if the Falcon can follow the values and morals of America, then he should be allowed to be given the title, but only if he has that passion and love and as the values and morals of America. That's that's what I believe in.
Well, and I agree with you to a point, but why does he have to be Captain America? Why can the Falcon not carry the shield? Well, that's the problem with replacing these iconic heroes, is it should have been done 60 years ago. Like, we shouldn't be reading about Batman. We should be reading about Dick Grayson's protege. We should not, like every 15 years or so, the mantles should have been passed down if that was the way they were going to do it. But you can't go back.
Yeah, basically the new, like again, it's how someone said this for Batman. Dick Grayson is Batman's greatest success. Jason Todd is Batman's greatest failure. Um, uh, Tim is the pretty much the great successor that Batman ever has ever going to get, and then his son is following in their footsteps. We should be seeing their disciples. What's next? Like you can almost see like Red Hood slightly recover with a new protege. Honestly, I want to see that, but they would just ruin it. Just be like, Red Hood did it the wrong way, and his new protege did it better. I'm like, no, there has to be a failure in the Batman family, and that's the hard lesson to learn. The lesson learned from Jason Todd has always been this: if you ever kill the Joker, you will become the next Red Hood. That's why I love Jason's backstory. It's sad and tragic, but it was bound to happen to someone. It's the hard lesson that was learned.
Exactly, because it's such a great story, and we could cheer on the heroes all we want, but at the same time, though, there has to be points where they do have their moments of failure, like with Avengers, like right before Endgame, when Thanos really, like when he finally got all the Infinity Stones, like you're beating Avengers, and I thought, okay, cool. I like the way they let the bad guy win for once. Like you just gotta let the bad guy win for once and let them learn from it. It has happened time and time again in all the beloved comics. You cannot have a perfect superhero without failure in with as a factor in that universe. It doesn't, and that's what these people are trying to do. They're trying to create the perfect superhero. Like, oh, let's turn this into this and give him like a perfect thing. It doesn't work that way because without failure, how can you grow? Like,
Exactly.
how can the hero of our story learn from that failure? They have all these now. Keep in mind, they're great characters and everything. They're great characters. They have all these wonderful things, and we also like their alter egos as well. However, how can they learn from failure if they don't have a failure to begin with? And I feel like Jason Todd is the perfect example of failure because it's completely tragic. It's heartbreaking to read. Like you feel for the character, and it's like, damn it,
And
where's
again,
Batman?
they don't keep having to they don't have to keep putting them back at square one over and over and over again. At some point in time, Jason Todd needs to be allowed to move past what he's done and look forward to the future, and they keep bringing them back to square one, and they keep telling the same damn story over and over again. Batman sees something that makes it look like Jason's gone too far, and he goes to confront Jason. They start fighting, and then it gets bad, and they just rinse, leather, repeat over and over and over again. And that is not the only Batman story. Like the X-Men. Why the hell? Tell me why there seems to be only 3 X-Men stories. We get, what we seem to either get Days of Future Past, the Dark Phoenix Saga, or I forget the name, Children of the Atom. Like those seem to be the only 3 stories they want to freaking tell. In these shows.
What about where's X Factor? Where's X Force in that matter?
And I agree with that. Why not do an X-Men Legends 3 game where, I mean, not right now because I don't want them to do anything right now because they'll just woke it up. But I mean, why not an X-Men Legends 3 game now that they've done 3 Marvel Ultimate Alliance? Why not a third X-Men Legends game, which was where that franchise started to begin with? Why not, instead of mainstream X-Men, kind of do a riff on Executioner's song and make Strife the main villain, but have these different teams have to team up with each other despite their differences and everything. You could have a 16 roster cast, strong guy.
Like see some other characters we haven't seen in such a long time. That would be a great boost, honestly.
Absolutely.
Oh, speaking of which, what about Rom Space Knight? When are we gonna bring that back?
That would be absolutely astounding. But again, I don't
Imagine the comeback. Imagine the comeback of that character, because it's an afterthought and it's not talked about. It is not talked about because hardly anybody knows it exists, and it does. And
do. We keep it quiet because we're scared to death of what they'll do with it right now.
well, yes, I agree with that. But imagine the impact if we can move past, if we can get Marvel back, and easier said than done at this state. Um, Imagine if it was given to the right person at the right time. I'm pretty sure, um, uh, the Rom Knight would, sorry, Rom Space Knight would be a great comeback for that comic. Like, it would be a great comeback for that series, because I loved reading those comics growing up. I had a few issues of that. I was fortunate enough to have them. Same with X Force and X Factor. I'm glad we got to see Cable, though. I'm happy we got to see him on the main screen. I'm sad it wasn't like mainline, but at least we got it in some fashion. And my hats off to Ryan Reynolds for making that happen. I'm happy for that. And we got a decent Colossus, and we finally got a badass Juggernaut, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, like
It's just
there's
so
tons
sad.
of characters
It's
that
just so
would benefit
sad.
from.
Juggernaut.
Also, here's another thing. I feel like Teen Titans, at its peak, told the magnificent story about racism. It told
Oh
a
yes,
magnificent that episode. I will forever,
that was with
I will
Starfire's
forever
character, right?
point that episode out, like direct people to that episode, because it was told beautifully.
Yeah, that was
And
Starfire's episode, wasn't it? Or was that?
yeah, it was.
Oh
It was.
yes,
And
yeah. Wasn't that her sister?
it
Or,
was really
God, it's been so
it
long.
was it was brilliantly written, and I like the story, and I like the moral of it, and it's like it gives you like a clear understanding of it without making you feel stupid, without making you feel bad about your own self. It told it in a way where it's like, hey, this is a serious issue. Let's talk about it, type of thing. And I thought conveying it with Starfire, because remember, Starfire is from another planet. People forget about that because it's like, oh, I thought she was born on Earth or anything. That's not the case. She came to Earth from Tamarinia, her home planet. And unfortunately, Tamarinia is not what it seems. Yeah, it looks nice and everything. We got to see it. It looks nice and everything. But on the other side of it is so much worse. And the way she explains it, you can see the other side of the coin with that planet. And it's like, holy shit. It is. It's really eye opening, especially around that time, growing up around that episode and everything. I thought it was told beautifully. Same thing with the Proud Family, the original Proud Family, not the not the crap reboot, not that crap. Um, there was the one episode where Penny had to spend a week with a different family, where they a Muslim family basically,
Mhm.
and they celebrated Ramadan and everything. Um, They went out for a nice dinner and everything. They come back to the house and they see it completely vandalized, like completely vandalized. And Penny gave, and at the end of the episode, Penny gave what I think is the greatest speech I have ever heard in modern day. It is telling as well, because it tackles racism, but in a more positive light. Like, hey, look, this is terrible. How could you do this to someone's own house? It goes back to the doxing issue that Bubba brings up. It goes back to that as well. Why would you go that far to threaten somebody like that because of how they are? I could give a shit less how a person is based on race, color, and creed. I could give a shit less. I judge the person by how they are as an individual. I That's how I judge people. I judge you by your character, not by how you look. I don't give a shit if you come from the planet Mars. I don't give a shit. I want to learn about the character, about the person I am talking to or looking at or speaking with. I care about that. And if they're a piece of shit, fuck them, kick them to the curb. But they're a genuine person, then yes, I will happily befriend you. We can debate all we want and still be friends at the end of it all. We can learn to communicate and debate. Unfortunately, there are people out there who hate us so fucking much because they hate that we have a difference of opinion. And they go and they harken back, are like, oh, you're this, that, here, and we're gonna threaten your life. We're gonna threaten your family and all of that. They will do that. These people are so demented, so deranged. It's like, where does this mindset come from? It's hard to understand that mindset because of how asinine it sounds to us modern, to us normal people. I mean, it's like, why go that far to destroy somebody because of a difference of opinion? It is sad, and I denounce it because on both sides, I don't want one person doing either of it. I don't condone doxing. I don't give a shit if you hate that person so much. It's not right because you don't go after people like that because of a because they say different things from you. They're entitled to their opinion. They have their own opinion, and I will give them that. I'll give it that. That yes, they have their difference of opinion. How they're going about it with us though is the exact opposite, and it's like, whoa, what the hell? We're just having a civil discussion here. Let's keep it civil. No, these people don't care. They think they want to walk right over you and push you around so badly. And once they have you under their thumb, it's over. You can fight back as much as you want, but to everybody else looking at you, you are under their thumb, and it will forever tarnish you forever. It's like, oh, you're the guy that bowed to such and such. Well, in that case, so be it. Now, they hate us for fighting back because we have been through so much bullshit growing up. We have been through fist fights, we've been through name calling, we've been through shoving around and had our stuff destroyed. We've been through it all on all sides of that spectrum, and that's why we're here today fighting it back against these creeps and tell them, hey, we don't like what you're doing, and we're going to criticize you legitimately and tell you that you are wrong. We're not here to tell you what to do or anything. We just don't like the way how it's being handled. It should be handled with class and respect. And unfortunately, that is missing the mark time in and time out. And I feel like because there's a massive difference between criticism, like valid criticism, and going far and beyond to do what they're doing. And that's why the pundits are like, oh, we hate you fans because you won't accept this. We don't accept it because it's a half-assed attempt and it's a bullshit cop-out to take a beloved character and dumb them down to insult our intelligence. You're insulting our intelligence. You're insulting everybody in this room with the bullshit that they are pulling. And it's like, oh my god, we didn't know this would blow up this bad. They can't handle the criticism because it's the truth. It's the blatant truth in their face. They can do whatever they want. They can dox us. They can tell us that we're trash. They could tell us how dare you have a difference of opinion, but they can't escape the inevitability that we are right.
Mm. Uh, Actually, is it okay if I can go back to the old racism with Starfire?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
just one moment. Anime night. I am so proud of you. That was a grade A rant, man. That I would high five you in person if I could right now.
It's the truth. It's the truth because it's a sad reality. I wish we could tell the truth more like this more often with people and show them the light of it. Yeah, we can poke fun at like the failures of Disney and everything. We can always poke fun at that, make fun of that, but it's a set and look at them like, haha, we don't they don't know what the hell they're doing because they really don't know what they're doing. They're pandering to a non-existent audience. Yes, it's okay to have gay characters and everything. That is completely fine. We don't give a shit about that. We care about how the character is presented based on backstory, how they're presented to us, what's their power, who's their arch villain, what world is it set in. I want to learn about that character with all the fundamentals. It's not a square, it's not a fucking triangle, it's a fucking circle, a complete circle of the character with all the aspects. Palpatine said it best. If one is to understand the great mystery of something, one must look at it from all its aspects. You can put that to a character when you're creating a character in your story, in your show, in your movie. You can do it. And it's because look, I don't care who is fucking who in bed. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if Superman is banging Catwoman for all I care. He can bang her as long as he wants. I don't give a shit about that. I care about what Superman is all about, what Captain America is all about. What's their strength? What's their weakness? What's this bad guy like? Why does he hate Captain America? Why does Red Skull hate Captain America? Why does Thanos hate the Avengers? Why does Joker hate Batman? Why does Riddler hate Batman? These are the questions that I would love to see answered in the show. Batman animated series, Superman animated series, the Justice League, all the wonderful comics that we had, all the mediums we had. Hell, even with anime, I'll go further with anime. Why does Alucard fight the vampires? Why does the Major hate Alucard? Why does Frieza hate Goku? What malice did Frieza have against Planet Vegeta and all the inhabitants on that one? What does Orochimaru have against Naruto? Why does he hate him? It's these answers, it's these questions that have answers to if told properly. And that's the greatest failing of the modern movies that we see nowadays. Like with Kamal Khan. Look, I will agree with Sound Joker and I'll agree with you all. I have no issue with Kamal Khan. I have no issue with it. I just hate how they keep rebooting the same goddamn thing with different things. It's like, where's the consistency? And that's the thing that's also lacking is consistency. Look at look at the Avengers because you had Captain Marvel, you had Thor, you had all these wonderful superheroes in different parts. They all came together and formed the Avengers, and that was told beautifully, well executed. I loved the build up to the Avengers movie. I loved it because all the pieces were in place. And they came out with the Avengers movie, sold a lot of records, broke a lot of box offices, rightfully so. Avengers Endgame comes out. Thanos gets beaten. Yes, of course. Yes, Thanos gets beaten. That's great. Now, the problem is, where do you want to go from there? Guardians of the Galaxy, great series, great movie. I will agree with what said. It's a great movie. There are some things I did not like, but that's minor issues. The problem is these people don't know what the hell they're doing because they're so hell bent on self inserts and all this garbage that is not needed or warranted in the entertainment world, and because they miss the point of storytelling. And that's why all these comics, all these great movies stood the test of time, because it was put in the hands of people who had vision, who brought it to life, like with Star Wars, with Alien, with Predator, with RoboCop, with Terminator, with The Thing, or Mars Attacks for that matter, and also Punisher as well. All of these great things had great people with it because these people get it. They get it. Say what you will about Ben Affleck, but he did a damn good job as Daredevil, and Duncan Clark and Vincent D'Onofrio.
Was a damn good Kingpin, but he became the character. This is what I keep saying. It's not just about the race swaps. If you can find somebody that looks more like the character, yes, do that. Always find somebody who looks the part. But the thing is that he already knew he wasn't the same color as the Kingpin. But when he came in that first scene with the Kingpin, anybody who's ever picked up a Spider-Man or Daredevil comic book, when you see Wilson Fisk coming down that elevator, there was no question in anyone's mind who he was supposed to be. He personified the character, and he did so perfectly. And and they don't understand that. Go back to good storytelling, like you talked about earlier. The heroes have to have stuff. Well, so do the bad. A lot of the people that, and I'm not talking about villains, some of them too, but take J. Jonah Jameson for instance. That man is an asshole, but he is a good man. Go back to Static Shock. Richie's dad was a good man with a terrible flaw, and by the end of that episode, they worked on it, and then they were able to go fishing with him and hang out with him the same way they hung out with Virgil's dad. And the thing is that that was real character development of real life situations. You know, we brought it up several times, and I'm pretty sure, Geek Freak was. Oh no, we lost Silent Joker. Have a good night, man.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. But that's the thing. Like Geek Freak, you were talking about Starfire. She didn't just turn on this guy. This guy was terrible, but but she suffered in silence. And then when she finally told her friends what was going on, they understood. They respected this guy 1 minute, but then they saw the way he was. They saw the way he was treating their friend, their family, someone they're with all the time, and they turned on him. And that thing, and when she had a chance, he would rather have died than to have her save him. But she did the right thing anyway, and that's what nobody wants to take into consideration, that lives do matter. That people are, not everybody, there are going to be people that are bad that have redeeming qualities, people that are good that have terrible flaws. Captain Kirk was racist against Klingons because he fought against them in the Klingon War, and people like to gloss over that fact, but it was true, and it was good for the character.
Yeah, it was, especially when it came back to haunt him in Star Trek 6.
But is that okay? Can I my say on this?
Sure.
Okay. Hear me out. I mean, the thing is, I mean, I don't like racists as much as the next guy, but at the same time, I mean, are racists bad people? Okay, wait. Before anybody says anything, just hear me out what I have to say, okay? All right, listen. we all know that racists are racists. Like we think of them like as small-minded and they're like terrible people, and they don't like change and all that stuff. But the thing is, I mean, we don't really understand like the full story as to why people hate other people. I mean, most people think, oh well, it's because they're different, or they're different colors and all that stuff. But I did make a video like some time ago called the reason for racism. I'll just leave a link in the private chat, so you guys can check it out later. But basically, what I'm trying to say is okay, there's this character in the Boondocks called Mr. Ruckus, which is Uncle Ruckus's father, and he was he was like a really terrible man. He didn't like Ruckus, and he kept on being awful to his mother and all stuff. Now, when you first saw this guy, you think, oh my god, this guy's terrible. I mean, he's terrible to Ruckus, he's terrible to his mother, and after when you see like the past of what he did to Ruckus, you think, man, this guy's freaking terrible. But later on, in the episode, you see what Mister went through. You saw like all the horrible things that white people did to him. Now, I mean, the thing is, I mean, but the first time you see him, you think, oh, he's a lost cause. You don't like him. But when you do, it's like see his past. You felt sorry for him. You felt sorry for all the horrible things that white people did to him in the past. And I mean, that's one of the great things about that episode. Like, Mr. Ruckus is terrible because what he did to Uncle Ruckus. But at the same time, you felt sorry for him because of all the horrible things that he went through. And the thing is, I mean, Mister hates white people. He absolutely despises them because of all the horrible things that he went through. And I mean, look at look at I'll say it again. Look at Uncle Ruckus. I mean, he keeps on going on saying, he loves white people and he doesn't like black people. But you understand like where Uncle Ruckus gets his like hatred for black people. It was because of what his father did to him, and you can understand where Mr. got his hatred from because of what white people did to him. So it's one of those things that makes you think, Jesus Christ. So you hate Uncle Ruckus, but you understand why he hates black people. You don't like Mr. Ruckus because of what happened to him with white people, and that's the thing what I love about that episode. But when it comes to like Static Shock, when Richie's dad says, he doesn't like black people. But the thing is when it comes to like Richie's dad, I mean, we don't really like see like the full picture of like as to why he doesn't like black people. But I mean, we only get like a few like sentences saying like, they're all the same and all that stuff. And the thing is, we don't understand like as to why he doesn't like black people, like 100%. And it's the same with Valier from the Teen Titans. Yeah, like the other thing with Starfire and Valier. The thing is, when it comes to like Valier and Starfire, the thing is, I mean, we've been told that Valier's a hero and he wants to save the universe and all that stuff. But when it comes to him hating Starfire, the thing is, we don't know why he hates Starfire. I mean, is it because she's different or stuff? But the thing is, if that was the case, he would have hated the other Titans. He would have hated Raven. He would have hated Beast Boy. He would have hated Cyborg. He would have hated what's his name, Robin. But that's not the case. I mean, he only hated Starfire. So why the hell would he hate Starfire? I mean, is there like a reason as to why? I mean, did he have like a bad experience with Tamaranians? Did Tamaranian kill his mother or something like that? Or was he like did he grow up believing that Tamaranians were like inferior to him, or did something happen? I mean, the thing is, when it comes to like Richie's dad and Valier himself, we don't see the full picture as to why they don't like black people or Tamaranians. But when it comes to like Mister and Uncle Ruckus, you understand why Mr. Ruckus doesn't like black people. No, Uncle Ruckus hates black people, and you understand why Mr. Ruckus hates white people, and that's something that I saw when it comes to that sort of thing. I mean, we're always told. I mean, we as people are always told that racism bad. You shouldn't hate people who's different from you. But when you see someone like Uncle Ruckus and Mr. Ruckus, you say, this is what happened to me, and this is the reason why I hate them. But when it comes to like other characters, we're always told, this person is a bad person. We should not like this person because he's racist to like the other people. So it's one of those things that makes you think, hold on, why are we supposed to feel like you're supposed to feel like I feel bad for like Mr. Ruckus and Uncle Ruckus, but we're supposed to like not like people like Valier or Richie's dad. I mean the thing is, obviously.
So in conclusion,
go on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry. I do have. Just let me finish off. What I'm saying is, I mean, we're when it comes to like movies and series and all stuff, right? Sometimes we're always given like a visual as to why some people don't like other people, but when it comes to like other people, like Richie's dad or Velio, we're supposed to like not like them because they're racist. And that's what gets me with some media. It's like, oh, this person had a bad experience with that person, so we don't like him. At the same time, we understand him. But when it comes to like other characters, we're supposed to not like them because of like how racist they are. And that's the thing when it comes to like Valure. I mean, yeah, he's a hero, but he doesn't like Starfire. I mean. The thing is, I mean, we all know Starfire is like a wonderful character. She's been helping people. She loves Robin. She's. I mean, she's like one of those like a very how would you describe Starfire? She's happy and all stuff. You know, she wants to help people, and she's a really nice person. But when it comes to Fat Value, he's a hero and all that stuff. But the thing is, you don't like this guy because of how he treated Starfire, and you know that is completely 100%. I get with people says, oh, you're treating Starfire like crap, so we're not gonna like you. But at the same time, you don't know what his backstory is. I mean, it says, oh, I don't like her, and that's it. I mean, seriously, what is the backstory to that? I mean, for all we know, a Tamarian might have like killed his whole family, and and we wouldn't know, would we? But if it's like something like, oh, I was raised to hate these people, you know, that would be like reason not to like it. But at the same time, you would feel sorry for him if if he did come to like realize that, oh, hating people is wrong. But oh, sorry. Like what I'm trying to say is, I mean, when it comes to like like racism and all stuff, right? It's not like as in like black and white as it is. I mean, people are like raised to like not like certain people. Some people had bad experiences with some people. I've seen people like that who don't like certain people because they had a bad experience with like other people. And but the thing is, I mean, okay, let's just say for example, like person A didn't like person B because he had a bad experience with person B, and he had like always had bad experiences like with person B and the rest of his kind. But when it comes to like just regular normal people that comes from person B's race or something like that. I mean he's just like the trying to be friendly and all that stuff. But that person, person A is going to hate that person simply because of his bad
Hello.
experiences or what he had with him. And the thing is, I mean, with people who had like bad experiences like with other people, I sympathize with those sort of people. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, the hatred that they have for people. I mean, it's complicated, but you want that person like to get better and not to give into hatred, and it's something that I can understand. It's something that I can understand 100%. It's yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I
Yeah,
mean, I
we get
can
what you're
write
trying to
that.
say.
So yeah, I'm finished. Gone.
Okay. Oh yeah. Also, one important fact: you also forgot that Kirk hated Klingons because they killed his son.
See,
Motive.
Yeah,
I can.
I
Your
didn't get it.
microphone's bad. Yeah. Well, I kind of, from observation, I think there are two types of racism. Racism based on hate and racism based on ignorance.
what about the third one?
Is there a third one?
Yeah, like bad experiences.
Well, that would be based on hate, wouldn't it? Bad
No,
experience happened to you, therefore you hate them,
really?
or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, Karen.
Um, in this case, I think in that case,
You're judging them all based off your bad experience.
right, it's generalizing,
Mm,
right?
yeah.
Oh, hey, we got something new on the panel. Hello,
Hello, how's it going?
it's going good. Now, in this case of a character, you would think that would be a hurdle they have to overcome, or because like in Star Trek 6, did Kirk overcome his hatred of Klingons?
Hatred, yes, but it didn't mean he liked them. Didn't mean he was going to go invite a bunch of them over for dinner at his apartment, or his house. That I mean, there's levels to this. take Cotton Hill, since we've been talking about comedy satire. You brought up Boondocks. Yeah, like Cotton Hill, for instance, was a war hero. Everything he did in war was is hailed as great, but he was a terrible husband. Not a great father. He, we see the way he treats people from time to time, but he is still loyal. He is still deep down a good father. Is still a good man. He just has a lot of character flaws that he died with, character flaws that his friends and family were able to see the good in him and put up with him anyway, because he was actually a good man. That's part of the reason. Just on a sidebar here, every time they have tried to bring King of the Hill back, it did not have low ratings when it got canceled. But when they were thinking about doing that, because the licensing had switched over to Warner Brothers and Adult Swim, they were thinking about bringing it back and or keeping it going from season 13. And then Brittany Murphy dies. She played the voice of Luann. About the time Mike Judge was getting ready to bring it back in 2016, because that was 2012. In 2016, all of a sudden, Tom Petty, who, yes, we know him as a rock star, but he's also the voice of Lucky, and he died. And so Mike Judge put it away again. Well, this time they're getting ready to bring King of the Hill back, and the guy Johnny Hardwick, the guy who played Dale Gribble, the conspiracy nut, just died of sudden. Yes, just died. It was like a month ago. Just died of, or it's 2 months ago. But it's sudden. They still don't know what actually killed him. And the thing is that they're never going to let that show come back. And not the way it was. Well, no, but think about this. The reason why, and I don't think, I'm going to put my conspiracy hat on for a moment. The reason why there's so much, turbulence, the reason why things keep happening every time the show is getting ready to come back is because, comedy satire or not, the whole point of the show was a good man, Hank Hill, with a bunch of doofy ass, and no matter how, every episode was a culture shock. Him finding out the world is not as conservative as he wants it to be. But in the end, he always ends up right. He is a good man, a good father, someone who always takes care of business, someone who has compassion, someone who, he might not like or understand somebody, but he values everyone. And he is the antithesis of everything they're trying to teach us, everything they want our kids to be, everything that they're wanting. They cannot let this show come back, because this show was, as silly as it is, as silly as the episodes could be, Hank Hill is too good of a role model for them to allow for him to still be prevalent in modern media.
And he has to stop Beavis and Butthead from whacking in his tool shed.
Mm-hmm. That's a different character, but yeah,
pretty much. That was proto Hank Hill. Come on.
Also, yeah, that was prototype Hank Hill. But also, I like telling people the third Sanderson sister, the plump gal, that's Kathy Najimy. She's the voice of Peggy Hill. So it's really funny because everybody sees Hocus Pocus and then they're like, wait, that's Peggy Hill.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh, trust me. When you hang out here with all of us, you'll learn a whole lot of new things. And
I kind of want to watch King of the Hill now.
Okay, so Hulu has every episode, and that I don't think any of them have been doctored. Like, so I do think I do still think that they're the way they were, political correctness or political incorrectness included. But Hulu was finally going to release new ones, and now they've been set back because between the writer's strike and Johnny Hardwick's passing, they're that they're trying to recalibrate again. Do you kill off Dale, who was a main driving character on the show? Do you kill off Luann and Lucky, or that kind of thing? Like, there's 100 problems with trying to move the show forward with 3 main, prominent character actors gone.
They would have to do some kind of BS like they moved or something.
Well, what I think would be best, now I don't know how to do this with Dale, but what would have been great up to this point is, I think Hank's half brother, Good Hank is his legal given name, but but Hank's half brother, Cotton's toddler son, when he died, when Cotton died, he had that toddler with that girl that was the same age as Hank. Anyway, she was a ne'er-do-well floozy anyway, and so what would have been great is if Bobby was in college and he was the one who was always in and out, kind of like Luann used to be, and they had Hank and Peggy, who were all ready to be empty nesters. Suddenly they're raising Luann and Lucky's girl and Hank's half brother, who are the same age, and then make them the same age Bobby was in the original series. That would have been freaking.
Or was the guy who died? Was he the one, the conspiracy nut?
Yeah, that was Dale.
Yeah. Oh, damn it.
Poor guy. He was funny.
They could easily remedy that with having the bastard of John Redcorn and his wife on the show. Because they were getting it on behind the scenes. So to speak.
I still think one of my favorite episodes of King of the Hill was the one where Bobby ate that big ass steak in front of that little vegan Indian girl. Just to spite her ass. That was classic.
Yeah. I always thought it was funny when Hank would like try to avert his eyes when he saw something he didn't want to see. Like, oh!
I still like it when Hank finds out he's got the half brother in Japan.
Yeah, me too.
That was his expression was everything.
You know what Hank Hill's based on, don't you? There was a guy on Mike Judge's paper route who didn't want to take the paper from him because they're not my paper boy.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, and of course, the story of how Boomhauer came into being is still unbeaten. Like, that was great.
Oh yeah.
If you ever get the chance to look that up, just go to YouTube and look up Mike Judge on how he created Boomhauer. Still the greatest story ever. He was on David Letterman when he told it.
I'm surprised people don't realize how smart Beavis and Butthead actually was. It was written stupid on purpose, but that whole thing was just a rip on the TV generation.
It was, and that was the whole thing. The best part about Beavis and Butthead was, and Daria for that matter, because she started there, and she was a spinoff of Beavis and Butthead. Yep. The whole point of both of those shows was that they were making fun of the people watching them. And the people watching them knew it and laughed anyway, because that is what America was built on.
Exactly. And also the laugh, I think what is either Beavis or Butthead, the laugh was based on this nerd that would get like really nervous before a test and start laughing like that. He recorded several different types of laughs.
All I can say is every time somebody says something absolutely horrifying, I will always reply in the ever immortal words of Hank Hill. My favorite Hank Hill quote to this day is still from the episode where Con Men and Connie move in next door, and they're having their housewarming party, and Hank doesn't want to go, and Peggy tells him, says, "Hank Hill, they will call you a racist." Racist? I'm not racist against his people. I just hate the guy. What kind of country is this when you can only hate a man if he's white? Like, I fucking love that so much.
Oh,
That's a good one.
that's actually a good point too.
Yeah, but that's another thing. How much of that show became even more relevant moving forward? That's the worst part about this. Like, there's even a show where they end up doing an exotic film festival in Arlen, and and Hank ends up talking to talking one of the women into leaving that industry entirely, and but that's and then there's the episode where they thought he was a pimp, because he
I remember that one.
and of course they had Snoop Dogg play the pimp from Oklahoma City. That buster. Anyway, no, that was a great episode. But the point is, I mean, that show had Chris Rock in it. That show had Bernie Mac in it at different times. Like, that show was freaking hilarious. But they had, I mean, hell, they had Willie Nelson. They all the way back in season 1. Randy Travis. That episode was hilarious. But the longer you go at one, hell, they had Vince Gill in that episode. But that's the thing, that they had stars. They had sometimes playing themselves, sometimes playing, just playing somebody, from, that was coming through town or whatever. But no matter how no matter how you look at it, like, that show was, it built a generation, because I mean, that show was the show that was, my parents wouldn't let me watch The Simpsons. They didn't mind if I watched King of the Hill.
I don't understand that either.
It comes down to levels of how raunchy it got. King of the Hill did not get as raunchy as The Simpsons. And we're stupid. Like, King of the Hill is more intelligent.
I honestly don't understand how you could even see The Simpsons as raunchy. I've seen every single episode since whatever.
Oh boy, I don't know, man. There is
I mean, consider South Park versus The Simpsons. Come on. I mean, like, Homer was an idiot, but he also really cared about his family. That's something people didn't get.
Well, but that was kind of the point. Like, Homer was not a Homer, and Peter Griffin for that matter, from Family Guy. Like, these are, that was the trope. Married with Children, or Al Bundy. These were good men. They're just also assholes and stupid. It made sense.
I would hardly doubt that Al Bundy actually gave a crap about his family, though. It was kind of like they were just horrible people.
No, there were episodes that proved he gave a crap about his family. And that's the thing. Like, despite everything, no matter how bad things got between them, they still, like, the whole point of that show was that people growing up watching everything from the Brady Bunch to the Jeffersons, saw nothing but good, wholesome families getting into the stupid hijinks. These are not that kind of family. These people yell at each other. They make fun of each other. They're, in cutting ways. They are not. This is not a wholesome family. The mom is, the only thing keeping her from being a floozy is the reputation she'd get. Al feels like the whole family's a ball and chain on him, but he's responsible for him, so he's a real man and he does what real men are supposed to do. goes out and does what he, but there's a really good episode where Bud finds out that his sister, and of course his sister is a floozy, but the thing is that she's, finally serious about a guy. She ain't cheating on him. She ain't running around, she ain't trying to get with other guys. Like, she is head over heels with this guy, or for this guy. And Bud finds out that this guy is a creep, and Bud puts a stop to it, like pulls out all the stops to make this guy's life miserable until he leaves. And he's not as big as this guy, not as strong as this guy, but he took care of his sister, and she had no clue. Like, they ended that episode with her never knowing what lengths her idiot brother went to protect her, and that's real family. Like, yes, did they sacrifice it? Did they take it to the extreme? Yes, but there, you can only have so much. You can only have so much. All in the family, and family matters. Sometimes you got to have a family that's dysfunctional, but still manage to function.
Yeah, there's something kind of just unrealistic or kind of a lie about those types of like wholesome family shows. Because I don't think
in real life, it's a little of both.
Yeah.
They're not as bad. They're not as bad as the Bundys. They're not as good as the Winslows.
Exactly. But yeah.
And I've actually met families who were like that growing up. People may think it's tropes, but when you really see it in person, it's like oh shit.
In some cases, it's worse. But I mean, like,
oh yes, in cases it is worse. It is pretty worse, and I can attest to that.
Yeah, growing up in Washington, you knew at least a few families that lived in the backwoods, and their houses looked like 2 or 3 houses like stapled together. And inside like was a disarray and a mess. Yeah, you dare not get into the fridge because you don't know what's edible.
Oh, absolutely. That's how it was growing up. I mean,
or when you take a shower over at their house because you're like a guest for 2 or 3 days, and they don't have any clean towels, but they're like, oh, this one should be okay. Oh my God.
I live in the country in the south, and where I live now is like an hour from my hometown. But my hometown was pretty backwoods country. There was some pretty sketchy families back there.
Yeah.
That I mean, the environment was sketchy, but they were the best people.
Yeah.
And the best families.
If you're like the town I grew up in, Belfort, Washington, the main town was fine. You go to the backwoods though. There's some quote, I'll use air quotes, driveways that had like trespassers will be shot, and you pretty much felt like they meant it.
Well, yeah, that's pretty common around here. And there's some without signs that you would be pretty sketchy to accidentally pull up in, and they'd be like, probably come out their door with a shotgun and point it at you, but that's a different story.
Most likely,
but there's some there were some pretty dysfunctional families and pretty nice families that seem like they would be dysfunctional just from how they appeared. But that's why you shouldn't judge appearances, I suppose.
Yeah, most likely probably have like a makeshift shooting range.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, those little like fake deer with the targets on them are really common down here. Turkeys too.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if they don't just shoot them out of their back porch.
Yeah.
Like real ones.
I know a friend of mine had like 22 guns in his collection.
Actually, one of my old neighbors, they had a makeshift little duck range. Bubba, you would love this. They had like these makeshift ducks and everything. They had it in this pose, like where it's like flap when the wings are flapping and everything. they had it to a little launcher thing. It's like like the rubber band slingshot. It was like that, and every time he goes pull, he launches it, and the duck makes the sound like the quack quack sound, and he shoots it. This guy had scary accuracy aim. I was just more amazed by the mechanism than anything. I thought it was pretty cool. He had like I want to say 36 of those, all handmade. They were completely handmade. But other than that, Hikari, what's your switching gears here? Do you have any fond memories of Princess Mononoke?
Uh, I wouldn't say I had any favorite parts of the movie, but I've seen it a few times.
Come on, you strike me as the type of person that loves when her head gets severed and she bites the lady's arm off anyway.
Exactly. Um, but what are your but you have seen the whole movie,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm. Yeah.
So what's your viewpoint on it?
What do you mean?
Well, how did you enjoy it? Because me and everybody else, well, except for Timothy, we all have fond memories of like watching of Princess Mononoke, and like the aspect, the story, everything, um, how it still stands the test of time and everything, how animation should be at times.
I agree with that.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to bed. It's getting late here. Okay, nice to have you. Nice to have you. Yeah.
Alrighty, freaky. Thank you for coming on by, my friend.
Uh, all right.
Um,
I'll see you next time. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I've never. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
I
I've
don't
never
think
seen
I
the
really have
cartoon.
any criticisms of the show or the movie per se.
I might be pretty old school when it comes to anime. I like was it a Fist of the North Star, Ninja Scroll, um,
third,
Trigun,
fourth,
or
yeah,
Trigun.
Mhm.
go watch it. Go watch it. You'll enjoy it. Believe me, it's a great movie. I think you'll personally enjoy it. It tells a
I,
great story too between
yeah,
nature and humans.
I've seen like all of those movies. So like Howl's Moving Castle and Spirited Away and I've seen like a lot of those movies. I like them all. They're pretty. Some of them are pretty sad though, and I'm just like bawling my eyes out. But I get emotional at anime and stuff too. Like I could be reading a book too, and I'm just like, yeah, sad part. I don't even have to cry if it's sad. Like if it's a certain type of happy moment, I'm like, oh my god, no, I'm gonna cry. Why, damn it, you know. But that's just me.
Yeah, I told this story earlier in the stream, but I'll happily tell it again. My first introduction was in March of, I want to say, well, between 2003 2005 is that time, in that time period. I was at home um, watching Tsunami, and it was in March. They had the month of Miyazaki segment going. It was like a month long of all the Miyazaki movies,
Mm,
from from uh, from Nausicaa Valley of the Wind to
yep,
Princess Mononoke
in that one.
to Howl's Moving Castle to the
Mhm.
Cat's Return and everything. It was such a great way to like introduce it. Um, and my mom, she actually liked it too. Um, there were some shock moments, and she was like, "Oh, that's got dark real quick. I just loved her comments and everything. Watching, um, then they did that, and I thought that was like a really great way because yeah, we have video renting stores, but what are the odds of it being there by the time you get to the store? Because if you really think about it, yeah, renting it out would be great and everything. You could watch it over and over again while you still have it for rent. Um,
Mhm.
but the beauty and magic of Tsunami is you had it right there on
Yeah.
the
I
network
used
and
to watch
everything.
Tsunami all the time when I'd go to, like, after school. Like, that'd be the first thing that I got. Like, did, like, when it came on at 4 or whatever.
Yeah,
Like, I would watch Tsunami.
I do remember they also they had so many different movies on there. They did do the Dragon Ball Z series. I remember that.
Mhm.
They did do the movies. That's my other introduction, and also to Brawly as well. That's where I was introduced to Brawly at the time. I knew who he was because of Brawly, the legendary Super Saiyan movie, and also the Tree of Might and everything. I thought that was a decent movie. But Princess Mononoke, you can make the case, and for anybody who's like doing hand drawn animation and everything, I would personally recommend like studying these ones to like how to convey characters and bring them to life, like give them so much upbeat personalities and everything, and also voice acting as well. I mean, there was star studded cast members for the whole thing. Um, it's pretty amazing how well these still hold up to this day, and the sad reality is, you look at all the shows now and it's like, where's the fun? Like, how am I supposed to enjoy this character, even the side character as well? um it's really sad, honestly.
I'm surprised that
And
people actually don't have a problem with Princess Mononoke this time of, like, in these times, because I'm sure that there's someone pissed that she's like, "Oh no, she's in love with a man. How could that be? Why can't she just be a girl boss and, not have to deal with romance? Why?" I'm surprised that's not a thing, honestly.
um
But
yeah, I wholeheartedly
mm,
agree. I mean, I did
there
see
might
I
be
did
somewhere and I haven't seen it, but continue. Sorry.
in my worst case, in a worst case scenario, it would probably be either be Tumblr or Reddit. That's where you would most likely find these people. Um, but I do agree. I do agree that you could that there could be the argument with with those clowns who just hate everything wholesome. Um,
Mhm.
by the way, there's also Porco Rosso, which is a good anime, but Bubba, what were you saying about that movie? Could you repeat that? What you said about Porco Rosso? He's probably busy at the moment. But Porco Rosso is another classic anime in the Miyazaki verse. And the funny thing is, Ponyo wasn't even thought about until much later, and it was such a great anime. Um, I had the fortunate to see that movie in theaters, and it was amazing. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and also there was more to that. There was also Castle in the Sky. I completely forgot about that one. I can't believe I forgot that one. Because there was also Castle in the Sky. So here's how the lineup was broken down, if memory serves me correctly. Keep in mind, I was living in a different state at the time. Um, on one week, it was Princess Mononoke, and then the following week was Spirited Away, and then My Neighbor Totoro was the week after that, and then Spirited Away, and then Howl's Moving Castle. I think they ended it on either I want to say uh, Kiki's Delivery Service or The Cat's Return. It was one of those two movies that they ended the whole month of Miyazaki on, and I thought that was a great tribute to that wonderful to the wonderful person. I wish Tsunami did more of that. I really wish they did because it would be a great way to introduce the. I mean, I know we have streaming services and everything nowadays. I know that, but also physicality. It's great to own like a physical copy at least, so you have it. Because with everything going digital and with Walmart and Best Buy being the most stingiest of people, they're like, yeah, why do we have these Blu-ray and
Well, you
DVDs?
can't never find anything interesting in Walmart anyway.
It's so stupid. This is why I tell people go to thrift stores, go to like places like Barnes and Noble, go to places like um I places like Suncoast at the time. Uh Thrift stores. I mean, you would be amazed what you could find at thrift stores. Um I had the I had the fortunality of getting the it I neary anyway, back to what I was saying. I had the fortunate to find the complete box set of Dot Hack Roots. I had the because it was
Dot
like
hack
an
sign is the best one. Just saying.
I
Fight
have
me
the
on
whole
it if you want
collection.
to.
No, actually I think Fatal might attest to that. He will
No.
agree with you on that. The
Mm,
you can't see it, but it's up there. I do have
mm,
Lady Subaru from that series
yeah.
in her box. It's like way up there, barely visible, but
I remember watching that on Toonami. It was
oh yeah,
actually on. I remember
oh
watching that, like the dot hack sign. And that was like that was like the reason that I got into dot hack. But
I
it was
do
the
re-
best one for me ever.
I do remember in '05, like 2005, when they were doing the it was summertime. It was during the Cartoon Network the summer block and everything. Friday night, well, actually between Friday night and Saturday morning, like I want to say midnight up until 1:30 in the morning, they had um they had Cyborg 009, Gundam Seed, and Dot Hack Legend of the Twilight. Those were the three animes I got into, and also Adult Swim. At various times, they too had their animes like Paranoia Agent, S Cry Ed, um, Samurai Champloo, Rurouni Kenshin.
I
You
think
had
let me see. I think the only anime that I watched on Adult Swim was Inuyasha. And then when I watched Toonami, I can't remember all of them. I don't know if it was all on one thing, but
well,
like let's see. The anime that I watched was like Zatch Bell, Dot Hack Sign, Rurouni Kenshin, Mobile Suit G Gundam, um,
that one
which
rarely
I
gets talked
actually,
about.
I'm old, so I was like recording. I had a VCR and a D, like, but mine was advanced. I had a VCR and a DVD player all in one. But I was like recording. I had my VCR set to record Mobile Suit G Gundam and Rurouni Kenshin, and they on tape if I couldn't watch it. And also, like they had Yu Yu Hakusho on there. That was one that I watched. They had Sailor Moon. They had Dragon Ball. I don't remember which one. It was either
The
uh,
original or Dragon Ball Z. It was
I
one.
think it was Dragon Ball Z, and then they went up
Yeah,
to like the last one that I think I saw on there before it went away or I stopped watching it was the Cell Saga or something. Or
Yeah,
like when
'cause it
Trunks like grew up or whatever. I don't know. One of those things. Um oh I think those are the only ones I can remember that stuck out because those are the ones I like watched the most.
yeah, and yes, there's more. There is more than the games because
Mhm.
aside from infection, quarantine, mutation, um, there's roots, there's GU, liminality, um, there's Legend of Twilight, there's Sign, and there's roots as well. Um, and I think I said I don't know if I said G or not. So if I repeat, I apologize. Um,
You didn't.
but from all of those, so those were so much fun. The PS2 games, so those were a blast. I had a great time. I'm glad Recode came out though. I'm happy that one came out. We got a proper send off for that series. But growing up on Toonami, June 1st, 1998, I watched the world premiere of Sailor Moon in America at that time. I
Yeah.
came home. I came home
I watch
from
Sailor Moon all the time.
that was my very first anime, and then my first adult anime. I snuck out into the living room one night, um, and I had the volume down. Now I figure out how the TV worked and everything. I turned the volume a bit like way down to where it's like it's like you have to like really focus on the sound to hear it. Like you have to really focus on the sound.
Mhm.
Um, the first anime I watched from that one was it was the Midnight Run. It was Midnight Run. They had Cowboy Bebop. That was the first one I watched. Then they had Outlaw Star. Then up next after that one, they had Trigun, The Big O, and of course Rurouni Kenshin and many
Mhm.
others. I unfortunately got caught watching. Oh my god, this I was proud to take this ass whipping, but Jesus Christ, was it funny? It was Outlaw Star. They visit the planet. I forget what the name of the planet is. I have the complete series.
I don't
It's
know.
when
I don't remember it.
it's when they visit the hot springs, and unfortunately, um, they had Aisha completely naked at that time. It was that scene that I got caught with by both my parents. You should have seen their faces. They were
Oh no,
so they
that's
were
all you got
so
caught for?
fucking. Yeah, that's because I got away with it the many other times, but the one time, oh my lord, that was hilarious. I
I didn't
went
really
to
ever get caught watching anime, and I didn't ever really watch anything
well,
horrible.
this was late at night
Oh,
on school nights. That's
oh.
at that time.
Oh,
But
oh.
I do remember when it came to like the weekday ones when they did the weekday for Toonami, they
Mhm.
had um they had IGPX, they had Zatchbell, of course.
Mhm.
Um, they had Evangelion, Eureka 7. Um, they had Dragon Ball Z that was still ongoing. Then they did have Yu Yu Hakusho. I remember that one.
Mhm.
You could tell just by my age that this is all by memory too. This is off by memory. Um,
My memory's going at my old age. I can't remember them all. But then again, I only pick and chose some of the anime. So the
it's
one,
okay.
yeah. Not
It's
saying
a
that any of them
well.
were bad. I just had
Actually,
favorites.
I enjoyed Hamtaro though. Personally,
Hamtaro is awesome. Okay,
I enjoyed that one.
those
I
cute
I
have
little
no
thought it
idea
ham
what
was
that
hams.
is.
adorable. And I would recommend if anybody wanted to get started on an anime, I would like for a kid, like a little kid. Personally, I would go for that one. That would
My
be like
first
the great start to that.
Well, I mean, if you don't count Robotech and I think,
Robotech, yes, I do count.
well, I mean, when I didn't realize what it was, but like growing up, it was like Sunday, so it was the day after Saturday morning cartoons, and so if you're going to church, that's the only thing you could watch is Ghost, Speed Racer and Robotech. And I didn't realize what that was, but the first time I actually think it actually officially counted was I had just graduated, and a friend of mine had Ghost in the Shell and Ninja Scroll, and that was the first kind of when I thought, oh, anime is actually kind of cool. So if that's not dating me or anything.
Nah, you're good. It's so amazing what we had when we were growing
Mhm.
up and everything. Now that anime is so mainstream, and I'm happy I lived long enough to see this.
Same.
Because now we have like so many ways to get it now than back then. Because all we really had at that time was Toonami. That was like our only introduction. Unless, of course, you had G4 TV as well,
Yeah.
because they had their own anime channel.
Oh, that was kind of the tame stuff too.
Yeah. I mean, I did watch Toonami, and that did get me more into anime. But I also watched like Pokemon and Digimon.
Yep,
So I
those.
mean, those were two of the first anime that I
You're
ever
in your
watched.
30s, aren't you?
Yes, I'll actually be 34 at the end of this
I
month.
knew it. My older brother was into Pokemon.
Yeah, I was, and my younger brother was.
I'm sorry.
I
I
was like,
mean, let me correct that. My younger brother was into Pokemon.
oh,
I'm like in my 40s, so
oh. There's nothing wrong with that. I
nope.
still like Pokemon to this day.
I
I have no qualms
respect
with
the
that.
marketing. The marketing for Pokemon was amazing.
Mm. I think, like, also, I remember I did, like, when I got old enough, because I don't think they had, like, a too young of an age, but I was like, we had Blockbuster. So I
Oh
remember
yes.
going to Blockbuster, and I think one of the first anime DVDs that I rented was Record of Lodoss War. And I also had
Oh,
I'm not
that's
sure.
a classic.
Yes, it is. I'm not sure if my parents realized what it was, but they also got me a DVD of one of the Tenchi Muyo like anime. And I was like, okay.
Of all the anime,
Yeah, I know. And it wasn't
Shibuya.
even like, I think it was, I don't even remember which one it was. Unfortunately, when I moved out and got married, my mom's like, he's not going to want you to take this with you. I mean, what kind of husband wants a wife that's into anime? I wish I'd actually talked to her about that and been like, look, he doesn't care. He knows. I mean, I took a Naruto headband to to school on my bag all the time. He knows I'm into anime. He doesn't actually care, but I wish that I had kept all my anime stuff from back then, because I had like built Gundams
I
and stuff from like those little model kits and whatnot. Like I had all
I
four of the main Gundams from 5 from Mobile Suit G Gundam. But yeah, we had good anime back then.
I had to educate the chat on what a difference between a Gen Xer and a Boomer was.
Hello, good sir.
Hello
Hello.
3-4. It's funny that you mentioned that, Hikari, because
Mhm.
I about I want to say 9 years ago, 8 or 9 years ago, I was in Michigan at the time. Um, there was this mall that had this huge anime selection. Um, and it was my birthday, and my stepdad wanted to know what I wanted for my birthday. So I'm like, well, let's go hang out. You can pick out my gift right in front of me, and it'll be your gift from him, basically. So we go to the anime store because my cousin took me there at one point. And he looked around and everything. And then as we left, after I got what I wanted for my birthday gift from him, because he did pay for it and everything, so it was his gift to me.
Mm.
Um, he told me that is a really different world, but if you like it, I'm happy. because he never seen anime,
Mhm.
and this coming from him is probably the greatest compliment I have ever heard from a non-anime fan, like somebody who's never seen it, not
Mhm.
once in their entire life. And and I thought that was pretty cool because and I told him like, well, it's a part of who I am, and it's what kept me off the streets and all of the
Mhm.
garbage you see nowadays. And it's true to a degree. I mean, it's a great medium to have, and it's a great hobby to enjoy,
Yeah. I
and
mean,
lifestyle too, if you want to call it that as well.
yeah.
um I also we also had anime club at high school at the time, and that was a lot of fun. That just meeting all the different fans and everything. We had like random animes playing. We At one point we had a Run High School Host Club playing at that point. We had we did have Naruto playing. I don't know which one it was. I can't remember if it was the original one or Shippuden. It was one of the two. It was various. Like we even had Vampire Night playing there at one point. It was a really it was still going like for 3 years. Like during my time there and everything. Um, a lot just a lot of fun. Got to got to meet a bunch of other people at trade school as well. Unfortunately, my DVD collection, like I had the complete Outlaw Star and everything before I
Mhm.
rebought it again. This was like a why like way back then. Somebody broke into my bag like and stole the whole thing.
Oh.
And to and my Yu Yu Hakusho one. I had two season box sets of like season one, season two, gone.
Oh, that sucks.
The people in this world, I tell you, the people in this world. Um, but it's so aside from that blemish, though, it's actually pretty amazing how far anime has come because
Yeah.
I I did a video a while back on like diving into the world of anime. It was like it's like a short video I did explaining like the history from the anime Godfather from the anime fathers of from the fathers of anime up until now. Um, it and the boom of the '80s, the powerhouses of the '90s, the wacky new animes that were coming out at the time. Um, it's amazing what you can do with so much. Um, Also, Tree Four, if you like, I would recommend Princess Mononoke to you because it's such a it's a really great
Yeah. Well, it's Ghibli, right? Or
yeah,
is
it's
it not?
Studio
Yeah.
Ghibli. It's Studio Ghibli, and I would recommend any of their movies because it
Yeah,
tells
I've seen a
a
couple of them. Yeah.
but not this one though.
Yeah, I've seen
To be classified.
Totoro, Spirited Away. I liked Spirited Away as a kid. That was probably like one of my favorite movies. And then later on, I saw Moving Castle. But yeah, when I was a kid, like it's and teenager and even young adult, like liking anime was basically like social suicide. So I kept it as like a deep, dark secret that I never told anyone until like Netflix came around, and then people started liking it.
That's
Like,
how it
say
was
you,
when I was in high school and
yeah.
middle school. Like,
So I
if
never
you
told
liked
anyone.
anime, you were considered the nerd,
Like,
and
you're the
nobody
turbo
liked
nerd.
you. Like, you were the
Yeah.
outcast. You were like the goth kids that nobody liked to be around.
No, you're like the lowest of the
Oh,
low. You're like
Yeah.
worse than the nerds. You're like
I mean,
anime geek.
you
So
did
that's why
find
I
some
never
people
told anyone.
that didn't
They didn't call
mind,
you a
but
weeaboo, did they?
Yeah. No, well, I
but
never told
like
anyone. Oh, sorry, unless you
I
were talking
did.
to
I
me.
mean, I had some friends that were into anime,
I
and
didn't.
my boyfriend at the time, who's now my husband, years later, he knew, and I mean, he had no problem with it. And of course, my parents didn't mind I was in anime, but like I was saying, my mom really didn't care that I was in anime, but she didn't like find it appropriate or think that I should take my anime stuff with me. Like I had left all of my Pokemon cards behind. I had like two or 3 small Tupperware full of Pokemon cards, and I do not know what she did with them, and I kicked myself in the ass every day for that because I'm pretty sure I had some good cards. And she's just like, no, you don't need to take them. Just put them in a box here, and you don't have to take them because he won't want a wife that's into that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, Mom, he already knows. He's been with me for years now. He knows. But yeah, it's just if you were into anime back in my day, I say that like I'm really old when I'm not. But it's just like you got picked on. Nobody wanted to be around you. Really, you were like the
Oh,
outcast.
I actually got beaten up for that too.
But
I
then
told
again,
this story
mm,
earlier, but
mm,
what happened was I was wearing my Full Metal Alchemist shirt I had at the time. It was really cool as well.
mm,
And I had like 3 people gang up on me. This was after school. I got the shit kicked out of me. I was bloodied and everything, and the shirt was completely torn in half. So basically, like this shirt, only like this half completely gone. It was just hanging by this. And I came home and my my mom freaked out and everything. She's like, "Oh my god, what happened to you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, the three punk ass bitches beat the shit out of me because I liked anime, and I
Well, I've never
fought
seen
back."
that happen, but that's pretty bad.
no. Well, I mean, no. Some people knew that I liked anime, but I had a very close knit friend group in school. Like quality over quantity is what I would say. And they knew that I liked anime. A couple of them did too. But the only way that somebody would know that I liked anime was because, like I said, I had a Naruto Konoha headband wrapped around my bag strap. And when I was in middle school, I took my Yu-Gi-Oh cards because we were trading them in the
Yeah.
middle of like
I
PE.
oh
Like in the
I had a
yeah.
really cool Yu-Gi-Oh deck.
I was
I
like really cool though because I was like one of the only girls in middle school that had Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Pokemon cards.
There were the Yu-Gi-Oh nerds at school. I was actually I hung out with the Dungeon and Dragons nerds, like the tabletop nerds. But even then, I never told any of them I watched anime because I thought they would think I'd be like too much of a nerd even for them. So even for like the
I,
tabletop nerds, so I never told anyone until like I was 23 and anime became a thing on Netflix.
I
So
guess I got into more of the rated R kind of anime because, like I said, Ghost in the Shell and Ninja Scroll were the first ones I actually go, oh, this stuff is actually pretty badass.
yeah.
See, I was the opposite. My friends were into anime. It was all the other stuff that I'm into that they weren't. Like, I was the only comic book nerd in that group. I was the only one even trying to fuck with tabletop at the time.
yeah,
We did have a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players, but that was the thing. Like,
a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh Magic
I
players.
yeah, we had a couple of Magic players. It was mainly Yu-Gi-Oh and a lot of them would watch Pokemon even when they didn't watch other anime because we were all into the games. But that's the thing. Like I'd go home after school and turn on Toonami or
Mm-hmm.
when Spike TV would have their anime block. Encore would do once a day. They would have an anime hour. That's where I saw Samurai Deeper Kyo. But I mean, there were ways to watch anime. It was really hard to come by. I'll tell you, I still have it somewhere. My cousin had come back from a yard sale. She had bought a mystery box like full of a bunch of VHS tapes. This was back right after DVDs first like took over and they were phasing VHSs out. And she paid like $5 for 50 VHS tapes, and there was a copy of the Tekken movie in it. I still have that on VHS somewhere. But no, that's the thing though. We used to, we used to take it where we could get it, for lack of a better term. Um, I now I'll tell you, and I've had some weird like good luck finds at 2 different stores. like 4 or 5 years apart from each other. I have found both Tenchi Galaxy Police and Tenchi Universe, the entire series, each for $5 a piece.
Nice. I was
Like
lucky
every
when I
once
was
in a while, you
That,
hit a rare find.
that's an impressive find too. Um,
I
I
was lucky
think
when I was a teenager. I had torrents, so I could just get whatever.
Yeah,
still do.
things have gotten a little different. Yeah.
Yeah. When I figured I had a torrent when I was about 12, so I was pretty lucky. Yeah,
It's just a matter of finding the right torrent as well. It's just a matter of finding it. And
back then it was harder. Now you just use like Leet 1337 torrent, and you're pretty much sorted.
oh, absolutely, because back then it's like
Back
which
then it was
one was
harder.
it
Yeah,
again? It's like
there was Pirate Bay, but
Zillion.
it sucked back
We
then.
had
and
LimeWire,
X
but that was mostly
torrents.
for music.
Yeah, yeah. I remember using LimeWire when I was
Oh
younger than
God,
that.
LimeWire!
I used to download
Wow,
South Park episodes off LimeWire when I was like 8.
what a confusing malware infested thing, but but surprisingly it worked though. To my shock,
If you didn't
I
download the malware, I remember I bricked my computer because I tried to download like RuneScape hacks or something, which is just like obvious malware. And
I
then I was
mean,
like
oh
8,
no.
bricked my computer.
we mostly use LimeWire for music, but
Yeah,
or
you can use it for
we were
movies.
also old school and did it the hard way and was like would record it on a CD from like playing it on like really loudly on the radio and some shit like that. Oh man.
That was just becoming LimeWire was just a thing when I started getting into music when I was about like 8. So luckily I never had to go
Oh,
through like the
hey,
cassette
don't knock
mixtapes.
the CD thing. Like I remember having cassette tapes, and I had this old boombox I got at a yard sale for $5, and it was a pretty like top of the line boombox when it was new. By the time I got it, it was old, but I used to sit and wait, like if I knew those rare occasions when they would tell us what song was about to start playing, or I could hit record fast enough. I had like entire like mixtapes and stuff that I had in a little tape player I would carry with me. But
Like
yeah,
the
no, don't.
Walkman or something.
Huh?
Weren't those Walkman?
Okay, the Walkman was specifically CDs. By the time, yeah,
The name of it though, but I know what you're
yeah.
talking about.
Well, yeah, but that was the whole point. Like Walkman started out with tape players through Sony, but the Sony Walkman, by the time I was old enough to be doing all this, was specifically CDs. This was a knockoff brand I got from the Dollar General. But yeah, no, I went through so many pairs of headphones. I played that thing until the tape deck just completely burst. But
I
yeah,
have the
no,
CDs with like songs on them.
yeah.
And
Oh
just
yeah, I got a lot of
for music as well.
Well, my friends, we used to get together and we would those of us that had CDs and stuff. And me, I've always been a junkie for mixed like CDs that are already mixed. Like I loved soundtracks before they were all score. Like I would get like the Punisher soundtrack or the Fantastic Four soundtrack or or different movie soundtracks that had the Batman movies had a lot of the Spider-Man movies had good soundtracks to them, and so that's where I would put my money, and then we would go, whoever had a computer, sometimes we'd use the school computer, we would rip our CDs and make whatever the Windows version of their Windows media files. But the point is that then we would make our mix. We had burned it was all those Dell like Windows computers there, so we would burn CDs for each other and stuff. Make mix CDs and that kind of thing. Every once in a while, I could use my mom's laptop for that. But yeah, that was pretty much where we got our music, was just trading with each other.
Remember with the old iTunes, you could put in the CD and then it would like store the MP3 files from the CD into your iTunes account. That was pretty good. I don't know if you guys ever did that, but I remember that.
Yeah, I remember when you could do that, but I only had an official iPod. I had an iPod Shuffle for
I had
about a
one as well.
year, and
That was
that
cool.
yeah, that thing gave out. But let's see, I'm 32, and so most of my experiences were like with this were like between 2006 to 2010.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that
yeah.
that
You're a
that's
couple
where
of
I'm
years
coming
older
from.
than me. You're not
Yeah.
too far off me, but you're a
Well,
couple of
I'm
years older.
33. I'll be 34 at the end of this month. So,
Okay,
I'm,
then you know exactly what I'm
yeah,
talking about.
yeah, yeah. Mm.
Yeah,
But yeah, no,
all
I
this stuff,
yeah.
all this stuff like
Go ahead.
portable CD players is pretty much dying as I was like just becoming like 8 and like old enough to care about that sort of thing, like 8 and 9. So I just had
Well,
an
just
iPod Shuffle.
just know that I still like regular like every couple of years, and I'm trying to I'm like hoping and praying that they still sell them by the time I need one again. But I still use an MP3 player. Like I don't use my phone for music or movies because I still when I go when I'm at work and I'm on long shifts. I still have a portable DVD player that I that I break out to play my movies on. Like there's I don't play video games on my phone. I don't watch movies on my phone, and I don't listen to music on my phone. Like my phone is specifically for communicating. That's
Is it like a work
because
phone?
well, yes, except for it's not a work phone, and I just
No,
don't want to
you
waste
just
my
use it for
battery
work.
on other stuff.
Oh yeah,
I
that
still
makes
have
sense.
my old CD case with all my CDs in it.
I'm young enough to like have never had to buy a CD.
I
See,
I have a few in there, but I was really into like boy bands when I was young. Like I was the girl that was like a fan of NSYNC and Backstreet Boys and stuff like that. So
but who wasn't?
I'm
I'm
sorry.
pretty sure I have I'm pretty sure I have one of their CDs. I know I had the Pokemon To Be a Master CD in there. I have a version of the Macarena from the the
The
the
Macarena.
country gas
Ah,
boys or something. I don't remember. It's
nice.
something like that, but it's a very,
I
very country odd version of the. I have
no,
a
I know exactly what
Crazy
you're
Frog
talking about.
CD. Crazy Frog was really popular when I was in like my freshman year of high school.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. We are old
And then
enough
I
to
have some
remember.
Now CDs. The Now series
Nice.
was really popular when I was a kid too. Like all those
Yeah,
Now starting
yeah.
from like one, like some of them had some really questionable songs that were like meh, but then some of them were like, I just have to get the CD just for these couple songs.
Well, but that was the best part about mixed
Yeah.
CDs was that you could do that. What
Mhm.
was that you could have say you paid because at the time it was like $10 to $12. Say you paid $10 to $12, 13 by the time our later teen years, like, but say you paid 13 for how many they have on there, like 12, 13 songs on there, so you're basically paying $1 a song. But the thing is that even if you only liked like 5 songs on that CD, it was freaking worth it. But
Mhm.
it's kind of like I'm mad now because now we're paying damn near $20 for a CD that only has 10 songs on it. But used to, I was lucky to like half of the songs on the CD. Now, like take the new Stained album for instance, all 10 songs, 10 out of 10 are a freaking hit. Like I love all 10 of them. So I'm spending roughly the same amount of money per song that I like, and so I can't really be too upset about it. Now I will tell you, I love the new Shinedown album, but they put a lot of filler in that album. Like there is a lot of because they're like telling the stories in between the tracks and stuff, which congrats to them for that throwback style. But um, when I copied a disc for my brother, he's like, please don't put the filler on there. Just give me the songs. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fair. But And then I forgot and gave him one with all the filler in it, and he got irritated with me, so I had to make him another one. But that's not the point. Like my family, we still keep a CD player around. We can listen to. Every year I've got from different like sources I've collected. I've got a 44 track Christmas. It's all the main Christmas songs. I picked my family's favorite versions of them. But my mom really gets into Christmas, and I'm getting ready every year around this time. I have to burn her another copy of them. It takes 2 discs, but she can listen to them in her car. But then she got this new car that doesn't have a CD player anymore because they've started to try to move on. It has an aux cord on it, but it also has like a USB drive. And since she hits shuffle on everything anyway, she's just like, well, just put them all on a flash drive. So I'm gonna do that for her this year. And then I'll just like I guess I'll just find cheap USB drives from now on. I don't know, but one way or another, she's got to have these Christmas carols. And so I did. It was back in like 2014, 2013. I put together this this master list of the most famous Christmas songs. And that, like, every year my family is like, hey, where's the Christmas CD at? So it pays to have physical media. It really does. And a lot of these I would like shop at thrift stores or Goodwills or whatever, and I'd find I'd find CDs and stuff that had them on there. So I didn't even have to pirate anything. Like, I was just able to put this playlist together, because hell, you can find Christmas mix CDs, but there's especially ones from the 90s and early 2000s. But the thing is that it's finding the right versions of these songs. But even just talking about CDs that I own, that I still have in my possession, I haven't counted in a while, but I know it's over 100. Like, I've got a ton of CDs, like official ones, not ones that I've made.
I don't know any. Other than PS1
Yeah,
games.
that's what you were saying. That's yeah.
Those are the only CDs I own, are the PS1 games. Well, anyways, I didn't mean to scare him off.
Oh no, he has issues from time to
Oh,
time.
well, it sounds like he's talking through a ham radio, so I guess that makes sense.
To answer your question, Third Fourth, yes, the Dot Hack series is an anime as well. Because you are correct, they are the game. There are the games.
I only knew about the games. I didn't realize there was a show.
Yeah, because there's also the anime as well, but the games they take place, even though it's within the same universe in the Dot Hack world, they take place at various different times.
Well, there's like 5 different games.
Taylor knows more about it. Taylor knows more.
Sorry about that. My signal decided to yeet me to the shadow realm.
Well, anyways, it's good. It's good having a chat with you, Anime Night, and Greek, and Timothy, and Hikari. Is that how you say that?
Yeah, Hikari's fine.
I'm off. It's my Friday night, so I'm gonna go buy a 6-pack, and I'll catch you guys later.
Just be careful.
I'm not driving.
Good on you, man. You have a good one. Man, you party it up.
I'll be getting more than a 6-pack.
Or relax.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. It's Friday. I'm getting more than a 6-pack, so I'll catch you guys later.
Good. Have a good one, man. But yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like talking about. So I've got this one buddy that's he's in his 60s. He still has his original Commodore 64, and he can still to this day like he can take old cassette tapes and record over them, and then pop them in there and play the games on them. Like that is like the coolest thing. But back then you didn't even have to mod anything. Like the games were literally based on cassette tapes, or not? Yeah, cassette tapes, and that was so then like a lot of people don't know this. You can if you can burn a disc. So the first like you can burn the disc files onto CDs for. You can't do it for the PS1, but you can do it for the Dreamcast. So if you have an original Dreamcast, you can you can like burn the CD. Like if your disc gets all screwed up or whatever, um, that's a cheap way to replace Dreamcast discs.
It is very interesting how you can do so much back then. Compare that now. I mean, now it's just like seamless, but back then you had to figure out and write down like what was what, like what disc, like what CD is what. Because when I was in high school, I used to burn CDs as well for like different people at the time. Luckily, they were my friends. Otherwise, I would have charged like 10, 15 a pop, maybe, depending on the CD. It depends, and what is like specifically. I'm like specifics of what music they wanted on it. Because for a friend of mine, he was a big wrestling fan, so I got him the entrance music of almost everybody as much as I could fit on that damn thing. For other people, it varied from like Marilyn Manson to a few others. Luckily, I had a few CDs of that, so I'm like, you know what, I'll just do this big. Do. Done. Um, I wish I had that knowledge still at my age. But it's so amazing how technology changed throughout the whole years and our means of anime and everything. Because at the time, because we had renting
Mhm.
and we only had renting stores like Blockbuster, Hollywood Video, and like rarely the big like some of the chain ones like Kmart and everything. Rarely do we have that. We had like other means, but it was like it depends on the cable as well. Because like Bubba said, like Spike TV at the time, HBO at the time, I think it
Mhm.
was HBO, and of course Cartoon Network as well. You had to be very lucky to have like a stable cable system to get all those networks and everything. Um, that's why a few people like giggle and like, wow, the struggles of an anime fan. I'm like, yep, those were the struggles at the time, but we prospered and everything. Um, the one thing I do miss about school and everything was the discussions. Well, we have them now and everything, but back then it, it's like, oh, I can't wait to get to school the next day and talk about this with my friends and everything, because it happens at like no matter where you go and everything, from elementary school all the way to high school. It was a pretty wild time. Um, However, we're also losing that because of what's been going on and everything. Uh, it's really, really sad because I feel bad for some of the newer fans who are just getting into like all of these wonderful things. I will say this. Um, it also depends on who you associate with as well. Me personally, if somebody was like new to the anime world, I would just show them um like classic animes, even the newer ones too. um I would just show them where to go and everything, and give my opinion on it, and let them decide if they like it or not. We're not here to dictate what people can or can't like. That's not our job as fans. I often remind myself that, because people, it's a new thing to them, and it's like and if they don't like it, that's completely fine. We're not gonna tie you to a fucking chair and duct tape you and have like 18 different TVs playing.
Now, that depends on the person. Like there are some people that just might need that kind of treatment. But all jokes aside, if I wanted to get somebody into anime, like wanted to get them into anime, right, like today, I would I would pick, you want at least one movie and a couple key episodes of a few different shows, but like for instance, if, or just pick a series, but like you do not want to introduce a newbie to say Dead Leaves or so any of the 80s, like hardcore, like semi graphic, like you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, there's some there are some things that you're going to want to ease people into, but like Gurren Lagann, you could introduce somebody to that and get and that, and people keep wondering why shonen anime and manga are doing so well in the West. It's because shonen anime and manga are the closest thing to American action that the East gives us. So if I really if I want to give people if I want to give people a crash course, like pick I mean, yeah, let's do Broly the Legendary Super Saiyan. Nice starter movie that will make somebody want to go back and watch Dragon Ball from the beginning. Like, and then you just got to explain to them, hey, that ain't canon. Gurren Lagann's a good series to start people off with. If they want to ease up a little bit off of that, you can always have them watch the first Tenchi Muyo series. Outlaw Star you might need to ease them into, but the thing is that my brother and I do this all the time. Like, if I were to try to get somebody into comic books and I couldn't or get them into comic book characters, like what movies and shows would I choose, which episodes of which movies and shows would I choose if I only had 4 hours to turn somebody into an Avengers fan or into a Justice League fan, or just get somebody interested and invested in these characters. So I've put a lot of thought into this. I'll tell you, the Dragon Quest Adventures of Dai, like that's got a little bit of everything, because you got monsters, you got you got sword fighting heroes, you got the magic, a swords and dragons kind of aspect to it. It's you got your good old fashioned friendship and bonds, that kind of bonding, that kind of thing. It's just mature enough that somebody in their 40s wouldn't mind watching it, but it's not so dumbed down that you'd have to be 14 or younger to fucking understand it. And so it is like you've got to, when you're as fun as tying them to a chair and like strapping them down and opening their eyes Clockwork Orange style would be, that's probably not the best way to make friends and influence people.
No, you have to be the jerk and recommend Boku no Pico.
Oh Lord!
Just kidding.
Oh.
Nobody go watch that. Do not do that. No, I was just kidding. I was
Save,
just kidding.
You know what the worst part is? I was. You know what the worst part is? I was an adult before I even knew what that was.
Yeah, exactly.
To this day, I've never
heard
seen
about
it.
it, and I'm like,
I have no.
Why?
Yeah. I have no intention of ever seeing it.
No.
But
Would not recommend.
Anyway, but you did. You invoked the demons right here on the live stream.
Oh.
But yeah, no. I'll tell you though, if you want to get somebody under the age of 30 into anime, someone who's never been into anime, keep them as far away from Grave of the Fireflies as you possibly can. Do not start them off on that. Unless they just absolutely love tragedy and war stories.
Have them watch Clan After Story and see how they do.
Oh, okay. If you're gonna go that road, just like take them into something like Elfen Light or something like that. Don't. Yeah.
Well, there's
And
wait, Clint, wait. Elfin Light is not for. It's not safe for work. Clint, that is.
well,
Elfin Light is not.
I'm not talking about getting somebody into it at work, though. I'm talking
Oh.
about getting somebody
Well, I
into
mean,
a genre.
it's not safe for work, as in it's.
Well, yeah,
There's
but
a lot of
if somebody
people
likes Game of Thrones,
in Elfin Light.
if somebody likes Game of Thrones, they're gonna want to watch. They'll watch Elfin Light. They'll watch Clannad. They'll watch the other one I was thinking of. The Berserk. Like you could get, like if you're trying to appeal, it depends on what crowd you want. Like if you want somebody who's a Star Wars junkie to get into anime, they're gonna like stuff like Robotech, Gundam, or like I said, Gurren Lagann, versus somebody who, they like swords and sorcery, they're Dungeons and Dragons players, but they've never really been into anime and manga. You're gonna want,
Like an isekai.
yeah, well, and that's the thing. There's, there are different genres within. See, and that is the biggest thing. That is the biggest thing that the West seems to have forgotten. See, when they say anime is for everyone, that means that everyone can find an anime or manga that represents their interests. Versus when they try to say that American comics or cartoons or whatever are for everyone, they are trying to shoehorn everything into the same category. And I'll tell you right now, if you go to the Barnes and Noble and you look at the people, the 14-year-old girl in the manga aisle is not reading the same thing as and now that they're like shoved into the same aisle, the 14-year-old girl is not looking at the same thing as the 40-year-old man. He's picking up the Punisher. She's probably picking up, one of the ones you just mentioned, but that's, but the point is,
But honestly, if a 13-year-old girl or 14-year-old girl's not picking up Elfin Light.
Again though, like there's, I don't know, that's complicated because it depends on the kid. It depends on what the parents have allowed them to be exposed to, that kind of thing. What's that other one? That Kill la Kill. Like I know there's a lot of a lot of people get irritated with that, but I'll tell you now, like I absolutely love My Hero Academia, but I grew up. But to my own shame, I have not had the chance to get into One Piece the way I got into My Hero. My two favorite things in this world are superheroes and pirates. And I like One Piece, what I've seen of it, but it's hard to catch up on literally 2 decades of a series. Whether it's the over 100 volumes or over 1,000 episodes and several movies, like you can't just jump into One Piece and know everything that's going on. And that's the thing. Whereas My Hero's still new enough that if you got started this year, by next year you might be caught up. And now if you're watching the show, you'll be caught up a lot sooner. But the point is that so whereas My Hero Academia itself is a great comic, and I have every volume of the manga so far. What I will say is that, and I've seen every episode of the anime that's been released in English, but because I watch dub, as much as I know a lot of people, sub is better. The reason why I don't watch sub is because I don't know how to judge a voice actor on their performance if I can't understand the language. I don't know what inflections are preferred, that kind of thing. So I have to watch dubbed. Now, when I go back and see it subbed later, and I'm like, God, they really butchered that line. Yeah, I get a little irritated about that, but that's the writers, not the acting talents themselves. But that's the thing though. Like My Hero Academia is great. I love the dynamic between All Might and Deku. I like, yeah, because we all have been that kid, and we were all told that the things we wanted to do in life, the dreams that we had, were not going to happen. Some of us have found new dreams. Some of us are working on our old dreams still. Some of us completely gave in to despair, and we're just kind of surviving. But the point is that as much as I love My Hero, Vigilantes is, and I don't even like the word prequel. Like, I am so tired of even the thought of prequels. Star Wars did it, and suddenly everybody else thinks it's okay to do it. Kind of like telling your movies in two parts. Harry Potter did it, and suddenly Twilight and Hunger Games thought it was okay too. No, stop it. Anyway, the point is, so take Vigilantes for a moment. Vigilantes takes place 5 years earlier. It's before All Might was injured. It's in his fated battle with All for One. And the thing is that in this particular scenario, you have this kid, hell, I'm not about to try to pronounce his long ass Japanese name, but but you see him, he wants, like, he idolizes superheroes. He's in college. He's trying to hold down a job. He's trying to go to class, but he gets, he finds himself in a predicament. Like, this kid's had his powers his whole life. This isn't like Spider-Man getting bit by a radioactive spider. This kid's had his powers his whole life, and he gets the shit kicked out of him repeatedly in the first volume. We see these guys rob his store, like the job he's working at, and that's the thing. Still, on his walk home, like, he gets yelled at for trying to get to work from school faster by using his power, and because using your power in public without a permit is illegal. But that's the thing. We see even early on, things are stacked incredibly against him. And then when he's on his way home, and he happens to see these same guys that have beat his ass twice already that we've seen, and he sees that they've got this girl cornered, and he tries to save her, and they are about to do unspeakable things to her. They're about to kill him, and and they spell it out. Like, these guys are about to sexually assault her and gut him. Like, it's going to happen. And suddenly you see this overcast, this shadow in the dark alley, in the moonlight. And as the bad guy is saying, "Go ahead, scream for All Might," never mind the fact they would shit out their own bowels if All Might ever did show up. They know that he's not going to show up, that heroes have become so commercial and mainstream. Enter Knuckle Duster. This guy, and he overlooks this alley, and he tells them, he says, "All Might's not here to save you, but don't worry, I'm here." And he jumps down in the middle of this alley, crashes on his face like into a pile of trash, gets up and beats the ever-loving fuck out of these three. And it's brilliant. So then he follows this kid home. He's seen him doing good deeds. He's seen him trying to stand up for people. He knows this kid wants to be a superhero, but he's like, you didn't get to go to a fancy school. That's okay. I'm going to train you how to be a vigilante. The kid tries to tell him no. He just kind of follows him home, says, "Nah, you're my protege now." So anyway, we see Knuckle Duster. He's insane. Like, he's absolutely awesome, but he's got this sixth sense about everything, and his he just knows what's going to happen. And it's not until you see Aizawa, the homeroom teacher from My Hero, try to stop his quirk, when when he knocks Aizawa in the face, even though he's using his, he's trying to stop his quirk, when you find out this motherfucker is quirkless. This man is in his late 40s, early 50s, past his prime, still in impeccable condition, and he is fighting superpowered people on a nightly basis while being chased by the cops, while being chased by organized crime, fighting fucking supervillains. And he does it all without powers. And it flies in the face of everything we've been told of this whole like superhero worshiping society. And so he renames the kid who the newspaper was calling the nice guy, he renames him Crawler and starts training him. And it's great because we see Crawler, become more badass as each volume goes by, but still the best moment still, and I won't give too many spoilers for volume 2, but the best moment still comes when another vigilante who is somebody in the main series, but another vigilante, he's freaking nuts. He shows up and saves Crawler early on in volume 2. Later on in volume 2, this guy is sent after one of the thugs that Knuckle Duster saved Crawler from in the first volume. And it's really awesome because I grew up with Spider-Man and Tim Drake, the third Robin, and these heroes that were put in, these young heroes that were put in really hard positions. And when you see, and I love the storytelling, because when you see this kid, he doesn't make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year or millions of dollars a year. He doesn't get endorsement deals. He does the right thing because it is the right thing to do. He's going to school. He's holding down a job. He's playing superhero at night. He is, he's got organized crime and the cops and the other superhero, the quote, real superheroes all after him. He did not get into superhero school because he stopped to save somebody and missed the exam. And we see the life that he leads and how pathetic and helpless he's felt up until this point. But it's not until you see him standing up to a man who has saved his life on behalf of a man who has tried to take his life because it is simply the right thing to do that you realize how good of a story this is. Those are the superheroes I fucking grew up with. Those are the superheroes that, those no-win scenarios that they somehow find a way out of, but it is when, when you, and of course, this has never been made into an anime. This is still, they just released volume 15, and that's the final volume. And, I haven't got that far yet. I'm only about halfway through, but I buy them so I don't have to hunt for them later. But that's the thing, and what modern current comic book and cartoon creators, and whether they're at Disney, whether they're at Warner Brothers, what they have forgotten is that not every story can be for everybody, but every story needs to be open for anybody, and everybody needs a story. And the thing is, not everybody's going to like everything, but there will be an audience. I'll tell you, Vigilantes, as much as I love the main My Hero Academia, I love Vigilantes. And I would bat for that book any day of the week. I'm still waiting for the main cast to show up in the main series, like from Vigilantes. They still haven't done that yet. Kind of broke my heart that it hasn't happened yet, especially since the Anime Saga had Deiko running around as a vigilante for a little while. But again, there's a dynamic there. You can definitely tell the creators of this series grew up. They are real fans of American superheroes, and they know what it means to be a hero. And and that's
you were kind of I'm not saying you're purposely, but it sounds like you're kind of crapping on Western comics.
Okay, I am crapping on what they have become.
Right.
You have to understand. When I was a teenager, when I was a kid, I was that guy trying to argue with my friends. I told you, all of my friends were anime manga geeks. I have always been a comic geek. And so I'm always the one, I was the guy defending American comic books, but there came a point about 2015 where that became impossible.
What about all the independent comic books that people haven't discovered yet?
And I'm talking about the big two. We're not talking about, we're not talking about every independent comic book that's come out there, and I'm not saying that even the big two are not, I mean, they're not completely void of gems. That Beta Ray Bill series a couple of years, it was last year, that Beta Ray Bill miniseries was really good.
Right.
There are some good ones. I'm just saying, you cannot tell me that the mainstream heroes have not lost their luster of late.
Oh yeah, we all know that. I just don't think.
No, I will never.
Western comic books are dead and gone. I'm just saying that.
Oh, I don't either.
Yeah.
They just need a reformation. They need somebody to slap them in the face and say, no, you ain't doing it right. Get back to doing it right. There's an allegory of that there's a whole analogy. This football coach, I'm giving it to you real quick. This football coach has the best team ever. Like these guys are absolutely great, and they are full of themselves. They know they can do no wrong. Well, it comes time for a game. This ain't even a big game. This is an exhibition game. The worst team in the league, the worst, absolute worst team in the league. They're going up against them. They don't even bother showing up for practice all damn week because they just know they're going to win this. And when they lose that game against this worst team, they fall in their rankings and everything else. Monday morning, the coach shows up. He decides he needs to reform his team. He looks at him and says, we're going to start from the beginning. Gentlemen, this is a football. And that's what needs to happen with the comic book industry. They need, if any of these newer creators are going to survive in a reformed industry, they are going to need to learn how to play the game as it is meant to be played.
I kind of think the big two have had their day and they need to go away.
Well, and I'm not against that, but we also need to know that, I would like to know that the caretakers, that whoever owns the rights to these iconic heroes, even if they put them away and just sell facsimiles from now on, I would like to know that the owners of these IPs are going to honor them instead of desecrate them. Like I agree with you. It's probably time to hang up the cape and cowl in a few cases. There's, like you said, they've had their day, but we also need to honor the fact that their day was really good. And without that day, none of us would be here with the type of stories we have now. So, you wouldn't have, Eastman and Laird's Ninja Turtles if not for Frank Miller's Frank Miller's run on Daredevil, and without Ditko and Kirby, without Siegel and Schuster, and going back to the conception, there does need to be a there needs to be a settlement of scores here. That there needs to be some acknowledgments that somebody fucked up. They, moving forward, when they do sell those facsimiles and everything, the estates of the people that created it, that got cheated out of their rights many years ago, decades ago, half a century ago, they need, their estates need to be paid because what's right is right. But the thing is that I'm with you. Maybe, hell, if I had my way tomorrow, and I mean, not tomorrow, so January 1st, DC and Marvel would not produce anything that had Spider-Man or Batman in it. No sidekicks, no side characters, no, no winks, no nods to anything else for 366 days, because it's a leap year. For 366 days, nothing. Not a lanyard, not a bookmark, not a shoelace. No merch, nothing. Nothing produced with Batman or Spider-Man on it. No appearances in other books, nothing at all for 366 days. And then imagine how much more valuable those IPs would be when they brought them back. And it would only take 1 year.
I think what they should do is put it up for up to public domain. Just say here, you can give them to the public, and whoever snatches them up.
I think they're awful,
Well,
especially now, because I think that they are going in the wrong direction with them. I don't think they need to make everybody gay. I don't think they need to make everybody
Amen.
like all the men. I don't think they need to, make them less powerful and make all the women stronger, because the women in superhero comics are as strong as they are. Like, especially the superhero ones. But I think that they just need to stop all that shit, because they're ruining everything. Everything that gets woke needs to go broke.
Yeah, well, and I agree with you 150%. Like, you and I are on the same page here. But that's the thing. Like, take Wonder Woman, for instance. Who in their right mind does not believe Wonder Woman is one of the most powerful people on the planet in the DC universe? Like, there is no questioning that. Is she as powerful as Superman? No, but she is very freaking powerful. And now they are in a push to try to prove that she is equal to him. She's always been equal to his heroism, but nobody is equal to his power. And it has to stay that way. That's the thing. The whole point of Superman is to have a character that could destroy the world with a breath. Like, it wouldn't take him much time, much effort even, but he could destroy us. But he chooses to love and protect us despite everything. That's the virtue of that character. Have they done everything they can possibly do with him? Absolutely. They have done everything they can possibly do with him. And anything they do from this point forward, and that's the thing. You're talking about public domain. He's actually, like, the IP Superman, as it was originally written and drawn, is coming up as far as like in 2025, coming up for public domain. And of course, they have done everything in the world they can possibly do to save their copyright, take out new copyrights and everything. So if you, like, people have no idea, DC Comics, and they own, 37 different bat emblems that they have current copyright or trademarks to. And so, like, say you're at a convention or a Renaissance fair. I know a guy who makes wooden weapons and stuff. He makes these little for the Halloween season. He makes these little hanging bats, like they're made out of wood. He paints them black, and then he puts little holes in them so you can hang them, for decoration, purposes. But if somebody so chooses to use one as a batarang, But the thing is that he had to go through and make sure that his little wooden bat did not resemble too closely any of the 37 trademarks. Yeah, it's 37, not 27. 37 trademarks that DC owns of the bat symbol. It's like Marvel. Marvel tries to copyright everything that mentions the Norse gods at all. If it's got Thor as the main character, Marvel combs through it like a fine, tooth, like a fine tooth comb. Like, they will pick through it, nitpicking every little thing to make sure that they, whether they can sue you or not, for copyright infringement, and the Norse gods have existed for centuries before Marvel was ever even a company. So
I
it
would
is.
love to
It's
be a
just
I would love to be a fly on the wall for God of War Ragnarok and Marvel. I'm
yeah.
curious how that went down. Because
Well,
if that were
Sony has their
it,
deals with Marvel though.
so I wonder what agreement was reached. Because we all know it's not a Marvel movie, but you are correct in what because Marvel is trying to copyright everything. That is true to a degree.
They probably held Spider-Man hostage. If we're being honest, Sony probably said, you know what, Spider-Man's next outing might have nothing to do with the MCU, and they're like, oh shit, and so that's probably how they didn't get any trouble
That's the
for
only thing that
yeah.
That's the only thing I'll ever cheer on for Sony and say good job for, because we all know Sony's a bunch of crap.
Oh, they've got their own problems.
Yes, but the one time they actually do something right, I will happily cheer for it. Like, yes, good on you. Way to use leverage for once.
Well, you gotta scorn bad behavior, but you gotta reward good behavior.
Exactly, and it's so hard to do nowadays with the way things are. But yeah, you are correct, because it's so unbelievably sad. Like, I feel so bad for the creators and everything. They just I can't fathom the way they treated Stanley. The way they treated him was in his final days was utter trash. Like, how can you do this to the guy who is like the biggest name out there? I don't know if he's a founder or not. Is that true?
So he went to work for them. His uncle at the time was one of the co-owners of Timely Comics and the Timely magazine company. Anyway, so he isn't technically a founder. However, when they rebranded to Marvel Comics, he was, because that's the thing people don't understand. People think about Stan Lee, they think about his comic books, about the writing and whatnot. What they don't think about is the pioneering ways he changed the world of marketing. The two greatest marketers in modern history are P.T. Barnum and Stan Lee. Like, the two of them are and forget about entertainment. Almost every industry uses what these two men, what they set up for marketing. Almost everybody uses their tactics now, and nobody talks about that.
Mm. Speaking of which, did anybody know that I set up an Etsy store for single issues of Melvin?
I saw
That is
in the
awesome.
comments. I saw that in the comments. Congratulations.
Yeah, you guys should totally check it out. It's rad.
We will. And by the way, man, like I said, I'm not crapping on independent comic creators, man.
Yeah, I get you.
I know what y'all go through. I've backed a lot of y'all. I've seen your struggle. I've seen you work your ass off to put your comic book out. Man, there is absolutely. I got nothing bad to say about you. And don't think because I'm bitching about the big two and not just the big two. Like, you got to think the IDWs, the Dark Horse, Dynamite, Boom, like, they're using the same. They are following the same self-destructive practices that the big two have followed, and they don't have the money to save themselves from it.
And don't think that the SJWs are not going for anime. Why do you think that Japan said they're not? I think they're not exporting any more anime.
Oh, I did. Yeah.
West.
I didn't say they weren't going for it. I said that anime and manga are the last holdout. And the reason why they're the last holdout is because of exactly what you said. And it is they used anime and manga to get into geek culture, to weasel their way in. And it's just ironic that anime and manga are the last things that they cannot manage to subdue.
Yeah, because
the rest of us,
Japan took them back and said, we're not bringing them over. All this stuff is from our culture, and you're trying to take that away from us. So,
and they have every right to feel that way. They have every right to feel that way.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Square Enix trying all these woke, all these woke tactics and everything. They're like, well, how do we win over the West again? Fuck the woke shit. Release all of the games in your back catalog that you've never localized in English. Hype them up a little bit, a commercial here, an online ad there. Get people talking about it. Go through. Get your favorite YouTubers that are always shilling your crap. Get them going, and trust me, that money will come in faster. They will have more money than they fucking know what to do with, because fans from the ages of 20 to 60 would tell. I mean, look at what happened with the Pixel remaster. Like, Play Asia had, they are still having to replenish that. They're still making more physical copies of that. You can still go to Play Asia. It might take you 6 months to get it, but you can still order the physical copy of the Pixel remaster. That's Final Fantasy 1 through 6. And bear in mind, besides the DS version, this is the first time we've ever got an official release of the original Final Fantasy 3. 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 had been released on various platforms, but this is the first time we've ever gotten Final Fantasy 3 as it was originally, presented. And I bought it. Like that was the one thing I.
Was that the one they brought out for Super Nintendo?
Yeah. Okay. So no. Final Fantasy 3, as we knew it on Super Nintendo, was really Final Fantasy 6.
Really?
That's the thing. One was one, but 2 and 3 on the Super Nintendo were really 4 and 6. We wouldn't get Final Fantasy 2 until Dawn of Souls came out on the PlayStation 1 and on the Game Boy Advance, and we got the actual Final Fantasy 2 on those, and then we ended up getting Final Fantasy 4 on both there was a DS version and there was a there was the original version that they put on the Game Boy Advance as well, 5. I meant to say 5. There was a DS version of 4. We got Final Fantasy 5 as it was on the Game Boy Advance. But this is the first time that they had been put together. And putting them all on the same disc, I gladly paid $80 for that. Like, I had no problems with that price, because I was pre-ordering it from a foreign country in English, and B, but that's the thing, the digital sales of it, because people didn't know where to buy it or couldn't, people that are vehemently against digital media went out of their way to buy that. If they would just swallow their pride and give us games that they've never released in the US before, or even in Europe, like, localize them in English, send them on over, and watch the money freaking pour in. Especially with Dragon Quest X Offline, because Dragon Quest X came out over a decade ago on the Wii, and it was a MMO on the Wii, and it's still going today. But then about a year ago, they released on Play Asia, they released a physical copy. They call it Dragon Quest X Offline mode, or Offline, and it's just the main story without any of the add-ons or anything else. And I was so excited. I'm like, yes, we're going to get it in English. We did not get it in English. But I have, between my copies on between the Game Boy, the Game Boy and Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, the DS, the 3DS, and the Switch, I have 1 through 9, and I have 11 of Dragon Quest. So 10, if I could get 10 on the Switch, I would have them all. I have Dragon Quest Monsters. I just finished the demo for the Dark Prince. Fucking awesome. I cannot wait for this. And I've always liked Dragon Quest Monsters more than I like Pokemon. But I'm also a big Yokai Watch fan too. But that's the thing. Like, Dragon Quest Monsters 1, it was because they used to call it Dragon Warrior in the West because they thought it would sell better, and they're probably right, but that's not the point. The point is, I swear tonight you could probably get knackered off of a drinking game for every time I've said that's not the point. But anyway, the point is that So the first Dragon Warrior Monsters game came out, I think it was 1999, and it came out on the. It was compatible with the original Game Boy, but it came out on the Game Boy Color, a black cartridge, and my brother and I, he's 9 years younger than me, and Mom had originally got it for him, and like I had the SpongeBob alarm clock light that I would take the SpongeBob off of. Like I'd lay in bed, prop it under my chin. Yeah, I would prop it under my chin to play my Game Boy Color on, and my eyes are fine, by the way. But my brother, I was like 12, so that would have made him 3, and he would sit in there and he'd just sit there. I'd answer questions for him. I'd read the dialogue and stuff. One of my favorite core memories. Anyway, the point is that when we saw that trailer at the end of last year, and it's been 25 years, so it's that franchise is 5 years younger than Pokemon, and they're like 25 years ago, and then it's time for a new adventure. But that was the thing. So they tried the Pokemon thing with Dragon Warrior Monsters 2. They split it up. You instead of being a brother trying to find your sister, you could either play as the brother or the sister at and I don't mean that in an ethnic way, but there was Colby's Journey and Tara's Adventure. Well, those that they gave you more monsters and stuff, and they don't make new monsters for this series. They just take monsters from the main series, and then you can breed them. You can or they call it synthesizing now, but you could breed them. You could make stronger monsters and stuff. It was great. Anyway, so then on the Game Boy Advance, Caravan Heart comes out, but only in Japan. I bought it on eBay. Somebody did a fan translated ROM of Caravan Heart, and then they stuck it in a repro cart. I bought that repro cart just so I could play that game because it's technically the third in the series. Well, then Dragon Quest Monsters Joker 1 comes out, and it's its own series within the series. Joker 2 comes out, both of them on the DS. Well, Monsters Joker 3, Terry's Wonderland, which was a remake of the original one, and they called the remake of the second one that you could choose which one you wanted to play, but it was on the same cartridge. It was called Colby and Tara's Adventure. All 3 of them only released in Japan. And I'm telling you, if they could find a way to rearrange, because none of them really heavily used the touchscreen anyway, so they could just, they could work them around real easy. I guarantee you, if they released all of those games, on the hell, they don't even have to re-release the original 3. If they would just put Caravan Heart, Dragon Quest Monsters, Joker 1 through 3, and Terry's Wonderland and Colby and Tara's Adventure. If they would put those on a Switch cartridge, I would freaking easily, like hands down, I'd pay $80 for that without even batting a fucking eyelash. But I've been a big fan of this series for a long time.
I was going to say, still a little off topic, but a little not. As much as it was, well, I mean, I'm not going to say it was bad, but as much as it was like kind of meh to be the uncool kid in school because you liked anime, and it was like, ew, to see the anime nerd around, that was fine. But I do not like that anime has become so mainstream. Strictly because there are some people that are genuinely into it. However, there are some that are getting into it just to ruin it and trying to run the rest of us genuine fans out. And that is what pisses me off and why I do not want it to be. That's like happening with everything.
Yeah.
But
in this case, Japan's saying we're not bringing any more over then because of it.
Mm-hmm.
So it just means that you would have to go through hoops just to get something.
Yeah, but I mean,
They
it's the same
basically
with it's the same with hobbies. Other hobbies like gaming. It's the same with comics. It's the same with like tabletop. It's the
Mhm.
same with all sorts of stuff. You get people that are quote unquote fans that are like saying to the actual fans, "Oh my God, you guys are so awful. This is bad. You guys need to change this for us." Or this person is like this because we think he is or she is, and they've been this way this whole time. You guys are completely wrong. You don't know anything about this franchise. We know more than you. And it's just like,
Yeah,
you guys need to shut the fuck up. No, you don't.
So I mean,
exactly.
exactly.
But
like,
that's why
That's
I
what they're
do not
called.
think that anything being mainstream is awesome. Except for you do find genuine people that actually want to have it as it is.
Exactly.
Well,
And those are the
yeah,
type of people that we call tourists. That's what they're called. They're
Yeah.
yeah.
tourists.
Yep.
I call them drive-bys, like that. They're drive-by fans. They're. It's like when you put up the Christmas lights. You know, here in Oklahoma, we got the Rhema Bible College. They set up their Christmas lights every year. There's two ways to view them. You can either do the drive-through where you get to see a lot of it, but you want to do the walk-through. Like the lines are longer. It takes for freaking ever to get through there, but it's freaking worth it. These are drive-by fans. These are not the people that stay. These aren't the people that relish and revel in things. These aren't the people that we have these conversations with. These are, these are not the people that I can sit there and talk about My Hero Vigilantes as passionately as I did a few minutes ago with. That's you guys. And the reason why is because y'all genuinely love it. And out of every 10 tourist fans, drive-by fans, you'll get maybe one that'll stick around. And they won't stick around the first time. They usually come back around and then they stay. But that's the thing, when you love something, you go into it and you take the good with the bad. It might not be perfect, but you love it. These people have come in and decided that they like everything except all of that. And we need you to change that up, like right now, or we're going to start telling the whole world how terrible you are. And that's, in some cases, it was the fandom. Like for video games and comic books, they didn't really attack the. They ended up attacking the content, but they were really going after the fandom. For tabletop games, the content was innocuous enough. They went after the fandom, and the thing is that you're absolutely right. They do need to shut the fuck up, but used to, when I was young and naive, like I said, I'm 32 now. If you were to ask 22-year-old me when when the MCU is getting started up and everything's looking great, and I'm talking about started up in full swing. This is post Disney buyout. This is things have kicked off, and if you were to ask me then, and I did. I spouted out the most naive bullshit. I was like, you know what? These drive-by fans, they'll come through a little bit. Without their money, we don't get more stuff. And I didn't realize that I was that frog in the boiling pot. I didn't realize at the time, because we were taught over and over again to be accepting, to bring everybody in. We didn't know that gatekeeping was a must. We thought gatekeeping was wrong. So, but you have to do a certain amount of it. You can't keep everybody out, but you have to be willing to fight for what you love. And, because God knows they will take it from you without a second thought, or at least try. And that's the biggest problem, because I was naive. I thought, you know what? It doesn't matter that this character, because I'll tell you, the MCU at first, one of the biggest things, long before they ever race swapped somebody, long before that, I mean, Nick Fury was a different case, but he's supposed to be Nick Fury Jr. He's not supposed to be his dad, and that's the thing. I can live with that. But the thing is that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Hawkeye and Iron Man specifically. So in the comic books, Hawkeye was an asshole. He wasn't a responsible father just trying to get home to his family. He was a loud, arrogant asshole. I have a lot in common with him. But the thing is that at the end of the day, Hawkeye is a good man deep down. Irreverent and, a bit of an ass, but he's a good guy. Tony Stark, one thing that really bothered me about the Avengers movie, especially after they did that stinger at the end of the 2008 Hulk movie, when they had Tony Stark meet up with General Ross. The thing that bothered me in the 2012 Avengers movie, and this is me nitpicking because I fucking love that movie to this day. I still have the soundtrack on my MP3 player. I still have a disc somewhere. But the point is they he absolutely loves the Hulk, whereas Tony Stark in the comic books always had a chip on his shoulder about the Hulk. Always hated that this man can naturally turn into a monster. Tony Stark had a chip on his shoulder about almost anybody with superpowers. They kind of touch on it a little bit when he's getting ready to fight with Captain America. He's like, everything special about you came out of a bottle. And the fact of the matter is that Tony always believed that through Iron Man he was creating the next evolution of humanity. He believed that that humans were superior because they could handle themselves regardless, and he had to overcome that flaw over a long period of time. Every time he met the Hulk for the first 20 years in real time, besides the Avengers, we're talking about, he would literally be fighting alongside the Hulk in an Avengers comic, and then a few weeks later, or months later, in his own comic or in the Hulk's comic, he'd be fighting the Hulk because he had a chip on his shoulder. He liked Bruce Banner. He respected Bruce Banner. He thought the Hulk was trash. He thought the Hulk was cheating. That no man could do this, and if he couldn't beat the Hulk, then he wasn't worthy. He was, and of course he's not the only one that thinks that. We see with Thor, we see the Thing from the Fantastic Four. We see, so many people try to match the Hulk. The ones that truly beat the Hulk are never the ones that try to match him muscle for muscle. Tony Stark finds this out later, but we see the Hulkbuster in the 90s get torn to fucking pieces. Or I guess that was the 80s, the first time it showed up. But we see the Hulkbuster get torn to fucking pieces because he tries to match the Hulk strength for strength. And it's like in DC Comics, Superman, his weakness is not kryptonite. That is a physical illness, a physical malady. His weakness are the human vigilantes, because anyone with superpowers that tries to cross him tries to match him power for power, and he always wins. But it's not, I mean, whether it's Batman, the Green Arrow, the Blue Beetle, Ted Cord, to be specific, but Ted Grant, the Wildcat, it's the heroes that face the same villains he faces on the ground with their wits and whatever they've got carrying with them. They're the ones that usually exploit his greatest, his different, Achilles heels, so to speak. They're the ones that have to pick him apart, because they are, not only are they his friends, they know him, but when they are forced to be in a confrontation with him, they have learned how to take him down. And and that's the thing. It's these little things that a real fan knows this. Like you were talking about earlier, a real fan knows this. A drive-by fan, a tourist, does not. These, and that's the problem. I am so sorry. I do not mean to be monopolizing the whole conversation here.
That's all right.
I
was gonna say I'm more of a X-Force, Wolverine. I like the more the grittier characters.
Oh, well, see, and I'm a huge fan of Strong Guy and Thunderbird both.
But
they're
yeah. I mean, like, I think X-Force #1 was iconic. The showdown between was it Reaper and Shatterstar, and he cuts his hand off, and he says, "I could kill you, but that's not the way of my teammates." So he just ends up kicking him in the chest.
Well, and I'm a fan. Like we're talking about side characters. I'm a fan of Longshot. Like for me, C and D listers are my bread and butter. Like I love. I have the entire run of DC's Blue Devil. Like I have the entire comic and his crossover with Firestorm in the Firestorm comic. I have, like I love Demolition Man, Dennis Dunphy, from Marvel Comics. I have his first appearance in The Thing. I have, the solo comic. I have, but the point I'm trying to make is that, you see these heroes like you and X Factor and or X Force. Sorry, for me it's X Factor, but like that one's my favorite. But that's the point. Like between X Force and X Factor and all these other all these other side stories, we see the value in them that others don't.
Like the difference between Cable and Charles Xavier's way of doing things. Like Charles Xavier is trying to teach it like it's a school, but Cable's trying to teach them to be soldiers because it's going to be a war.
Well, exactly. But then also seeing the difference between the way Cable handles things and the way Bishop handles things. They are from two separate alternate futures, both of which went a similar direction, but for different reasons. And seeing the way, I think, talking about a more modern comic that I think did well, I know a lot of people bitch about the first Civil War, but I liked it.
Yeah,
and
right.
the thing, yeah, but in one of the side comics, it wasn't the main Civil War. In one of it did. It started in issue 3, I believe, but it's when Iron Man goes to Xavier's school, and of course at this time they don't know where Xavier's at. They think he's dead, but that's not the point. The point is they go. Iron Man goes to try to get help from them. Emma Frost and Scott Summers are running the team at the time. And they tell him, no, we're good. We're sitting this one out. And he leaves. But before he leaves, he gets, Bishop shows up to join him. Bishop knows what it's like, what happens when humanity distrusts superhumans. Because bear in mind, in the Days of Future Past, that Bishop has seen what happens when the Fantastic Four or Captain America or the Avengers tried to stand up for the mutants. They got killed too. And so he believes what Iron Man is doing is right. He believes that joining the Superhero Registration Act is the best way to go. Cable, on the other hand, knows what trusting humanity looks like, and he knows how it ends up for them. Yeah. So he joins Captain America, and I absolutely love that dynamic because they did in one of the side issues, the two of them have a almost cover-to-cover brawl over it, and seeing Bishop and Cable, fighting so hard, like they are on the verge of killing each other. And I get it. A lot of people were very upset about that. They hated the vehemence that these, that these heroes that were supposed to be friends had towards each other, but neither side was ever going to actually pull that trigger. They were just trying to fight the other side to subdue them. And but then Iron Man decides to bring in villains as ringers. Yeah, he Amanda Waller's them, Task Force X style. They got these nanites in them that can shut down their powers at a moment's notice. But the point is that suddenly, and that's why the Punisher joins Captain America, is because Tony Stark went the direction. He got the sign off from the president to put known murderers, thieves, and all manner of groovy people. Anyway, into the well, there's the reference to Alice's Restaurant, but the point is that he he puts these known psychopaths, lunatics, into his ranks, calls them Avengers even. And you see these heroes fighting in the street when Spider-Man trades sides and escapes from Tony Stark. He sends Spider-Man villains after him. Like these guys have wanted to kill Peter forever, and they are going to do it. Now they know who he is. They're talking about hunting down Aunt May next. And that's the thing, you see. I know, like I said, I know a lot of people, I know the problems they had with Civil War. I know why they had those problems. But the stakes at that time, the stakes meant everything. At that time, well, the things, a lot of things we were facing in real life, though you can draw parallels, they didn't take it, situation for situation, but you could see our nation was divided. So having Captain America and Iron Man fighting with each other was, the people ate that up. I was a teenager at the time, and I I remember every freaking they released them every 2 weeks instead of every month, and every 2 weeks I was there at the freaking comic shop waiting on the next copy, and I still have those copies, those original ones that I bought, because that was a big deal.
Final thoughts, everybody.
Buy physical media.
Yep. I was kind of you remember what happened to rock music in the 70s?
Yeah.
Have you ever paid attention?
Okay, remember firsthand? No, but I do know what happened.
Yeah, that's my. I mean, like, have you ever like studied pop culture? So
My father is the same about music as I am about comic books. That's where I get my memory. Yes, I've heard the whole thing.
Well, there was a time when like rock bands were so huge that people couldn't relate to them anymore, right? You had but then along came punk music, and they were right there, right? It's pretty much like they were trying to make it like year zero, pretty much. It's hard to explain. The idea
It's
is
not.
that
It's not hard to explain. It's like Bob Hope during World War II. He was America's funny man. During Vietnam, he was considered the father figure. That's what you're talking about. Like the times changed and the music didn't change with it until it did.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the same thing I think with comic books. Is these Marvel and DC are the old dinosaur, and they've lost their way, and the independent comic books are the new blood coming up.
Tell me what are your thoughts on the because I know that you got some bad blood with some of them, but like the industry pros, the exiled industry pros, releasing their own stuff. Do you feel like that helps or hurts a venture like yours?
It just makes me the small guy. Like,
and the small guy among the small guys.
Yeah, I mean, I have to work harder, and they don't have to work that hard because they already have a name.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm lucky to get $600 in my campaign and go and meet my goal. They put out a book, and in hours they're fully funded. That's the difference. They're the equivalent of they're playing arenas. I'm still playing the small clubs.
And that's very fair.
They're charging $10 and only like 20 people show up.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We've all been to those small conventions, versus a Wizard World. As fun as Wizard World is, it's freaking expensive. But for the fans that do show up for those small events, it means a lot.
Yeah.
And eventually you'll get there, man.
Yeah. Now they're Led Zeppelin. I'm Black Flag.
That's a good one.
That is an excellent comparison. That's awesome, man.
That's why I don't like. All these other independent creators are trying to talk like they're they're a big industry. Like no, you're still the band that loads up the band that loads up a van and goes to a small gig somewhere and hopes to make enough money to have like some food and get some gas. Let's be real here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, but that's the thing though. Sometimes you have to have those delusions of grandeur. That's how you prop yourself up. That's that sometimes that's all you can cling to is your delusions that you're bigger than what you are, and the realization that one day you're gonna fucking be as big as you think you are.
I'm kind of more imagining building an audience and then eventually maybe possibly maybe sooner or maybe later have I don't know, it's hard to like I'll say this. So those bands in the '80s, the hardcore bands, would never be able to sell at Madison Square Garden, right? Like the Misfits.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like 40 plus years later, Misfits do a reunion show and sell out Madison Square Garden.
Yep.
Couldn't do that when they were younger though.
Well, and that's something to remember. The game's not over till your heart stops ticking.
Yeah. So that's the way I see it. I'm not thinking about like, oh man, I'm gonna make $1 trillion. I'm like, well, I hope I get a lot of people to like this book.
The difference, but let me ask you this: do you enjoy what you are doing, though?
Hell yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I'm just
As
saying
long as
You
you
got
have
some
that,
solid stories.
yeah. I'm not. I'm just saying I'm not a rock star. I'm just the guy who makes a book, and maybe one day I will be that rock star. But until then, I'm just a small band making music, metaphorically speaking.
Well, and keeping a measure of humility is always good, but don't forget to dose yourself up with a little bit of that grandeur, man. It works wonders. It really does.
Mm.
but also never forget where you came from,
Oh yeah. I want.
because that's I've seen lots of big people. Yeah, they're successful and everything, but half of the time they forget where they came from and
Or they don't
lose
listen.
that.
Look at that Eric July guy. He was lucky enough to make 3 million on his first campaign, and he don't listen to
And
nobody.
toddled his way to 3 million on the second campaign, not as quickly, but he did get there. And
Yeah.
that's the biggest thing. Personally, I like the guy. I really do.
I do too.
Do
I
I
want
think the
three
book?
million also.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I back. I mean, I support him. I'm in his corner until he starts lashing out at the people that are trying to help him. And the thing is that I know why he's doing it. And he can deny it all he wants. There's a
Ego.
certain measure of fear in here. He skyrocketed so fast, not on the social media stage. For that it's taken him a decade. But in this comic book field, this field that he's always admired and always wanted to be a part of, he suddenly became a superstar. And with that rise in stardom comes attacks. But you got to know what are attacks and what are just and because not everybody that's supporting you is going to sound happy and friendly. Sometimes support is tough love,
Yep.
and that's the thing. Do I agree with Rekieta on everything he said on that stream? No. There were times that I know Rekieta was being an ass on purpose, but on at the same token, it's hard not to be when somebody walks into your stream and accuses you of being a liar. So there's their egos, and but I'm telling you, man, you got to have a little bit of that ego too. Don't overdo it like these guys,
Oh,
but you
my
do
ego
have
is
to get.
completely different.
I get that. I'm just saying, mine's not. I shop for mirrors at the same place that Donald Trump and EVS buy theirs. Like
Mm.
I am, my ego. But I don't ever let the ego get the best of me. An
My
ego is a weapon to
ego,
be wielded.
my ego comes from the fact that when I made my first book, people told me I was doing it wrong and it would never happen. And then I made my first book, and that's where my ego comes from.
And
That
that's
people
great.
said I wouldn't succeed, and I continue making books so they can suck my left nut.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's
Amen.
the fire. Right? As long as you are happy and doing what you love and everything, and have humility and a bit of an ego, if kept in check, you will go far, my friend. I know there's a market out there, and as much as I may not agree with everything that Eric and EVS say, but I cannot deny their success though and
Oh
how they
yeah,
got there. I
$3
won't
freaking
deny
million
that.
dollars.
No, I'm happy for their success regardless. But as Mo said, the minute you turn your back on the people who helped you and everything, it's over.
And bear in mind, you two right here, Anime Nights, his video, like his social media presence, his YouTube channel is very, very similar to your story. With you creating your books. I'll tell you, this man made over 100 episodes off his cell phone. Like, holy shit! And people laughing, people acting a fool, people being all kinds of stupid, and he's still out here. He's still out here, and now he's coming up. He got his computer and everything, and there's a certain amount of perseverance that goes into this. I had a football coach gave me the best advice that not the only best advice I've ever had, but this one sticks out a lot. He said, "Bubba, sometimes you just gotta ignore fools."
Hell yeah.
That is the best advice you could ever freaking have.
How about you, Hikari? Any final thoughts or anything?
Not really, I suppose.
This has been
I
a lot. Oh, go ahead.
I actually wasn't paying attention for the last part of that. Sorry.
No,
Kind
you're
of
good.
zoned out looking.
You're okay. But this
That
has
happens
been
when I talk too long.
but this has been a lot of fun, and I'm glad I'm able to come out here and do this. The next, I'll probably do another one like this, but the next one will be Howl's Moving Castle. That'll be the next one for this. I don't know when, but I will keep you
Well,
guys.
for the love of God, make sure Rosetta knows so she can watch it again beforehand.
I will message her what the details.
How do you feel about the Street Fighter series?
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
Oh boy, where to even begin with that? I do like the Street Fighter series. I'm glad that it's still persevering through this chaotic.
Well, the anime Street Fighter, Street Fighter anime was brilliant.
Mm-hmm. And then the game that came after it. I like both the anime and the game.
Yeah.
I'm not the type.
And
to
people
go
bitch about it a lot, but that live action movie was not terrible. Not
Oh,
for its time.
I understand why it was that way. It had a lot to do with Hasbro wanting to make a
Yeah.
line. Yeah.
Now the game based off of the movie, that was ridiculous.
I didn't like the live action movie, but I get it, and I'm saddened that Raul Julia's last movie was that movie.
I think he had fun. You could tell that man was having fun.
Yeah, probably was.
Also, this Sunday, Knights of the Anime Table will be back. Took a bit of a hiatus on Sunday, but this one we're coming back for season 3 of Knights of the Anime Table. I will be live 1:30 p.m.
Okay, 1:30 your time, so that's 2:30 for me. Okay.
Big thank you to everyone that came out tonight. This was a lot of fun. A lot to talk about, a lot of animes and everything. Also, for those who haven't seen Princess Mononoke, highly recommend it. Get the physical copy. Physical is
Amen.
important. You get now. If you want to go digital, that's completely fine. We will not stop you. We're not going to sit here and stop you or anything. We're just giving our own points of view on this thing. You don't have to agree with all of us or anything. It's your life. But big thank you to Geek Hero Timothy, Hikari, Neri, third, fourth, whole lot of you came out. Wow, lots of people tonight.
6 hours, man.
Actually, this is I went longer than this.
I know you have. I've been on some of those.
Actually, I did the 16-hour Crash Bandicoot stream from.
I remember that.
I was all the way to 10 a.m. the next day. Still going. I was
Well,
so tired. I was so tired after that. I literally
I had to
passed.
show my nephew that one in sessions.
But anyway, guys, you guys have a safe night. I love you all. Big thank you for the support. Check out Timothy's book. Check out Timothy's store. He's
yes, I
he's
haven't
he's
fully
an up
tried
and
it out
coming
yet.
he's an up and coming creator. Please give this man support. Um, check out everybody that comes onto this channel and everywhere else. Check out Rosetta's store. She has her stuff posted. Um, Lots of great things to come. If you would like to be a guest on the show, oh,
She said later.
okay. Later, Hikari, thank you for coming. um, always a spot open, no matter what day it is. I will be doing another anime discussion with Howl's Moving Castle another time. I don't know when, but I will. Once I get the day figured out, I will immediately drop in the. I will drop it either on my page or in a message. So keep an eye out for that. Um, I will see you all later. Um, Geek Hero, I'm glad you were able to come on. I know you're probably I know you've been busy with everything, but I'm very happy to see that you're still here. Timothy, I welcome you onto the channel at any time. You
Oh
have
yeah.
you have a place here. You have a place here on this channel.
Oh, thank you.
That's what it's all
Yeah,
about
thanks
because
for having me on, man.
that's what this is all about. I give people a platform to like you, for instance. You have your store and everything, so
Yeah.
and
Thank you.
your book and everything. I wanted you to come on and get it out there and everything.
Oh yeah.
I may not have a big audience,
That's all right.
but it is going to get out there. And don't worry, I know some people who can probably help you out and get all of that. It's just a matter of, hey, be happy you made the goal, because if I were you, I would be smiling ear to ear that
Oh yeah.
you made that.
I've
Made that
self-published at least
that should
4
be
books.
that should be your achievement and the driving factor behind it.
I've
Yes,
done it.
the money's great and everything. Don't get me wrong, the money's great, but
I've
it's the
done it
pure.
4 times.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. And as long as you have the pure enjoyment and everything, you will go far. Um, but you guys have a safe night. We'll meet up again soon. I will be on Sunday, and then um, lots to do. I did get Streamlabs going. I got the premium, so I'm gonna be multi-streaming
Sweet.
on there. Gaming. So the gaming stream is gonna be on Streamlabs. The regular streams like here, like this one and Nights of the Anime Table, it's still gonna be here on Streamer. I'm not moving this or anything to anywhere else because personally I don't have the energy to do so, nor the patience. So I'm keeping it simple enough. And surprisingly, this works. But you guys have a safe night. Big thank you to everybody. Everybody on Twitch, thank you as well. We'll catch each other again soon.